this, should it automatically be that you're opted in? I think it should be that you have to opt in.
Yeah, the other way around.
It should be the other way around.
Do you want to add this feature?
Yeah, instead of sliding it in there and all of a sudden, oh, hey, we're providing this great feature for you, and we're labeling you as a participant, unbeknownst to you until you opt out.
Well, and it is absolutely tugging at heartstrings, because who does? I mean, I feel bad when you see that notification and it says, lost dog, please help.
I mean, I have seen how Ring doorbell cameras, or doorbell cameras in general, it doesn't need to be Ring, have helped find dogs like in our neighborhood, because this happens a lot. A dog gets out of its yard and people will just message, we have a neighborhood group, right? We'll message the group and people can use their cameras and be like, oh, I saw Fifi, run across the yard at 10 o'clock. She's in the area. Mm-hmm. So it can already be used for that. It's just, we're not actually accessing.
Right.
The act, like Ring isn't, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
it's not being directed.
Yes.
Yeah. Not to get off track, but when you named your dogs, did you name them? Not that Fifi is one of them. No. You just came up with that name. But in regards to what happens if my dog gets lost and I'm running around the neighborhood shouting this name?
Oh, yeah. Colin was like, I'm not yelling Prince, like there's got to be.
So what did you name the dogs?
Juniper, and we call her June. That's fine. He was good with that. Yeah. And Josie's the other one. We call her Joe.
Okay.
Roomba! Roomba! So I have the catio. He gets his outside time without us having to roam our street yelling, Roomba!
Yeah. John Wayne has one of the movies where his dog is named Dog.
Oh.
And I thought it would be hilarious to be running around the neighborhood going, Dog! Here, dog!
Okay, now as a side topic, I want people to text in like the ridiculous things they've named their pets that they probably wouldn't want to be yelling around the neighborhood.
Yes.
Because this could be funny too.
Oh, sure.
248-539-9797. Text says, no ring ever for this guy. 1984, the movie says hello.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Do not and will never put Ring cameras on my home or anything like it. I do think there's a value in being able to see.
Is it? Oh, I agree.
Yeah. So if you don't like Ring, like I'm not.
We don't have Ring. We don't use Ring, but I also have a doorbell camera.
Yeah, I think there's a value to it.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have access to everything as well.
Right. There's value to you.
Yes.
But it's a matter of how much access are you giving a company to share your footage with neighbors, or what are the other, in the fine print, what else are you giving them access, or who are you giving them access to share this footage with?
I'm sure people would be terrified if they looked at most of the apps and technology they use, what is in the user agreement.
It'd be pretty cool if they could have shared your fall with everyone in the neighborhood.
Oh, man.
Spotted! Man, wiping out downstairs.
Yes.
If you see this man, help him up.
Yes.
He's not feeling well today.
Yes.
Guys, we have Ring, but it's adjusted to not capture anything beyond the edge of my yard, i.e. it isn't capturing people on the sidewalk. Okay? Mm-hmm. Ring doorbell going out of their way to show that they are tracking our faces and our neighbors' faces without our permission. If you own one, you should toss it now. Say no to the AI surveillance state. To the phones we go. Lloyd in Clarkston, you're on 97.1.
Hi, I just wanted to say that using the Ring camera, you have a contract with Ring. The police have used the Ring. They request the information from Ring. They do not seek a warrant for you personally. What they do, and they don't even get a warrant, they just approach Ring, and Ring gives them private information when the police request it. It's totally a surveillance system, and it should not be allowed.
So they don't even have to get a subpoena or a warrant. They just go and ask them, and they give them access to it?
Correct. Ring has done it. There's already several cases where it's occurred. And Ring just gives the police whatever they want at whatever address they request. And there's no subpoena. There's no warrant. It has occurred. It's been in the news several times already. And it's just illegal surveillance is what it is, and illegal search and seizure.
Well, hold on. If I'm gathering what you're saying, Lloyd, is Ring could set the boundary saying, "Hey, you need a warrant for this," but they choose not to.
Correct. There's no contract or anything, and when you sign that Ring contract, you pretty much sign your rights away to your information. and setting it at the edge of your yard and all that stuff is fine. But Ring controls that information through the cloud. Police, when they notice a Ring camera on a facility, they don't seek a warrant for that property. They just go to Ring and ask them for the address. There's no warrant, there's no subpoena, and Ring has complied multiple times. This is going to go to court before long.
I was going to say, now
Lloyd,
that you
and-
say
and
that, I
let
feel like
me-
I've seen stories.
Lloyd, and not that you're an expert on this, but it seems like you have kept in tune with what's going on. Is this a Ring issue, or is this all security systems that just hand this footage over?
As far as I know, this is just a Ring issue at the point. I'm sure it's occurred in other ways because they knew to do this. You know, they know to go to the company and get their surveillance without any subpoena, without any warrant. And
Yeah, it's
so
unnerving.
a Fourth Amendment violation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's very unnerving. Yeah.
Lloyd, appreciate the perspective. Thanks for the phone call.
I'm curious, anybody out there who is in the security business, because we all want to be able to protect our property. And we want to know if somebody is coming to do us harm. That's why we have,
Yeah.
and it could be as simple as, hey, we don't want somebody to steal a package off our porch.
Right.
I want to know when the kids get home. So there's one that is, pointed at the driveway.
I love having cameras.
Right. And sometimes I just want to see what's going on at home.
Sure.
How do you protect your property without allowing the surveillance or allowing others access to your footage? I don't know the answer to that. I'm asking if there's somebody that is listening that is in the security world.
Hey, that's the beauty of it, man. We got the lines. We can take the phone calls. 248-539-9797. Ring with a controversial ad. The surveillance state. Search party. We can help find your dog. We'll use every camera in your neighborhood to do so. We also have people texting in the names of their pets.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, my former dog's name was Woody from Toy Story. Where's my Woody? Woody, signed Ben, the groundskeeper.
Hey, Woody. Come here, Woody.
My dog's name is Barry Sanders. I would look insane running around Royal Oak yelling out, Barry Sanders!
Well, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Barry. Yeah, he's wearing a jersey.
We're going to screen some of
Very
these.
elusive.
These are going to be a fun backstory to the conversation that's much more serious that we have ongoing with the Ring camera. It's 97.1. It's called Search Party. It was an ad during the Super Bowl, a feature from Ring where they can access all the cameras to help find your lost dog, your pet. Then you have comments saying, oh, great, now my neighborhood's going to be a surveillance state.
Right.
Under the guise of helping find a lost dog. As a ticket text points out, we have a texter who says, if you really think this is just going to be used for dogs, you're naive. Guys, if you own a smartphone, Google Home, Amazon Alexa, how is it any different? They're already listening and tracking us.
But again, the thing is, you've got to go in and adjust the settings.
This text says, John, you're very naive if you think opting out is going to make a difference for how they use this video footage. We had the guy call in and say law enforcement's use this. I mean, Heather, you had the news story a while back.
Oh, gosh, you remember that Swan Lake Boat Club, that tragic accident?
Yeah.
They used in her trial footage from her own home camera.
Inside the house.
Against her.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they had to get a warrant for
Yeah,
that footage.
right.
She's not going to give it.
Because there was
No, of
footage of
course
her
not.
like walking to her sink with a wine glass.
Yeah.
So, look, it's unnerving. We want to get how people feel about this feature. And then we talked about losing your pet and having to run around the neighborhood yelling their name. And if you have any ridiculous, funny names, we'll get those texts and calls as well. Let's get to Larry in Grosse Pointe. Larry, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good.
So anyway, you're talking about the Ring camera. Think about this. When you're in downtown Detroit, they have cameras all over the place. The Ring camera is the same thing. And it's basically, it's called expectation of privacy. So if you've got a camera that's facing the street or, anywhere outside your house, it's open to public view. So if it's open to public view by, just normal eyesight, then there's no need for a warrant. Inside the house is different.
Right.
You do expect privacy inside your home. Not to say if somebody sees you choking your wife in the middle of the living room through the bay window, they don't have the right to come in and stop you from doing it. But as far as searching your house or something like that, they would need a warrant to get any film or tapes of any, any recordings of any kind.
Right.
But if anything is viewable from public access, if you will, there's no warrant needed.
So if your camera, let's just say you have one that's, obviously if it's a Ring doorbell, it's facing out towards the road. Chances are you are catching part of the road. But if you have a camera positioned on your front door that doesn't show any of the public space, that would be the same as an indoor camera.
Pardon me?
Yeah, I'm confused too.
So if you have a camera that is, let's just say you have a camera that is only facing your front door, and so you can see people walk up to your front door because they're on private property.
So it's like facing the front of the house.
Yes.
Okay. But that's still in the
ahead.
public. Larry, you can answer
because
this.
my property is not
But
public space.
If your neighbor can see, the guy walking up to your front door, then that's allowable to be filmed and provided to the police without a warrant. It's
Okay.
what you expect. If you're out in your, if you're in your living room and you don't have any clothes on, you expect privacy.
Right.
But
if you were sitting on your porch nude.
if you're sitting in your, exactly.
Yeah.
And your neighbor can see you.
Right.
It's just,
So that's an interesting way of looking at it. So, I guess Ring's argument is we're just showing public spaces. It's just up to you. Do you want us to use that to help you find your dog? That's how they're selling this, right?
Yeah. So I guess that it's a matter of how do you position the camera so it's not catching what's going on the road versus what you want to be able to see on your property.
Right, but most people have it facing outside of their house. That's the.
I understand that. Yeah. That's and so yes, if it's where your doorbell, where you ring the doorbell, unless you've got a hedge that is blocking everything towards the road.
Some mammoth shrubbery, man.
Yeah, or you're set far enough off that it's you're on a 7-acre parcel and there's a winding driveway and it's not showing the public space. Now they wouldn't have access to it.
Let's get to Don in Ypsilanti. Don, good morning.
Hey, Jim. Hey, John. Hey, Jim, did you say you have a dog named Josie?
No, I do.
Oh, so if you're going around your neighborhood calling for Josie, the thing that would come to my mind is he's gone on a vacation far away.
Well done, Don. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'd probably start singing the song to you. Oh, I had a dog named BJ.
Oh.
My mother-in-law was going around the neighborhood because there's a little chihuahua, a little past chihuahua, and calling out BJ. And we finally had to tell her what that actually meant. She had no clue.
What was her reaction when you told her?
It's a fun conversation.
Deer in the headlights, like appalled, conservative, old-fashioned, and it was funny.
Uh-huh.
That's what you're yelling to all the neighbors.
Oh, yeah.
Don, that's funny. Good stuff. Thank you.
Bring back memories of the good old days.
James in Detroit, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up?
Yeah, I've had 3 different occasions where the police have used my Ring video, but they came to the door and asked. They didn't just, it wasn't just taken.
Right, they didn't just seize it. They came and said, "Hey, this crime occurred. Could you help us with your video footage?"
Right. And he said, this day, this time frame, would you be willing to let us see it? And I, brought it up on my phone and said, here it is. They were looking for a stolen car.
Oh, did it catch it?
Yeah, they caught it. I don't know if they got the guys or not that had it, but they did see. They were trying to find which way the car was going.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then my neighbor across the street, his car was stolen, and I actually took the video over to them and said, "Here, give this to the police," because you could see the guys that took the car. And it turns out they knew who they were, so
there you go.
I was out of it. At that point, I was out of it.
Right. That's out of your hands. Appreciate it, James. How about we got Paul on line 1, works for intelligence unit for police department.
Oh, all right.
Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
we got you.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
I'm all right. So pretty much how it works is the police cannot just go and get your Ring camera footage whenever they want to, unless it's an emergency situation. Somebody is missing right now. We think they're in danger immediately at this moment. It's pretty much the only time you can go get that footage kind of without asking, because that footage is not owned specifically for Ring. The footage and the data is not owned by the person's house. It's owned by that company. So that's why it's kind of important when you read the agreements, you read about who owns that information. You don't own it. The Ring camera owns it, so they can do whatever they want with it. So if we want it, we go ask the person at the house because it's easier, it's faster. Just go to their house, say, can we see, whatever video from whatever time, and they give it to us, and it's simple. Getting a warrant takes more time, and time is, how long it takes to solve something going on. You don't want to waste time. So that's really how it works. And most of the time, you're just gonna go ask the person, can we get that information? Can we use it? And there's cameras everywhere in every city, all over the place, all over the streets. Like you're always being recorded. It doesn't matter if you're in Detroit or you're in the suburbs. You're being recorded pretty much all the time, especially if you're on a major road. Somebody's watching you right now.
Have you ever had anybody tell you no?
Usually for me, I don't actually go and ask, but they do tell people no sometimes. But like I said, there's so many cameras, maybe on the street, in the area, that it's never even a big deal.
Okay.
Because if you can't use one, you can use another. Yeah, and I think too, so some of this is what? So Ring has this feature that you're auto opted in.
Right.
So they don't have to ask to help find the lost dog.
Right, yeah. You've
Already,
offered that
yeah.
without knowing it.
Yeah, well, terms and conditions. How about Senate in Detroit? Senate, is that an alias? You're on 97.1.
No. Hey, guys, how's it going? Good morning.
Good morning.
It's not an alias. That's my name, Senate.
Interesting.
Thank you. I install cameras for a living. I've done it for several years, and I've been listening to your conversation. It's great this morning. I wanted to answer the question to John about is there an alternative to Ring? And, there is. You can actually buy your own private system, have it installed on the home, and it records to a local hard drive in the house. And it stays locally, too, on that hard drive. So you own that data. It's yours, and no one has access to it.
how much space on the hard drive do you need if you want, let's just say you want to be able to retain 60 days or even 6 months worth of video footage?
Yeah, I mean, you can do it on a smaller system. You can do it on bigger systems. Obviously, the more cameras, the more space you need, like 8 terabytes, 16, 24. They make, those specific units to hold a lot up to. I know some of my commercial clients do 90 days. It costs a lot of money for that space too, to buy the hard drive. So now what they're doing is they're allowing, a lot of companies are going into the cloud model where they let you just put your stuff on the cloud. They'll give you 90 days and you pay them a monthly fee. That's where it gets sticky again, because now your data's with a company and not your own local.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen it happen sometimes where if something happens and you have a local recorder, the police will come and they'll ask the homeowners or the business owners if they can have the footage. Sometimes, they say yes, sometimes they say no.
Yeah, at that point, it's up to you.
Yeah, it's your call.
At least you have control of it.
Correct. Sometimes, it could be a sticky situation. They don't want to incriminate themselves, so slip and fall. And then sometimes it could be theft, so it all depends. But I've seen over the course of years a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, I know a lot of the sergeants in the local areas and cities, they go to some of my clients and ask for that footage, and we help them pull it up with their permission. And, I see good stories and I see bad stories.
Senate, appreciate the phone call.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut him off there at the end. We're just up against it. We'll take more of your phone calls on this and the texts on the pet names. Wife named our boxer Tinkerbell. Tink for short. Terrible name to have to yell in the neighborhood. Bojangles was the name of my old dog.
There you go.
We named our dog Newman. Hello, Newman. It's 97.1.
Hey, stop waiting for a breakdown in the cold. And we've got a little bit of a warm up here, but we know the cold temps are going to return. Take a time out. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They're going to do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So call today because spots are going to fill up quickly in cold temps. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Text says that Ring is creating a surveillance state. This is not good in any way. I'm not sure how someone could be okay with this. Dogs are the selling point. Humans will be the test dummies. They're calling it Search Party. It was an ad that ran during the Super Bowl, and it's created a controversy. They say, well, you're automatically opted in, and this will help people find their lost dogs. You put in a photo of your dog. We'll use all the cameras in our database in your neighborhood to help find him or her and get them home safe. A lot of people have said, whoa, hey.
Yes. Do we want somebody else watching what we're doing all the time?
Other people have pointed out this is kind of a lost cause. It's too little too late for a lot of people. Heather also brought up, speaking of lost dogs, that you guys had it in mind when you named your dogs that you didn't want to be yelling something ridiculous in the neighborhood.
More my husband.
Yeah.
When we were thinking of names, I'd throw some out, and he's like, I don't know if I'd be comfortable yelling that at the dog park. Like he consciously thought of that when we named the dogs.
Are these the only two dogs that you've owned together?
I've never had a dog in my life until these two dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All
and he as well. So yes, they're our first pet.
And now, Cookies, we know you've got Roomba. Any other
Just the
pets?
one pet? Just the one.
None? Okay. All right.
We did not consider what we would have to be yelling if we lost our animal.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Roomba.
Yeah. We've had Rocket, Roscoe, Diesel was a great dog.
There you go. It's a good dog name.
Tug was one of them. He was another
So you're
one.
out for Tug?
Yeah. I mean, we had a well fenced in yard when we had Tug. Rocket and Roscoe were the ones that would always get away. When I lived in Virginia, they were diggers. They would dig underneath the fence. and find a way out. Yeah.
Tex says, son had two dogs, Indica and Sativia, both types of marijuana. Mitch in London, yelling out for weed in the neighborhood. Who's got some? Guys, when I was a young teenager, I used to babysit a couple times a week for a family. Their dog's name was Damn It.
Oh.
One time the dog got loose, and my brother and I had to run around the neighborhood screaming, Damn it! Damn it! Crazy people, we found the dog. Named our dog Bubbles. I didn't plan on saying come Bubbles as often as I do. Oh, we got more, John. My dog is... This isn't real. My dog is named Butthole. Searching for him isn't the problem. It's when I yell out to the backyard, time to eat, Butthole. Signed, Chris.
Oh my gosh.
Real or not, that's funny.
Okay, let's get to the phones. Jack, you're next up.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good
I
morning.
just had a chance to watch the ad a few minutes ago, and basically what struck me about it is that it wasn't an ad for their cameras. They were specifically emphasizing that they were advertising their free service, which obviously we know that Super Bowl ads are unbelievably expensive. So unless they're extracting ransoms from these people searching for their dogs, they must be making money off of this somehow. So whatever that is, we're not obviously privy to that information.
Well, I guess are they offering the free service of the camera footage, or it's just the free service of the search party?
The search party.
Oh,
So
okay.
I guess obviously they're just trying to get users onto it, depending on if that's information from users who maybe don't own cameras, or as others have suggested, surveillance, whether that's through another AI company, a third party that's paying them or something. But obviously we don't know.
Yeah, it's always the unknown. What are they using the footage for other than search party? Because it seems awfully nice of everyone.
Tug at your heartstrings.
Yeah.
I mean, come on,
I
who
want to
doesn't
help everybody
Of
find
course.
Lassie.
Imagine if your dog was missing.
What if she was stuck in a well?
There's no cameras in the well, John.
Or no, Jimmy is in the well. Little Jimmy.
Yeah, and Lassie can help find him.
Yeah.
Over your head?
I don't know
You
what
haven't
you're talking
seen
about.
Lassie?
I mean, I know who Lassie is. I know the dog Lassie. No, I've never seen
What do you
it.
mean?
Lassie
seen
always
Lassie? Is it a
saves
film?
the boy that's stuck in the well. Lassie comes back and barks until the owner says, "Oh,
I didn't know there was a boy
little
trapped in a
Jimmy
well,
must
and it
be
was
stuck in a
Jimmy.
well."
I didn't know that.
Is this a movie, though? I know the reference. This is like a show or a movie?
Well, yeah, Lassie used to be a show, and they also made a movie out of it. I think. I don't know.
I mean, I
YouTube-
know who
Is
Lassie
this the same
so.
era as John Wayne, or are we going further back?
No,
Black
it's-
and white. I like to call it the Stony era.
Yeah, it's going way back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
On that note, Heather with the news.
Now I'll know the reference to little Jimmy stuck in a well. Lassie. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So the Gordie Howe International Bridge is expected to open sometime soon, like early this year, but it could be delayed as President Trump is threatening to prevent the bridge from opening until Canada makes concessions he's demanding. So in this post on Truth Social, Trump said that he won't allow the bridge to open until the United States is fully compensated and Canada treats the U.S. with fairness and respect. One of the specific demands is that the U.S. own at least half of the bridge, which is currently funded primarily by Canada, with Michigan also being a partner. He also commented about like the broader trade frustration with Canada and complaints about tariffs and limited shelf space for U.S. products like alcohol, things like that.
Didn't he warn Canada that the China's going to take away the Stanley Cup and ice hockey?
In this particular post?
I don't know if it was in that post.
Yes,
but,
he did.
Okay.
So
How
obviously,
does China have access to
Well, once they
Stanley
start doing
Cup?
trade deals with China, it's only a matter of time before they take away the Stanley Cup and ice hockey.
Oh, okay.
I'm just convinced we're never opening this bridge at this point.
it's just going to be there. We can look at it. I mean, it's been pushed back. The opening's been pushed back.
Yeah, there's
pushed
been
back,
one driver
pushed
on
back.
it.
Well, yeah,
The one
he
kid.
did. The GPS took him the
yeah.
wrong way, and they had to turn him around. So it functions. It's just we'll see when it actually
one car.
opens. Yeah. Sad news to report out of the NFL. Former Lions linebacker Tracy Scroggins passed away yesterday at just the age of 56 years old. So sad. His family issued a statement. They said he was a devoted father, cherished family member, and loyal friend. They added that he was also a kind-hearted and generous man who cared deeply for his family and friends. And then they went on to talk about the NFL and how they're thankful for it, for giving him the opportunity to pursue his lifelong dream, to rise from poverty. But then they went in and said, unfortunately, the NFL was also ultimately the cause of his untimely demise. They said he spent every moment of retirement courageously battling the devastating effects of CTE. So super sad news. He spent all 10 seasons that he played in the NFL with the Lions
Detroit,
from 1992 to 2001.
I was showing us some highlights this morning. Some of these hits, man.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, a guy I had a chance to play against, end of his career, beginning of mine. And I don't know what, in terms of, I know that there was a lot about the CTE in the last 5 or 6 years for him. I don't know how involved the NFL was or if he was able to get resources. They make it extremely difficult for individuals. I know some are just looking for money. Others are just looking for answers and looking for help to try and deal with the situation, or to try and get something at early stages so you can prolong your quality of life.
Right, and even if they're doing better today for the current players, they still have generations plural of players who they need to take care of.
They've fumbled this one in so many ways.
Yeah. Sad.
It's Heather with the news. We'll have Trajan Langdon join us today at 9:35. Pistons president of basketball operations. Also going to get into what happened last night. Pistons beat the Hornets. Brawl broke out. It's 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration is the doctor you need to go see. He was just named the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest, and that award reflects what his patients and his own family already know. Dr. B has had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair and his nephew's too. And when it comes to trust, it doesn't get more personal than that. Dr. B is a board-certified surgeon and the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, all performed by his full-time in-house medical team. So no traveling techs, no shortcuts, just real natural hair you can run your fingers through. And if you've been waiting for the right time, this is it. Don't put it off another year. Make 2026 the year you look like yourself again. Schedule your free consultation today, and when you mention 97.1, you'll receive $1,000 off your procedure. Dr. B treats every patient like family. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Tie up a couple loose ends to end the hour, then we're talking Pistons basketball. Trajan Langdon, Pistons president of basketball operations, is on with us today at 9:35. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Some clarification. It's Timmy, not Jimmy, who gets stuck in the well.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
That's close.
Timmy.
Yeah, little Timmy.
A lot of people wanted to make sure we got that right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's close.
Guys, I use an Apple AirTag for my dog. They make specific collars for dogs and cats. Work wonders, especially if your dogs are always getting out.
That's smart.
It is really smart. Some people do it with their kids.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
I've seen that.
Again, your AirTag has to be within reach of a Wi-Fi or a connected device.
Canada would need to actually win the Stanley Cup in order to lose it. That's true in Davison.
Well said.
Does Heather know who Flipper the Dolphin is?
Not a clue. Do you, Jim?
No, I don't know who Flipper the Dolphin.
Flipper?
Who's Flipper?
There's a whole movie on Flipper.
Flipper.
Even a recent one with Paul Hogan.
Dolphin.
Yeah.
American
Flubber?
television program. Not
No,
Flubber.
not Flubber. You know
19
Flubber, but not Flipper.
1964 TV series Flipper.
No. There was another one recently
There was
where
a movie in 96, Flipper.
Yeah. Isn't it a dolphin that doesn't have the right tail?
Flipper is also the mascot of the Miami Dolphins.
It has no tail.
I don't know. I don't know. Flipper. Is that Elijah Wood? Who is that? I think it is. No, I don't know. I don't know Flipper.
Okay, then. 248-539-9797. Story of the day has been the Pistons game last night. They beat the Hornets, but that's not the story. I mean, you could spotlight Paul Reed. I thought he was huge coming in, filling in for Duren and Stewart, who were ejected along with Diabate and Miles Bridges. Punches are thrown in the third quarter. Ejections, suspensions to follow. John, let's get after it. What were your takeaways?
Disappointed in regards to this of Beef Stew coming off the bench, because you're going to be playing a physical game. That's what the Pistons do. And I thought it was great. Jalen Duren and Diabate get into it after a hard foul. Diabate fouls Jalen Duren. There's, a little jaw and a little headbutt. And if it ends there, hey, no harm, no foul. Or there was a foul.
Right, but you move on.
Yeah, you move on. And then Jalen Duren puts his hand in the face of Diabate, pushes his head away, and Diabate. There must have been some type of trigger for him, because he absolutely lost it.
He went nuclear.
And is jumping around, trying to any which way that he can to get after Jalen Duren. And there's, a dozen people around him, and Jalen Duren is off now on the other side of the court. And then Miles Bridges comes in and takes a swing at Jalen Duren.
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. And so they separate those two. And then that's where Beef Stew comes off the bench and gets after Miles Bridges.
Oh, he was running like it was like a wrestling, like Royal Rumble. Like, that's Beef Stew's music. How
dare you?
He wanted to do some damage, and we know he's about that. Like, he's not one of these NBA guys that's like, hold me back, but they actually don't want to throw any blows. Isaiah Stewart's been suspended 4 different times. He's missed 8 games in his career. I think 7 of those games were because of escalating physical altercations on the floor. We know who Stu is and what he's all about. But yeah, you have to ask the question, like, as Duren is being separated and they're nowhere near each other and there's a whole bunch of hardwood between them, is it the wisest decision to run on the floor? And I know everyone says he's got his guys back. Johnny Kane's yelling about he's protecting his guy. No protecting at that point. The exchange was over. Yeah. And Bridges was the bad guy. Like, if that's where it ends, Bridges, he's still the bad guy, but he becomes a bigger focal point of this, because what the hell is he doing? That's not his girlfriend. Like, there's no reason for it. It's ridiculous. He's a scumbag. So no one's going to be mad if he got what was coming to him. But the idea that Stewart can't control himself there, it's a concern I have, not because he's going to get suspended now, but what this means in a 7-game series if they face Charlotte or someone else. And Stewart has shown you can get under his skin and you can get him to miss games.
not the entire point. The entire point of why the Pistons play the way they do is to win games.
Yes.
But along the way, they play an annoying style of defense. They are up in your face. They are aggressive. You're going to get some hard fouls. You're trying to elicit a response from your opponent like you got from Diabate, like you got from Miles Bridges. You want it, and going into certain games, hey, there's a couple of short fuses on the other side. Let's see if we can light those fuses to distract them from the ultimate goal of winning the game or playing defense or offense, whatever it is. We want them focused on an individual versus the game. You're trying to elicit that response. You get that response.
Right.
And the rest of the game, the Hornets are going to be playing without Diabate and without Bridges. And because of Jalen Duren putting the hand to the face of Diabate. Okay, you're playing the game. You're playing that game without him. You don't have to be playing without Isaiah Stewart. Now, maybe he wasn't going back in the game because he was all iced up.
Yeah, and I know people are going, well, now he can rest. Okay, fine. For everybody that celebrates him as a tone setter, I think his value is tremendous for this team. Don't get it twisted. He's more than put up with his antics. He's a damn good basketball player, and he's a big-time culture piece for this team. But as a tone setter, I think he sets a better tone when he's playing against the Knicks, Thunder, Spurs, the teams they're going to play in the next 5 games. I want him playing against the Knicks in a 7-game series in the playoffs. They sorely missed him last year. Not physical altercation related. That was an injury. I want him playing. Like, this doesn't come from a spot where I want him to change who he is, but I want him to be who he is playing for the Detroit Pistons and not building a file with the league that's going to continue to get him in trouble.
And we've seen this team play with Isaiah Stewart this year against the Knicks. In two games on Thursday, they're going to play against the Knicks in New York. Mm-hmm. I'd like to see him there. It's not going to be there.
No.
And in terms of playing, if it's a 5-game suspension, that 5th game is against Oklahoma City. Now, it's a regular season game, but I would like to have him have the experience of playing against Oklahoma City in the regular season. So if they do face them in the NBA Finals, he's not facing them for the first time. That is the benefit or the detraction for what happens if he's suspended for 5 games or more.
Yeah, they're going to play them twice, one here, one there before the end of the regular season. I do want to see how they stack up, and I want him out there.
Let's go back to the end of last season, and his last suspension was in March of 25. Mm-hmm. What were the discussions after that suspension? Is this going to cost them in the playoffs? The same thing that you just brought up. If he's going to lose his temper now, what says he doesn't lose his temper when the stakes are much higher and the intensity is much higher in the postseason? Last year, it was, hey, you've got to be able to control yourself. Why would that conversation be any different now?
248-539-9797. When J.B. Bickerstaff, we'll play some audio in the 9 o'clock hour, he stands up for his guys, and he should stand up for his guys. When he says, we didn't cross the line, I think he's right about Duren. I mean, I think things get testy, and then they get separated, and if he misses that game or a game, okay, I'll live with it. You're right? That's in the heat of the battle, right? To say we didn't cross the line when it comes to Isaiah Stewart, every basketball player knows you're on the bench, you don't go into the court and fight people. It got the Suns in trouble in a playoff series. Like, this is well documented and well known, and you have to have. It's easier said than done. Tempers are flaring. You want to have your guys back. You can be tough. You can also be smart. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. We're expecting the NBA to hand down a number of suspensions today after a fight between the Pistons and Charlotte Hornets last night. The players involved include Detroit's Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart and Charlotte's Moussa Diabate and Miles Bridges. BetOnline already has odds on the over-under how many games each player will be suspended. For Duren, Diabate, and Bridges, the line is set at 3.5 games. For Isaiah Stewart, it is set at 10.5 games. No player in the NBA has been suspended for more than 4 games for fighting during Adam Silver's tenure as commissioner of the league. That could change today with Isaiah Stewart and his prior history. We're still awaiting word from the league office. The Pistons do have one more game before the All-Star break. They will play the Raptors in Toronto tomorrow. Also, in case you missed it yesterday, the Red Wings and Tigers will be on a new TV channel next season. The Wings will close the rest of the year on FanDuel Sports Network, but starting this spring, Major League Baseball will distribute Tigers games with Illich Sports and Entertainment controlling the broadcasts for the club. Yesterday, the two franchises said they expect Jason Benetti, Andy Dirks, Dan Dickerson, and Dan Petrie to return for Tigers broadcasts this season. Ken Daniels and Mickey Redmond are expected to be back next year for the Wings. The new home for the Tigers and Wings will broadcast all games for both teams except for those, of course, designated to be televised nationally. Or you can catch them all right here on the flagship 97.1. Also, a big game in Olympic women's hockey today in Group A, Team USA versus Team Canada. Those two teams outscoring their opponents by a combined 24-2. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to Odyssey.com.
You still keeping track of that bingo card?
Yeah, I'm actually very proud of our listeners and Pistons fans. We haven't had too many references to, this is just like the Bad Boys. We loved it at that time. It's a different era of basketball.
There are a lot of people who feel like this is the cost of being this type of team. That they embrace them in every way, warts and all. Hey, man, I know Stewart's going to get suspended, but I'm glad he went out there anyway. Because that's who we are. There's a lot of people who feel like that's Detroit versus everybody, the spirit of the organization, bad boys for life, and we're a couple out of touch, soft. We don't get it. Look, we're entertaining all the phone calls. 248-539-9797. Text says Stewart had to run on the floor there, John. Had to, all caps. All caps. No choice, even though both sides had been separated.
Yeah. And part of what the NBA is going to look at is, first of all, who came off the bench? Well, clearly Beef Stew came off the bench. And at the time, was he coming in to de-escalate or escalate? And it was clear that he was not coming in to de-escalate the situation. He was coming in to end it, but not in de-escalation fashion.
Guys, I didn't watch the game, but I saw the clip, and I thought, why are none of our guys trying to help Duren? They stayed back or walked away. I'm glad someone did something, albeit a little late, but I'm glad. See, people like that he did it.
Some do, sure.
I said people, not all people. Guys, it's all Bridges' fault. He's the one that, quote, parachuted in from Raleigh. The situation was de-escalated already. Duren was leaving the court. Bridges charged out of nowhere to get cheap shots in. He deserved everything he got.
Don't disagree with that at all.
Look, we could do Charlotte radio and we can rip Miles Bridges. I mean, I take my pot shots. But, okay, if we're going to say that Bridges jumping into a fight that was over was bad, please keep the same energy with Beef Stew.
Who gets the bigger suspension?
I get it, though. You're a fan of the Pistons, so you can't criticize Stu. But, like, come on, guys. If you're going to rip Bridges for getting involved in a fight he didn't have any business getting involved in, how about the guy who wasn't even on the floor as the fight was over, deciding I'm going to sprint in there and be a hero? I get it. It's our team, so we can't criticize him. That's how some people operate, man.
Yeah.
Quote, he's not his girlfriend was one of the best smarm alarms I've ever heard. LOL. Cookies, you've never played a sport. You don't know what it's like to have your teammates back. So at that point, I just defer to John Jansen.
I've been in this situation. I was actually on the field at the time, so I didn't have to come off the bench. And I was fined because I didn't leave the field. It happened against the Lions, ironically, in the 2000 playoffs, 99 season. And Robert Porcher hit Brad Johnson, our quarterback. Trey Johnson took exception to it and took a swing at Robert Porcher. The unfortunate part for Trey was that he had an official that was stuck to his arm and went for a ride. So he was suspended the next season at the beginning of the season. But because those that were on the field didn't leave the field, we were fined. And we had one guy who was a backup quarterback. I think it was Casey, former Florida State quarterback. I can't remember his last name. Casey Weldon. He was the tough guy on the sidelines that came in on the field, but he was only there to yell at everyone. He got a little heftier fine. That's the point, is when you come off the sideline. But when we got back to the locker room, Trey Johnson, he was kicked out of the game, and he wasn't mad that no one would, or that people didn't come to his defense. He said, that was a business decision that I made. I'm not going to mess with your money, because when you're suspended, you're not going to get paid. When you're suspended, you're not getting paid, and you're also getting fined. There's a lot that goes into, hey, other than just having your back.
Right. Let's get to the phones. Alex in Lake Orion, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. Hey, in a vacuum, I love that Isaiah Stewart did what he did. If you're going to walk the walk, you got to talk the talk, defending his guys. But what I really worry about is in the playoffs, if a player like Josh Hart or somebody else knows that they can push his button, get under his skin, and get him to, get tossed out of a game, is he going to get tossed out of a series? I mean, he is way too important of a player on this team, more so than a physical presence, but an actual player for them to lose. I mean, they could have won that series last year against New York with him. Yep. So that's the one thing I worry about, is other players around the league are seeing this. They know they can get a little chippy, get under his skin, and get him to lose his temper and get him kicked out for the series.
Wholeheartedly agree. Let's get to Mike. You're on 97.1. What's your take on it?
Hey, what's up? So I agree with you and the last caller. So you were saying that, fans are so happy that Beef Stew came off the bench and did this. And like the last caller said, in a playoff game, are the fans still going to be happy that he just disqualified himself from the series because he came off the bench to attack someone? But I will say, I was watching it, and I don't know if you guys watched the game last night.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite part of the fight wasn't actually the fight. It was he's a white player. I think he's 20 or 22, the number, and he was just rolling his eyes the entire time. And it was, dude, it was hysterical to me, the way his facial expressions. Like he was just fed up and tired of it.
I mean, there is that aspect of it. Obviously, Jalen Duren's not going to have that aspect of it. He was coming to his defense, but there are a lot of other teammates who would be like, all right, now we're going to be playing without you.
Let's get to Keith. You're in Ann Arbor. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, not too much, man. I'm just want to speak about the implicit bias that kind of is surrounding this, and I think there's a big misjudgment or misunderstanding or interpretation as far as what happened, what's supposed to go on in a situation like this. You got to think about it in this sense. We were the doormat of the NBA, right? No toughness, no backbone. Think about yourself as a man. This is a high testosterone atmosphere, competition, mano y mano. So when it comes to the fight, Duren did, that situation was one within itself. Both cancel each other out. But we okay with one-on-ones, but when Bridges came over and tried to take the cheap shot, that's automatically going to bring Stu. That's what he's here for. As he was walking out of the tunnel, he said, what do you think I was drafted here for? Right? And so to the guys, it's like, moving the goalposts and talking about futures. In the playoffs, man, chill out with all of that. What has to happen is it needs to be on notice. They're trying to punk us. Remember the New York series? They're fake tough and this and the third. We just beat them.
You there?
Oh. It's either given or it's taken.
Right, but do you think the Pistons' identity of toughness is in question going into last night's game?
Absolutely, because if the younger guys would have respected them, because if you look at the play, right, the young guy tripped Jalen before. So I actually watched the game. I played basketball. Jalen went to the rim. He up-faked Bridges, spent off of him, and then he was thrown to the floor. If you see it, Jalen kicked his leg. Like, yo, what's up? And then they got up. And then that's when the headbutt took place because it was already dirty play going on. But see, the thing against Stewart is they have this perception, he's a bad guy, his previous reputation. They're not bringing that into context with other players, and that affects us. So it won't be Detroit or Stewart's necessary. I'm not trying to say he's 100% non-accountable. We don't do that. But there is a little bit more against him because of everybody wants to demonize and villainize him. And I'm not trying to say he's innocent.
Well, yeah, but let me because of his resume, do you think they're off the mark of him having that reputation?
Absolutely, and I'm going to tell you why. Because they pick, it's a term we use in the street, selective politicking. They pick and choose when they want to apply these said rules, right? You know, like if you have dirty players, you've had Grayson Allen's and things of that nature. They don't pick on these guys like that. But you know that Stewart, you know what it is? They fear him. And so when you fear someone, it shows in other ways because you're fighting for control. Now, Stewart, yes, he didn't have to run off the bench and everything, but he actually had to because Jalen Duren is his little brother. That's a vet and a rookie. You know what I mean? And he's not out there.
He's not a rookie.
Like,
Jalen Duren is not a rookie.
No. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm speaking as far as the tenure in the NBA. That is, Duren is Stewart's rook, if you will, right? You get what I'm saying? That's the way that. See,
he looks out for him and looks after him. I got you on that.
Exactly.
I do. But when Duren's in another county from Miles Bridges, there's no need to step up and step in. That's overdone and over with.
Listen, fellas. If you with your brother and you really love your people and you want to make sure y'all gonna get home, and if you don't understand it, you just don't understand it. And that's okay too, right?
Sure.
But there's a certain part. It's like think about the Army. You don't leave nobody behind.
Right, but Duren was going to get home just fine.
That's life and death. This is not life and death.
No, that was life or death when you have a 250, 40-plus pound guy, Miles Bridges, coming trying to blindside you with a punch.
Not anymore. They're nowhere near doing that. They're not coming to blows at that point.
But you're talking about Jalen Duren like he's some 6'1", 180-pound soaking wet rookie.
You're right, but Jalen Duren was clearly being de-escalating and backpedaling and still was being attacked.
Oh, look,
came to his defense.
Look, Bridges is scummy in all of this, too. Like, don't get this like we're trying to single out our guy and not blame the other guy. Bridges was in the wrong here. But as Bridges is being pushed towards mid-court and beyond, and Duren is basically off the floor on the other end of the floor, you're not coming in to make sure your guy gets home safe.
Can I ask you one question? Forgive me, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, you're good.
This is what I want to say. If you see someone that you care for, i.e. your sibling, your child, being attacked, you can't regulate those instincts at that point.
I get it. It's happening fast. It's happening fast. At the same time, if your loved one is being pulled out of the bar, they're on the sidewalk, are you going into the bar to swing?
We might, man, because we might want to have a story when we go home and slam our bruise.
All right. Keith, I love the passion. I do. I just don't think you needed to do it. Like, this isn't a bar fight. This isn't the Army. This isn't leave no man behind. Duren's going to get home okay.
It's not life or death.
Exactly.
And there does need to be impulse control.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, it is impulsive, right? Like, that is your guy. I think we can all relate to that. But not everybody's doing what Stu's doing. Like, he makes it sound like this is common practice in the NBA. In terms of, well, they're approaching Stu a certain way and trying to paint him in a certain light. He's been suspended multiple times.
Yep.
He put himself in the light. He got suspended 3 games for punching Eubanks in the loading dock. Who did someone grab his fist and force him to do that?
No.
Okay.
No, but and that goes to the reputation that he has earned.
Right. Costa doesn't get it. It's okay. This is Detroit, bro. Is this guy serious? He thinks he was drafted to come off the bench and fight people in an NBA game? That's a moronic point. Hang up. Guys, I don't want to hear about Stu being the equalizer. There were other people on that floor that could have been the equalizer. Texas, I actually didn't like Duncan's reaction. Duncan Robinson. The rest of the team's ride or die. Stu didn't need to come off the bench, but someone else needed to step up. Take phone calls, read text 97.1. JB Bickerstaff, Pistons head coach. Text coming in. Wasn't there a listener yesterday that said he's more excited about the Pistons Hornets matchup than the Super Bowl?
That's right. Yeah, he was on.
100% spot on. Guys, we're lucky Ron Holland wasn't there last night. Yeah, he's not shy either.
Nope.
He would have been in there. Guys, change your show name to Snowflakes in the morning. And another vote for the Milk and Cookies show. Soft Sauce. You guys don't have your boys' backs.
Okay. Well, if there was imminent danger, I get it. But it wasn't imminent.
Right. I asked the question today, and maybe it's just a bad opinion. Clearly, some people feel like it's a bad opinion. Can you like the feistiness and the physical play while not liking what Stu did? Because some people think it's all lumped in together.
Yes and yes.
Right. I think you can appreciate the between the white lines feistiness, get people's blood boiling. If it turns into a Duren situation, I can live with it. What I don't like is seeing someone inject themselves into the play. Because now he builds a rap sheet. Now, when something borderline happens in a playoff series, they have to use his body of work, and they'll cite 5 different suspensions. It's just not a good thing for the team. And people say, well, no, it is. I don't want to compromise who we are. We're not going to be milk and cookies in the morning. Let's get to John in Redford. John, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up?
I just want to comment on what happened yesterday. I don't think Beef Stew was wrong. I mean, Musa headbutted Dern. Bridges pushed Dern. And when they was pulling Dern away, Bridges was still coming over there trying to sneak punch Dern. Didn't nobody on the Pistons floor defend Dern. Wasn't nobody helping Dern. Miles Bridges was still trying to sneak him. Beef Stew just ran off the bench. He didn't throw a punch. He just ran off the bench and bagged him away. Get back. He did not throw a punch. You don't let 2 guys jump on one. This is your teammate. You defend your teammate. Like I said, Beef Stew didn't throw a punch. He just got off the bench and was like, bag up. You got to do that. I seen Tom Brady get pushed, and people came to his defense. You got to come to your teammate defense. Got to be like that sometimes.
I get it. And nobody knew to hold Miles Bridges away. No one's holding him harmless because he came out of nowhere and took a swing at Jalen Duren. The issue is that there were individuals holding Miles Bridges back and separating him from Duren. There were individuals holding Duren back, and they didn't really have to. He wasn't in the attack mode at that time.
Right.
They were still trying to tie down Diabate,
who,
lost it.
It's absolutely several screws loose. Something flipped in his head.
Mm-hmm. Didn't like that one.
Well, Duren mushes him, right? He put his hand in his face.
Yeah, but now, okay, you keep that in the back of your mind, and you know, hey, I can get to Diabate.
Yep.
So if you do have a first-round series against the Hornets, don't think that Jalen Duren, Isaiah Stewart, that they're not all going to be kneeling him. But if Diabate goes off again, you're going to have to back away. Yeah. It doesn't make you weak. Makes you available.
Which, again, just to reiterate to people, it is the regular season. This team is going to be in the postseason. But the next stretch of games, I want Stu playing. I want him against the Knicks and the Thunder and the Spurs.
And the benefit is, okay, it is regular season, but you get the experience of playing against Oklahoma City. Mm-hmm. And then you can use that experience if it goes well, if it doesn't go well, what worked, what didn't work.
Well, we've seen this team
played against these guys individually. How do I want to then make it better for myself when we do play in the NBA Finals?
Well, and they've taken these games very seriously. The Nuggets games this year, They clearly want to set a tone and prove a point. And Knicks are a great example. Celtics.
Mm-hmm. They've taken them very seriously.
Yeah. Let's get to Heather with the news. Bum.
All right, guys.
Yes.
So this news is brought to you, there we go, by Gardner White. Well, the Super Bowl 60, come and gone, right? It's over. And now the logo for Super Bowl 61 has been revealed, and fans are already predicting which teams will be in the big game based on its color scheme.
And that 61 is LXI, right?
Yes.
LXI.
Okay.
Yep. Not lost on you.
No, I like the Roman numerals.
I don't.
I think they're fun.
Me neither.
I never had to learn them.
Oh, no?
I didn't learn them, whether I had to or not. I don't think I had to. I didn't learn them in school, but I don't know them well. I know I could figure it out with a lot of thought, but
Yeah,
who
L is
wants to
50,
do that?
X is
Just-
10,
Just
D is
write the
5.
numbers.
So the logo,
Yes.
we can tell who's going to play in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so it's got like the background is like this deep orange.
Yep.
It has some yellow. It's kind of like a sunset.
Oh, Cincinnati
and then,
Bengals, Denver Broncos.
Yes.
and then it's got this huge bright blue kind of teal wave that comes through.
Oh, teal. Well, it's not Honolulu
Well,
blue.
That looks more green teal than it does blue, does it not?
Yeah, oh, it's
See,
Miami Dolphins going
Your
worst to
computer,
first.
Yours looks very different than mine. Look at that doesn't look green on mine. It's
No, it's a
that's
little bit
blue.
more bluish.
A little navy in there.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So now people are using this to predict, obviously, who will be in the game.
And
one
is that on the bottom of the waves? Is that black?
it looks
or- Like it.
navy to me.
Okay, I'm just
I guess
wondering because
color
the
is up
Lions
for
do have
interpretation.
the black alternates.
The Lions, yeah.
Yeah, what did I say?
I didn't know what you said. I was just
Lions have the
Black
black alternate.
alternates.
Yeah.
It could
Maybe it's the Ravens.
be. One
it's-
person said the Miami Dolphins are coming, baby.
that's what I
Yeah.
said.
Yep.
Others say, let's see, we've got another says Eagles versus Broncos, Packers versus Broncos. Another one says this couldn't be more in Cincinnati and Jacksonville. LOL. Others,
Well, they
of
can't
course,
play in a Super Bowl.
yeah,
Well, in
which is why
Heather's
the LOL.
version, I don't see the green, so that
I don't see
eliminates
green at all.
the Eagles.
I think it might depend on your setting on your phone or your
Are you
computer.
calling me colorblind?
No, I'm just saying colors don't appear the exact same on every single
I mean, technically,
device.
there's a lot of different color blindness, but blue green is the most common. You wouldn't see any of it.
Right.
Just be a white wave.
Or hear me out.
Shades of gray.
None of this has any impact on who's playing in the Super Bowl.
Or not. And that's what other people are saying.
You're no fun.
Other fans are less convinced. And they said the logo theory died this year when it was basically just a rainbow of colors with pink and things like that. Sad news out of the Puppy Bowl.
Oh,
Puppy
I
Bowl
heard
was
this,
big
yeah.
news at our house. Like the kids were pumped to watch the Puppy Bowl. And then when I put it on and realized it was 2 hours, I was like, oh, sorry, we're not watching all of it, but we did watch some. 3 months before the big event aired, Tegan, this adorable wheelchair using pup, died from pneumonia.
Oh.
So died before
It
obviously
actually aired.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tegan was part of the victorious Team Fluff, but died back in October of 2025, obviously after becoming severely ill. And shortly after the broadcast, Tegan's rescue did confirm the sad news. Yeah. Atlanta Falcons rookie James Pierce Jr. is facing 5 felony charges following what police said was a domestic dispute with WNBA player Rakia Jackson. This is crazy, the details that are coming out of this. He was arrested on Saturday, 2 counts of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, aggravated stalking, and the list of charges goes on and on. Police say that he crashed his Lamborghini SUV into Jackson's vehicle multiple times, struck a police officer, all while trying to evade arrest. And then when police were able to catch up with him and tried to
Handcuff him and
he got
get
back
him
in
into
his
custody.
car,
Yeah.
shut the door, took off again. They were finally able to get him when he crashed his vehicle at an intersection.
Yeah, but he took off running as well.
Yeah.
Like they don't know who he is.
Wild. So the Falcons did issue a statement on Saturday night saying that they are gathering more information.
Yeah, it might be a little while before he plays football again.
Yeah. You guys, today is Red Tuesday.
Oh,
what is that?
What's
if
Red
your
Tuesday?
relationship is on the rocks, look out. This is the day of the year you're most likely to get dumped.
Oh, really?
Yes. It's always the Tuesday before Valentine's Day. And it's basically when people realize, I haven't made any plans for Valentine's Day and I don't really want to waste any money on this particular person. So let's just
They cut bait.
let's just cut it off. Apparently, data shows that around 1 in 4 people have broken up with somebody the week before Valentine's Day. And it does seem to be more pronounced in new relationships. So if you've only been dating for like 3 to 6 months,
Right. You haven't had a Valentine's Day yet.
look out. If things aren't going good, this could be it.
Just trying to get through the day.
Yeah. But if you do have a Valentine and you're looking to give them something, you get those little conversation
Oh, yeah.
Valentine's Day hearts.
The chalk?
Well, what could be more chalk? I don't mind them.
Okay.
I don't think they taste like chalk, but that's, I guess, up for interpretation as well. Nothing could be more romantic, though, than like splitting rent or sharing passwords. And now the Sweethearts, the candy, just announced a new line of practical conversation hearts for Valentine's Day.
Huh.
So you can still get like the cutie pie or the
Oh, yeah.
marry me or whatever
Kiss
they
me.
say, kiss me. But now they have 5 new hearts that say split rent, carpool, buy in bulk, cook for 2, and share login.
How romantic.
Huh.
So romantic.
Oh, yeah, the share login. I mean, I'm okay with that.
Heather with the news. Trajan Langdon next, 97.1.
Hey, this year's winter conditions are no joke. Black ice, blowing snow, whiteouts. 1 second the roadway or parking lot looks clear. The next second, you're sliding on ice. We've all been there. And if you're in an accident or if you slip and fall, you need to know this. David Femininio gets it. He's been an injury attorney in Michigan for over 30 years. David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces after an accident. You can call David at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always visit him on his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
Pistons showed a lot of fight last night in Charlotte, more ways than one. Picked up a win. B-ball Paul thrust into duty, and he stepped up. 12 points, 3 boards, 2 blocks, 2 steals, hit a corner 3. Had to step up without Beef Stew or Jalen Duren. Both were tossed, along with Moussa Diabate and Bridges for Charlotte. We played you audio from JB Bickerstaff today. We played some of the radio call as Mark and Rick are giving you the blow-by-blow.
Yeah.
Turning into boxing analysts on the fly. It's been a day where, like, hey, the Pistons are in first place. Everybody loves the identity and the toughness of this basketball team.
Oh, I love the physicality, love the toughness, love the mentality, but there also needs to be, I'm calling it impulse control. You could call it however you want to define it, but you need to have some self-control when it comes to that situation. I'm all for jumping in and defending your guys.
Of course.
But when it was about the timing, when Beef Stew did, Miles Bridges was no longer a threat. And at that point, you're just trying to make a statement versus defend.
Yeah, we're efforting Trajan Langdon. Of course, we'll get his thoughts on last night. But bigger picture, like, we're not having him on because of last night. We're having him on to talk about the deadline and the days ahead. The deal they did make, Kevin Huerter, get some thoughts on why it didn't work with Ivy, as well as the temptation to do more, right? I mean, the deadline was a swap of bench players. Was there a temptation to do more? I wonder if he'll have any clarity from the league on the Beasley stuff, too. Just because I know we get asked about it a lot, and the answer might be, yeah, I got nothing. I don't know anything. But it'd be interesting to see if they'd be open to that if that door opened again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Whenever, I mean, the NBA, I don't know if they're waiting on the feds,
right,
to make some type of statement, or is their investigation still ongoing with Malik Beasley? It feels like it's been a long time, longer than normal. So there's just something going on that we're not privy to.
I think it's just a messy web, right? Because I don't want to err on the wrong side of that deal.
Oh yeah, I mean, if there's an issue, you don't want to have to be saying, "Oh, sorry, well, this new information came to light."
Right.
But in regards to last night, and looking forward to the next 5 games are big games for the Pistons.
Oh yeah,
because they've got Toronto, 3 on the road: Toronto, New York, and Chicago. And they've got 3 at home: San Antonio, Oklahoma City, and Cleveland. And I'm really excited about that 3-game home stretch of San Antonio, Oklahoma City, and Cleveland. I think that's going to be interesting.
Because they haven't played either team, OKC or San Antonio, yet this season. And those are I think, the 2 heavy hitters out west. They swept the Nuggets, who are another team everybody looks at as a title contender. But that's a chance, second half of the season, post-deadline, lock in.
And it's kind of like the Wings, right? Are you just good in your side of the NBA, NHL, or can you match up with some of those other teams? We saw it with the Wings in Colorado. Okay, they split. Now we're going to get a chance to see the Pistons, who are, have a 5.5 game lead in the East. How can they handle some of the teams in the West? A little preview of what might look like the NBA Finals.
Well, when I say I think the Pistons can win the NBA title, one of the first pushbacks is, I think they can win the East. Well, okay. If you can win the East, I think you'd be there. And not that these games will decide what happens in June if you get there, but it does offer a chance to win some people over. Like, John, how they've approached the Knicks this year, belt ass. Right, the way they played the Celtics this season. I know they lost 1, but they've certainly made their presence felt in those matchups. They are. I mean, I want them to be at full strength. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But I'd love to. Could you imagine a couple home games in a row? They beat San Antonio and OKC. The excitement we already have for this basketball team.
Following with Cleveland, a team that has better odds to make the Eastern Conference Finals or the NBA Finals.
I know I'm the odds guy. I don't buy that.
I'm just, they are the facts of what they are.
I know.
And it's one book's opinion. But you look at multiple books and you think, okay, well, why is it that Cleveland, post-trade deadline, has better odds than the Pistons?
Well, it might just be simply they think player for player, Harden is better than Garland.
Yeah.
But I think it's so much more than that. Like, we've watched Harden bounce around. This is his 4th team in 5 years. I'm sorry if I'm skeptical that 36-year-old James Harden is just now going to click and they're going to have the right, secret sauce, the winning formula to advance deep in the playoffs. That's just not who he is. And it's for a variety of reasons. It's not that he's a bum, but John, if you don't lock in on defense, if you're a ball-dominant guard who just dribbles out the shot clock, you have to be awesome. Are you involving your teammates? How is it going to work with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden? This isn't like they get a year to ramp up. They get a couple months to ramp up. There's a lot of volatility. And I understand Cleveland's standpoint is we felt like we're stuck. We're gonna roll the dice, change things up, shake things up, and see if we can advance. But I don't think it's going to work for them.
Well, I don't think it does long term either. I mean, in long term, I'm talking about this season and even next year. But it's our first chance to see how post deadline Pistons match up with post deadline Cavs.
Tex says Cleveland's got better odds. I like the motivation. Thank you very much. This is the type of team
playing the underdog.
But they like doing that. I mean, it's kind of the DNA, as much as like the physicality from last night's the DNA, the underdog chip on the shoulder is the DNA. Oh, they got Shaq and Kobe, so I guess we shouldn't even show up. No, you go out and gentlemen sweep them. Like, it is part of the DNA of this team.
Yeah, and we'll get a chance to make another statement in New York as well. I mean, those statements have been made. Let's keep that train rolling.
It's so funny. You'll see Knick fans like, well, we were missing player X. We're missing player Y.
So be it.
The Pistons have missed some dudes in these matchups too, including Duran. So the next game, though, is
probably
Raptors.
beef stew.
Oh, and this time it'll probably be beef stew. Do you think, how many games, I'm going to ask you to put on your Adam Silver hat.
Oh, okay.
Which I guess would be like shaving your head.
Yeah, and I'd have to lose probably another, 150 pounds more.
Maybe Tom should play Adam Silver.
Mr. Skin and Bones.
Tom, you're more like...
He's a skeleton wrapped in skin.
I'm not calling you a skeleton, Tom, but you are the more... you resemble Adam Silver more than anybody else on the show.
Simply because you have no hair.
Yes, because you're bald. That's what it is, Tom. Because you're bald. How would you hand this down?
He doesn't even have the same color eyes as me.
What color eyes?
What color eyes does
I think he's got
Silver have?
I think black eyes or...
Black?
Or brown, I mean.
Where's
Maybe
black?
Wow.
He's like
he wears
He caught me off
contacts.
guard. He bring me in here because we're getting blown off by Trajan Langan right now.
He didn't like what we said about beef stew, apparently.
No.
Apparently, just an update on, they're trying to get a hold of him.
It's okay.
He's AWOL right
It's okay.
Oh, he slept in.
Well, they got in late last night.
Late
in
last
Toronto.
night, yeah.
We're not going to hold a grudge. We
Had
can
to go through
reschedule with
customs.
him.
Yeah.
What do you mean through? Oh, Toronto. Duh.
Yeah. You know Canada?
Yeah.
Have you been there yet?
What's Bronner's?
5-pin bowling.
No, we'll reschedule if we have to.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
what
the
they're
end of the world.
saying tomorrow
It's-
if we can't today.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I mean, we had them scheduled for the very end of the show to try to work around their schedule.
Well, we had a chance to push a lot of great stuff to tomorrow, so we'll just push him to tomorrow too.
Yeah, really. Loaded Wednesday show. But play Adam Silver for us. Hand out a suspension to the 4 guys involved last night.
Let's see here.
Start with Duran. Time served, or you give him a game?
1 game.
Okay. Diabate.
2.
Okay. Miles Bridges.
3.
Oh.
Okay. I think following a pattern is beef stew 4.
4.
Okay.
It's a hell of a combination.
Yeah,
Was that very,
I don't
political
see
there,
a
like
world.
a commissioner would be?
Yes.
I don't see a world where Miles Bridges gets less than beef stew.
Oh, I could see a scenario where he does. If they really want to emphasize
Coming
leaving
off the bench.
which they've done in playoff series before.
Because they view that as the escalator. Or we do. As
Sure,
Adam
I think
Silver
Bridges was
said.
an escalator too, to be fair. I mean, there's no business getting involved in that.
It was calming down until all of a sudden he came in and took a swing at Duran.
Oh, I get it and stuff, but the coming off the bench that's a big thing for the NBA.
Not that they're right about this stuff, but Brendan Shabath locally had the update. Bet Online, threw out over/under numbers. They had 10. He said. I don't know if you caught that
for beef stew.
For beef stew.
Oh no, I never listened to Brendan.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. But he pointed out in the update.
He supported what Bridges did, by the way.
Oh, sure. Upstanding
Affiliation,
citizen.
yeah.
No, but he said that under Adam Silver, no one has received more than 5 for fighting. So I don't know if this is where they make an example.
They draw the line
or,
of 5. I don't know.
5 for fighting. You got a lot of people sending in hockey texts. Beef stew. Join the Red Wings. We could use them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's got brown eyes, by the way.
Silver does?
I have blue.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's the differentiator.
Well, that's-
yeah.
now that you said that,
now
I'm
that you say it,
sorry.
now I don't see it at all.
And I have man boobs. I don't think he does.
John, what color are your eyes? Maybe you can play Adam Silver.
They're like a greenish brown.
Okay.
How big are your man boobs?
Bigger than
248.
Tom's.
Let us know. All right, we'll wrap the show. Get the guys in for the midday show next, 97.1.
Hey, if you want to avoid the man boobs, get to Planet Fitness. You get a chance to, a lot of machines that can help in that area as well as every area. And it doesn't matter what you want to work on. If it's your personal fitness, if it's your physique, it doesn't matter. Planet Fitness has something for everyone. Strength workouts, hey, they've got fitness trainers that'll help put you through and design one that is specific to you. If you only got 30 minutes, they've got the 30-minute workout as well. And if you like what you see when you go there, it's $1 down, $15 to get you in the door. And the first month right now is absolutely free, so you get a chance to try it out. You like what you see, you can get a tour of the Black Card Spa and upgrade to the Black Card membership, which is $24.99 per month right now. It gives you access to 2,800 clubs nationwide, and there's over 50 of them here. So no matter where you are, there's a Planet Fitness near you. You can find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
How about this text? Guys, won't Beef Stew get a mandatory and longer suspension for being the first guy off the bench? Text says, I saw potentially 25 games online this morning, Bruno in Dearborn.
Okay, so careful. Yeah, AI is telling you 25 because some knucklehead put a meme together of Beef Stew, said that the NBA came down this morning with a 25-game suspension. AI is grabbing all of those data points and then putting it together. So when you Google it, it says potentially up to 25-game suspension. Take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, 25 would be really aggressive. There is a member of the next show that thinks it's going to be at least 10.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll let them get into it on their show, but we've been speculating 5 to 10. But it depends how big an example they want to make. This would be his 5th time being suspended by the league. Free Press had a story today kind of detailing Isaiah Stewart's past transgressions. You remember it goes all the way back to 2021, LeBron James and the Lakers.
Yeah.
He got 2 games for that. In 2024, February, against the Suns, it was the off-court punching of Devin Eubanks.
The tunnel, yeah.
The loading dock tunnel. They got 3 games for that. Against the Pacers in January of 2025, he picked up 1 too many flagrant fouls and was given a 1-game suspension. So not escalating a fight, but another suspension. And then as recently as March of 2025, he got 2 games for an on-court brawl against the Timberwolves. So the league's got to go, dude, like, we can't keep giving you 1 or 2 or 2 or 3.
Right.
Because it's not.
So we highlighted the 5 games. It's 3 on the road, Toronto, New York, Chicago, 2 at home, San Antonio, Oklahoma City. If it ends up being 10 games, as somebody from 10 to 2 we'll talk about, that's the home game against Cleveland, on the road against Orlando, road against Cleveland, road against San Antonio again.
Both Spurs games.
And a home game against Brooklyn. That's your 10 games.
And I'm not worried about them losing the 1 seed in the next 10 games. What I am worried about is this would be a 5th suspension. And then even if something's borderline in the playoffs, where we would go, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt anymore, John. Like, that's the thing that sucks, is as much as, like, you guys are being harsh with him today, it's because I don't want that to be the reality. I don't want him to have earned this reputation where he won't get the benefit of the doubt in games where there's more on the line. Like, if you think there's a bit of a thing brewing with the Hornets, what if they play him in a 7-game series? Or the Knicks in a 7-game series? Or just anybody that wants to agitate, and if they're willing to get punched in the face by a Beef Stew, I mean, probably not a wise decision, but you may get the reward of him being out of the game.
Yeah, or and the rest of the series.
Right. Because, again, you're not going to get this, well, we'll give him a 1-game deal. It's going to be he's missing game 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Or I mean, 6 and 7, which would be terrible.
6-7.
I hate that you can't even do that anymore, man.
I didn't even think about it until I saw Heather out of the corner of my eye. I didn't want to miss the opportunity.
I didn't even do anything except a little, like,
little
head nod.
Little-
Like
yeah.
a little head bobble.
Olympics. You're into the figure skating stuff. Is there
Yeah.
anything today?
I think the free, I'm not sure. I know, like, the ice dancing is on Wednesday, the free skate, I think. I'm sure there's something. I haven't watched everything. So, like, I can't watch it when it's happening. I go back and watch it after it's already happened.
Because of
Like,
the time
yesterday
difference?
I watched, like, the quad god. I didn't see his, like, to secure the gold. I didn't see that for Team USA. So I rewatched that last night. Yeah, just because I got stuff going on at home.
Right.
So I have
Yeah.
to watch it, like, after the fact.
Have you ever seen, and they brought it back, Gold Zone?
Yeah.
So like on the weekend when you just have, middle of the day, you can throw that on and
Oh,
they'll
yeah.
cut around all of the big high profile events.
Or if you have a TV in the office at work, put it on Gold Zone,
Yeah.
and all day long you get it's the NFL Red Zone in Olympic form.
Yep.
You get everything that's going on right now, and especially if there is something for the United States that they're competing in, or if it's a gold medal match, or the result could end in the difference between a gold and silver. You see all of those moments. It's wonderful. I have been captivated by a couple of events.
Okay.
Curling is one of them. And I have no idea what the rules or the scoring system is.
I asked you that off air. I go, how does it work?
I've looked it up before, and it's a little convoluted, but those that are into it will say, well, it's not that hard. Okay, I don't know what they are.
Yeah, what's
so,
a bullseye? Is it 5 points, 3 points?
Right.
All right.
And how many rounds are there?
What was the story of the Italian guy yesterday you were talking about? Was it Italian guy?
I think it was U.S., and I think it was they were playing against the Italians. It was mixed doubles or couples, whatever. And yeah, the U.S. guy was like backing away from the bullseye, and he hit one of the
Stones.
And the Italian guy was laughing. Just yeah, it's about right there. Put it there. The judge kind of said the same thing. Now, it wasn't near the bullseye, so it wasn't vital.
Just so casual about it.
Yeah, no. But they're mic'd up. They're fun to listen to. The speed skating, love the speed skating.
I like the snowboarding.
Snowboarding's cool.
Yeah, I really like Chloe Kim. She's my fave.
Did you say she's the one dating Miles Garrett? Yeah.
Mhm.
I love that the NHL players are going to be in the Olympics now.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
The U.S. plays Latvia on Thursday.
Yeah.
Famous
and the
Latvian
women's ice hockey, we
players.
got U.S. and Canada today.
Yeah, today on the women's side. Yeah.
Is Darius Kasparaitis, was he Latvian?
That's a good question. I don't know that.
Lithuanian?
I know any Latvian hockey
Estonian,
players.
One of those Baltic. I don't know. I was a big Darius Kasparaitis fan back
Were
in
you?
the day. Yeah.
No. Played for the Rangers, right?
Islanders.
Yeah. I like
May
the
have played for the Rangers as
biathlon,
well.
the cross-country skiing and shooting.
Gator asked a question today about his curiosity, like drawing you into the Winter Olympics. There is an event I can't wait to talk about on the air. I cannot wait because it's pure curiosity. I'm so glad you asked the question.
And do we have to wait to hear what that one is?
I'll tell you during the commercial.
Okay.
So everybody else has to wait.
Okay.
Oh, did you see that?
What could it be?
Oh, I know. I'm intrigued because I haven't watched.
I have a
too much.
guess in my head.
Do you? Okay.
Yes.
My favorite event is the snowcross, where they're on the course and they're racing to the bottom. And there's like 5 or 6 of them. And there's checking, and I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah, crashes all the time.
Yeah, it's chaos down the hill.
It's totally chaos.
It looks like the kind of thing a bunch of kids would do, and they turn it into an Olympic event.
Are you
And
guys
I love
all in
watching
right now? Like you like can't wait to get home and watch it, or
Yes.
Okay, because I'm not there yet. I think I'll get there when the hockey starts tomorrow.
Oh, I'm all in.
Thursday.
As soon as I get to wherever I'm going, it's and if there's not a TV there, I'll put it on my iPad to watch it.
Gator, Darius Kasparaitis, Lithuanian hockey player, did play for the Islanders and the Rangers. If you want a Latvian star, Arturs Urbe, the goalie.
Goaltender for San Jose and Carolina.
Carolina in that 0-2 Cup final.
Yeah.
The Red Wings.
I'm sure you guys are getting into the Piston stuff from last night.
Oh, yeah.
And,
There's a lot of layers to that.
How did you handle scrums on the field as a player?
So we had one against the Lions my rookie season, and it was Trey Johnson, Robert Porcher, and I was joking with Robert Porcher because he cost me $10,000. I was on the field at the time. I didn't come off the sideline, but it was kind of one of those. It was a business decision that the individual was making. And Trey talked to us about it, afterwards. First of all, I hope I didn't put the team in jeopardy if I'm not going to be suspended for a playoff game. But he's like, hey, in that situation, I don't want to mess with your money. I don't want to mess with the suspension for you. I don't want to mess with the fine for you. So it was in practice. That's a different matter. You better have my back.
That's interesting.
But in the
when it gets
game,
to a Sunday, it's a totally different attitude.
It's a business decision. So and Robert Porcher still owes me $10,000. I hope he's listening right now.
Well, you got Carson Anderson coming up. They got a busy show ahead. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. We're still waiting on word from the NBA League office as to what the discipline will be for the 4 players involved in last night's heavyweight fight between the Pistons and Hornets. BetOnline is already predicting the amount of games each player will be suspended. The sportsbook has set the over-under at a 3.5-game suspension for Duren, Diabate, and Bridges. Duren and Diabate have never been suspended for any reason in their NBA career. The two only have a handful of ejections even. Bridges has only been suspended once. It was for off-the-court domestic violence back in 2023. BetOnline does seem to side with the majority of public opinion that Isaiah Stewart, a repeat offender in this realm, may receive a larger suspension as they have set his line at 10.5 games. Stewart has been suspended 4 times in his career for a total of 8 games, 3 times for 7 games for fighting. While the NBA strictly prohibits players from leaving the bench for a physical altercation as Stewart did, there's only one instance in the last 15 years that a player has been suspended for more than 10 games for any physical action that happened on the court. That was Draymond Green, who got 12 games in 2023 for flailing and striking Phoenix Yusuf Nurkic in the face during a game. The last time anyone got a suspension more than 3 games for fighting was Najee Marshall of Dallas, who got 4 games last year for fighting, coincidentally, again with Yusuf Nurkic, who got 3 games for the same altercation. We'll bring you the latest from the league office when they make their announcement, hopefully sometime this morning. Big women's hockey matchup today, Team USA versus Team Canada over in Italy, taking place just after 2 o'clock as well. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I'm Doug Karsch, that's Scott Anderson. How are you today, Scott?
All right, Doug.
Yeah?
Yeah. Things got a little interesting last night.
Did they ever? Feisty.
You had sent me a text earlier, something completely unrelated, and I hadn't looked at it yet. And as I'm picking up the phone and getting ready to respond to it, then the incident happened on the court last night. So I completely abandoned what I was going to send you initially, and I'm like, oh, Pistons are brawling right now. Mm-hmm. Look at this.
Yep.
Well, look at that.
So there's a lot to get into with this brawl, and there's a lot to talk about with the fallout. And there are moments in time that you wonder if they have larger ramifications, and this is one of them. Are the larger ramifications going to come back and haunt the Pistons in terms of length of suspension? Are the longer ramifications going to be how the league views the Pistons? Because we saw that with the going to work Pistons and the bad boy Pistons, that the league started to officiate their games differently. And that is something that might be some paranoia, but we do that well. And then there's questions in-house that you have to ask about whether or not the Pistons need to change the way they're doing things. And we're at one of those kind of, I feel like last night served as one of those crossroads. We'll get into what happened last night, but there are bigger questions to be asked here. And I'm optimistic that it's a galvanizing moment, and I'm optimistic that they still won the damn game they were playing without Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart for much of the second half. They already didn't have Ron Holland.
Right.
And what happens? Paul Reed comes off the bench. And Kang, what'd you call Paul Reed today?
He's a modern day Kevin Garnett. In games I've watched, I've never seen Paul Reed have a bad game. Goes in there, blocks a shot, has a steal, dunks, nails a three. It's unbelievable, right?
I've been a big Paul Reed fan all along.
Oh, you're the guy?
Yeah. No, but I always because I think he contributes.
I remember the day they signed him. You're like, hey, Paul Reed, guys.
Paul Reed. But last night, it was instantly first of all, he gets pulled into the game because of the ejections, and then right away thrown to the fire. Hey, after all the ejections and the smoke clears, by the way, the Pistons have to shoot free throws, and Charlotte gets to decide who takes those free throws. And what do? They're going to pick on Paul Reed. Splits the pair. Pistons come back down the court. He knocks down a three, gets a steal. There's a rebound. Here's a blocked shot. Here's another three. I mean, he was all over the place in a very short period of time, and he just answered the bell, and you got to love that.
You do, and I do, and we do. And Detroit, we elevate the role player to hero status better than anybody. But the backdrop of that game, okay, this whole thing starts with an interesting backdrop. You take a look at Charlotte. Now, we got a text and a call yesterday about this game, how Charlotte had won 9 in a row, okay? They went from completely off the radar to on the radar in the East. And, I mean, they're not, considered a threat to win the East. But back on January 21st, so what is it, February 10th, back on January 21st, a few weeks ago, they were 16-26 and in 12th place in the East. Okay, so that's a team, and it's a young team, and they've got talent, and you can see it. And, I often now look at teams and think, well, the Pistons were that. Felt like that was the precursor to who the Pistons are now. I see it in Atlanta, and I see it in Charlotte. But they won 9 in a row. They were in 12th place, 16-28. They've put together 9 in a row. Last week they beat Dallas, and Cole Knippel came out after the game and said he thinks they can beat anyone in the league. Okay, so the next week they're playing the Pistons, and they haven't lost again. So here's your anyone in the league game. Here comes the top seed in the East. Now, we can talk about how this is where you've reached true status in the league when you are looked at as a measuring point. And I felt like last night's game was further affirmation that it's not just homer thinking and it's not just Vegas odds and such. Hey, the Pistons are a measuring stick game for this young, talented Charlotte team. And you could feel it in the Spectrum Center. Like that place was bumping last night, and Charlotte was playing like they were trying to send a message. And early in the game, I'm like, that's quite a bit of jawing after that play. That's a bit of a stare down. And I mean, even Cade, like I expect it sometimes from JD and Isaiah Stewart, but even Cade, he went to the basket once, got fouled, and they had a tight shot of him, so I couldn't see who he was talking to. But I'm like, he's not talking to a teammate there. There was a lot of that stuff going on after the whistle. And early in that game, it struck me that this was an emotional powder keg. But I mean, look, I didn't think what was going to happen, but I thought this game means a lot to Charlotte. And I think they're trying to send a message. And I think the Pistons, are getting accustomed to this. But they're in a playoff spot now, and it was really, really a big game for them. And on the Charlotte broadcast, do we have that? Okay. This is the Charlotte broadcast and what they were saying. So it's Eric Collins on play-by-play, and it's Del Curry on color. And this is right before the fight breaks out, okay? And here's what they were saying about the Pistons. And away we go. That's what the conversation was like leading up to that moment. So here we sit in the beginning of February in a team with championship aspirations. And we got a rep. And does the reputation help the Pistons? Or eventually is it going to hurt the Pistons?
Well, I think when you get to the playoffs, it's just a different game. So I don't know if that when you get to the playoffs, all that matters is how is the referee going to call the game. I don't think it matters about reputation. Referees, I think, have this predetermined methodology of what they're going to do. Like, hey, I'm going to call it tight, or I'm going to let them play, and hopefully they let the teams know that ahead of time so they can act accordingly. But for the regular season, I mean, it's dangerous now because you've got targets on your back. They can see that you can get rattled. Look, when the fight started, Jalen Duren pushes Diamante like kind of in the face, and that kind of starts it off. And like, you can't do that. If you're going to push somebody, you push them in the chest or in the back or whatever, and just kind of shove them, like, get out of my way. That's one thing. But when you go a little higher than that, then you're inviting trouble, and trouble came. And JB said afterwards he wasn't happy with it. Thought that they crossed the line. Charlotte did with the way they were running it.
He was very clear at that.
Yeah. So it's interesting how this gets adjudicated if there are appeals and whatnot. But do the Pistons have a reputation? I think they've got a couple of guys that have reputations, and they were the guys that got ejected last night. I think Jalen Duren absolutely has a reputation, and Isaiah Stewart, no question, has a reputation. And I think it stems from that incident he had with LeBron a couple of years ago, where he got elbowed by LeBron. LeBron, what did I do? Well, you threw an elbow at the guy. Of course, that's what you did. And Isaiah Stewart was inconsolable. All he wanted to do was get at LeBron James, which was kind of low-key awesome, to try to get the superstar of the NBA. Hey, you're not allowed to do that just because you're a superstar. I'm calling you out. And chased him all over the court. Now, it cost him a suspension at the time, and that suspension will likely have an effect on this suspension that he's going to get.
We in Detroit embrace physical play in every sport.
Yeah.
We've loved this. Every Piston championship team in our lifetime has been a physical team that played on the defensive end. It's worked for Detroit. But ask yourself this, do you think the league changed the way that they did things because of the bad boys? And remember the going to work Pistons were winning playoff games 68-62. They didn't like that. And so, ultimately we all want the same thing. We want to be to the mountaintop. Can they get there this way? Or is it going to come back to haunt them? And, look, I don't even think the Pistons really were the team that was out of control. Well, Isaiah Stewart was. Diabate was, he
He had to be held back.
10 minutes after it was
Legitimately
over.
held back. Yeah, he was still.
He looked like he would sprint onto the court and still swing as he was being taken up the tunnel. Meanwhile, Mike's caught what Isaiah Stewart said walking up the tunnel. It's hysterical.
Well, I'm curious to hear what that was, but I'm watching Jalen Duren go off and he's popping the jersey
Yeah.
to everybody. Like, all right, here we go.
Yep.
We're going to lean into it. And why not? Because I like the point you brought up. The previous two incarnations of championship teams, the only two in the NBA that the Pistons have, they were fierce competitors, very physical, and why not lean into that? That's part of the Piston DNA, and this isn't new because of last night. This has been woven into the fabric of this team for a year.
And if you think about it too, when you get good doing something, and they're good, the Pistons are really freaking good in the NBA. If you start changing who you are, does it hurt you more than help you? It's kind of like a Dan Campbell conversation, right?
Yeah.
What gets you there? Does it need to be modified, or are you where you are because of what you do? These are big picture questions that J.B. Bickerstaff and perhaps a very busy this morning Trajan Langdon are having conversations about.
I think you have to find your inner Hulk. You have to be able to tame the monster, keep it under control,
Okay. All right.
and when it's time to let it out, let it out.
It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to bank your tax refund and pay no money down on a brand new Silverado. Pay just $348 a month for 24 months on a Silverado Crew Cab LT 4x4 with zero down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through GM Financial, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 2nd. Okay, so that's the Charlotte broadcast last night. That's Eric Collins and Del Curry. And, you know, we're kind of asking whether or not the Pistons have a big picture issue here. Do they need to throttle down on the physicality, or does that start to get away from who they are and what they do? And do you think this could come back to haunt them? I don't think there's any question it could come back to haunt them.
Who had more fouls last night?
I don't know.
Well, the answer is Charlotte. They outfouled the Pistons 24-20.
Okay. The Pistons have the most fouls in the NBA.
That may be.
Yeah.
I'm just saying about last night. You know, if you're trying to, it seemed physical. Okay. I don't think it's bad. I'm not even sure that's what they were saying. If they were saying it's bad, I think they were just stating point of fact. This team is a team that gets you after your physical, and you kind of have to either match it or you got to find a way to use it to your advantage.
Understand, I'm not zooming in on last night. I'm zooming out on a bigger picture question. All that last night stuff. Like, I don't even think the Pistons were the worst offender last night. I think Charlotte was super emotional and wanting to send a message, a young team trying to prove itself, and they're showing some promise, and they're excited. And I think they quick triggered. I think they short fused. I'm saying in a bigger picture way, because JD said after the game, we've noticed teams are trying to get in our head. And I think they're trying to trigger the Pistons.
Well, that's part of what I was getting at, is that I think that, you know, you either match the physicality or you're trying to find a way to use it to your advantage. And these teams, maybe this is what happened last night, they're trying to find a way to use their advantage to get the Pistons off kilter. And it, you know, at some point, that was the snapping point for Jalen Duren, because he's the one that took the first swipe.
I don't know. Diabate headbutted him first.
That's fine, but I'm just saying that but you don't see it, right? So what you see is, you know, the first thing that people see when the scrum starts is really, and I'm not blaming Duren. It's just that Duren's the one that kind of throws the first arm shove, if you will.
I know what you're saying. I'm just saying I think he threw that because he got headbutted. You know what I mean? There was a reaction
Well,
to,
like I said, like JB said ahead of time, look, they were kind of baiting the Pistons all game long, and they were crossing the line. And at some point, you're going to get a response, and that's what they want. They want the response. Now, should Charlotte have responded the way that they did? No. But I think it shows last night that, well, when you're playing at that high emotional level, something that puts you over the tipping point, it's hard to come back from that. Miles Bridges had a real hard time calming down. Diabate had a real hard time calming down. The Pistons, it was like, been there and done that. I don't think Jalen Duren was like overly crazy on the court. I mean, he was defending himself at a point, and then Isaiah Stewart's like, wait a minute, I see Miles Bridges circling around, coming back at him. I got my brother. I'm going to come out there. But it looked like Charlotte was the team last night that kind of lost it, and the Pistons responded, and the Pistons are going to get suspensions because of it. And to your point, the bigger picture, the Pistons have to be better at controlling their emotions. Teams are going to, if this is going to be a method of teams to try to get in their heads and play extra physical or dirty or cheap or whatever and just keep chipping away, because they know at some point there's going to be a response and it's going to lead to ejections or more fouls or whatnot. They've got to be better about it.
I do think it's important how they respond to this. I do think. Now, we'll get to your phone calls in a sec. I did promise we get to WCNC in Charlotte had a camera in the tunnel. Did we pull the sound? No, okay, because the sound wasn't great. You had to like listen hard, but we transcribed.
Oh, here we go.
But WCNC in Charlotte had a camera in the tunnel of Isaiah Stewart. And as he was calmly walking down the tunnel, not like Diabate, calmly walking down the tunnel, his quote was, "You don't expect me to stay on the bench. What the F do you think I was drafted for?" Which is funny. And I think that there is an element of this that is very entertaining, and I love the us Detroit against everybody thing. But zooming out, got to be careful. This team's trying to win the NBA, and you don't want to get to a point where it feels like the league will be against them, whether it's the other teams in the league being against them, but also the league in some official capacity starting to crack down on Detroit. Because all the fouls, when you're deep, and that's the great part about this, they can endure a bunch of fouls because they got a deep bench.
Because they got Paul Reed.
They got Paul Reed. They got Danis. They got guys that can come off the bench.
Say his name, Doug.
Danis Jenkins.
No.
Oh, the poor man's Allen Iverson?
Javonte Green.
Oh,
why
Javonte.
Why do you hate Javonte Green?
I don't hate
still?
Javonte. I
Say
thought
his
you were talking
name.
about, we were struggling with whether it's Danis or Danis.
No,
so that's why I was
talking
confused.
about the rest of the bench.
Yeah, all right,
You're
fair
leaving
enough.
them out all the time.
No, my apologies. It wasn't intentional in any way. Look,
don't apologize to King.
No, Javonte and I are in a good place. Early on in games I watched, I was like, "Who is this guy? Why did they sign him?" And since I made the on-air observation, he's proven his worth. Point being, they kind of probably have to have a little bit of a coming to Jesus meeting and making sure that they're not going to get in their own way. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We start off with Brian on a cell. Hello, Brian.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I had called you guys a few months ago, and this was during the baseball season when there was like a big fight. And for the Pistons, I have a hypocritical statement. So I understand why they were fighting, but I'm thinking long term when we get to the championship, we can't be doing that because we got to be smart. We're going to need our players. But also, hockey has fighting. I think they should allow fighting in the NBA, and whatever player that the Pistons just kick the crap out of can go to the hospital, and then the Pistons player just be out for that game. And then on to
Okay,
the next
Brian,
game.
you realize that's not going to happen.
I know it's not going to happen, but it's fun to think about.
Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy fighting hockey. I think one of the reasons they allow fighting hockey because there's the balance factor being on skates. I think it's a whole different game if you got two people that are, able to have the same footing like that on a court and swinging away at each other. I think
Well,
it's a
that's
horrible
zooming out to even a bigger question of whether or not the NBA should allow fighting, and I don't know that that's really even. It's
Probably
not.
not.
That
Probably not,
conversation probably should be tabled for another day. But yeah, I don't see them doing that.
Yeah, that's it. It's just for playoffs and championship. I do think that Pistons players have to be a little bit smarter. Because obviously the other teams are going to try to trigger you and get you off your block because they know that we're better, and so that's why they're going to do that.
Thank you for the phone call, Brian. 248-539-9797. Bob in Grand Rapids is next. Hi, Bob.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks
Great.
for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
They do have to walk the line. We saw what happened last year in the playoffs when Stewart was out with his knee issues. And, he's kind of starting to get that a little bit now because you see him with the ice on his knees and on the bench and all that. So I'm worried about the suspension coming up. I back up what they did. But in the fourth quarter, the Hornets were doing everything they could to foul the Pistons. The guy had Cade's jersey in his hand. He was grabbing his jersey. And he got called for a foul, and he goes, "Me? I got called for a foul? You had his jersey in his hand." For crying out loud. Cade can't get a call to save his life sometimes. They're fouling so much. But the game was physical. I thought the Hornets crossed the edge a little bit, and I thought the Pistons stood up for themselves. So I hope Stewart doesn't get suspended more than 5 games, but I'm a little worried.
Well, you saw what the Vegas over-under is, didn't you?
I have not yet. I'm too busy this
The
morning right now.
over-under on Isaiah Stewart's suspension is 10.5.
Oh, my gosh. That's ridiculous.
Well, you can't
Silver
leave the
hasn't-
bench.
Silver hasn't given up anything more than a 5-game for fighting, I don't think, right? I think that's the most he's given out.
I think you're right
so-
on that, yeah.
The problem is Isaiah Stewart's got a history.
Well, so give him 7.
He's second in the league with 8 technical fouls. Last year he finished with 15. If you get 16, you're automatically suspended. And remember, Isaiah Stewart has been arrested for swinging at a Phoenix Suns player in a loading dock before a game. Which is kind of comical, but we don't want this to cost us Isaiah Stewart. I mean, what if he gets 20?
When I heard that the over-under was set at 10.5, I was stunned. I'm like, there's no way it's 10.5. Is it possible it's 10.5, really?
I think it's going to be 10 at least, Gator. Like, my first thought when it really happened real time, I'm like, all right, that's minimum 5. And then I started thinking, wait a second, it's Isaiah Stewart. He's got the history, and there's a couple things working. Well, more than a couple things working against him, guys. One is obviously the history. Two is they definitely do not want players leaving the bench. So they're going to set an example out of him. And three is he left the bench to fight, not to break anything up, not to hold people back. He left the bench to fight a dude who wasn't even by his teammate anymore. That is all working against him. I don't see how he gets less than 10.
Did he throw a punch?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I love him. I think I don't know what the answer is. I love what they've done to get where they are, but I'm concerned it's going to cost him.
Here's what I think. I think that he'll end up getting, maybe he gets more than 10 games, right? But I think they appeal the suspension that gets pled down to less than 10.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Next, it is Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. The Pistons are at a crisis. This isn't a crisis. And I called it maybe a bit of a crossroads because we can zoom in on what happened last night, and I don't think the Pistons were necessarily the team that was more at fault for what went down. I think the Charlotte Hornets were more at fault for what went down. I think they were emotional and trying to send a message, and it was building up. You could see, and I'm not the only one, I'm sure others, you could see little moments after the whistle in the first half where the groundwork for a powder keg situation was being laid. Kang, we went through the 30 seconds before, and you could see Duncan Robinson goes past Diabate and runs past, and there's a big shoulder in there. Then there's a play where the shot goes up and Diabate hugs Duren. Then you see Duren talking to the ref. Then you at one moment you could tell that Diabate and Duren are still yapping at one another 10 seconds before this goes down. It was building and building and building, and I think Charlotte Hornets had the shorter fuse. And when you listen to JB Bickerstaff after the game, and he was very defensive of his team, and then you listen to Charles Lee, the coach at Charlotte, who later had a total fury crash out technical to get thrown out of the game. He wasn't as defensive of his team. So what happened last night, I'm not even sure was a Pistons fault, but it's going to lead to a lengthy Isaiah Stewart suspension that could be over 10 games. And now you start getting into, are the Pistons playing with fire here a little bit? Because you don't want to get in your own way. If you don't win the NBA title because somebody's better than you, fine. But when you don't win a title because of something you think you did, that's hard. It's hard to stomach.
Yeah, but again, I think everything's changed once you get into the playoffs, and it's like slates are clean when you get to the playoffs. Yeah. So I'm not worried about that. And this team is they're good enough at 39-13 where they're making the playoffs. That's not going to be affected, and they're going to be one of the top 2 seeds even if they go through a losing streak, which I don't anticipate. So I'm not terribly concerned, but do they need to – I mean, you don't want – what you don't want is Isaiah Stewart to come back from a suspension and then have somebody ruffle his feathers, and then next thing you know, he's gone for 15 or 20 games.
Yep.
You don't want to see that this year. And there's going to have to be something he's going to have to be very mindful of this moving forward the rest of his career because they compound. You know, you have the incident with LeBron James. You said you had the loading dock thing. You've got all the
just that flagrant fouls on
it's just fun to say loading dock.
I know, there's a loading dock brawl and an arrest.
Right, and you got flagrant fouls. You got all this stuff. You got, all types of ejections. And, we'll embrace this guy. We love this guy. We love that style of play. We're a blue-collar town, and we can really appreciate that. And I think most fan bases would. But at some point, you got to put the genie back in the bottle because you can be disruptive to your team. But that's something that's going to be moving forward is always going to be something he has to be concerned about.
Well, that's the key, I think, Gator, is, and your question about the bigger picture, Doug, is, of course, this can hurt the Pistons in the bigger picture. They cannot let it allow them. So last night, I think, is kind of the whole league is not used to the Pistons play, including Charlotte. You know what the rest of the league does, guys? All they do is shoot threes. So when a team is as physical as the Pistons, by the way, Del Curry in the broadcast, you're not used to fouls because you guys don't play physical. You don't get inside the paint like the Pistons do. So when they get physical with other teams, they're not used to it, and so they get triggered. And so what the Pistons need to do is not react when the other team gets triggered because they will get triggered. They're not used to your style of ball, man. They're not used to getting a guy backing you down, boxing you out, playing full court defense. So they will react at some point, whether it's Charlotte, the Knicks, whoever. The key is for the Pistons not to react like the way they did last night, and you'll be the guys on top at the end.
248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Let's go to Mark in Dearborn. Hello, Mark.
Hello, guys.
What's up?
So here's a little thought experiment. Let's say the original fight starts. There's the headbutt. There's the shove. Even though it was shoved to the face, it's not a good look. And then there's the punch that missed. Everybody grabs everybody on the left side of the court. If it ends there and they do ejection out of the game, minor fine goes to charity, no suspension, would that send a message to the players? We'll let you get it out of your system. The NFL does allow pushing and shoving, and it'll prevent the big bench clearing things going forward. And on the other side of that, there was a lot of players and some talking heads last year that said after the international hockey games, how do we get that intensity back into our league? I think this would be a way.
So you're saying you don't think there should be much suspension at all?
No, the people who cleared the bench and were throwing punches, you can't have that.
You're right. You're saying if they hadn't had the bench clearing part, there wouldn't be much suspension at all.
I think there will be. I don't think there should be. I like the fact that there's a little pushing and shoving, get it out of your system, have a little testosterone in the game.
I mean, it's cool, like the first caller, but that's not the world we're in.
It could be the world we're in, because if you let them just vent when they're angry, I think possibly it prevents the bottleneck of never having been able to jaw at somebody for 4 years, and then it just blows up, and then you got what happened on the right side of the court where the Charlotte player ran all the way across the floor swinging haymakers.
I mean, yeah, these are hypotheticals, and would the league be better if they were just straight up fighting? Whole nother question. I guess I haven't given it a ton of thought. Because there used to be.
Yeah, well, there used to. I'm not sure if it was better back then or not. It
doesn't feel like it's inherently a part of the game like it is with hockey.
No, I think it's different, and I think that the league has done really. They've taken great strides to ensure that doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing they want is malice in the palace, and when this is unfolding last night, that's all that was going through my head. All I could think about was malice at the palace, because there were so many people pushing and shoving each other on the court, and we know what that's like. And and the last thing you want to see is players, going around the court taking shots at fans that are being stupid or fans that are overzealous. And I think that the league's done a great job since then of trying to police that, and whether they have extra security there or whatnot, and then harsh penalties for people that leave the bench. You cannot leave the bench. At the same time, what Miles Bridges was doing last night, he was out of control. He was absolutely out of control.
Well, one of the messages we're getting here early from our audience is let them brawl. The NBA should just let them brawl.
Well, not a shocker here in Detroit. We're used to physicality, but that's another thing working against Stewart, guys, is the NBA hates this. They don't want more physicality. They're trying to curb physicality. They like guys that are like Steph Curry, shoot the three, floaters, don't get LeBron hurt. They don't want their stars hurt. So the league is not happy with this, and they're never going to let pushing and shoving happen. They want to cut it off quickly.
Yeah, look, I mean,
they review every foul call now for flagrants.
I've been in fights like this on a football field, like a backyard football field, so not like with pads and anything, right? And I think the first thing that people try to do, the first instinct you try to do, is to actually basketball and football for that matter, is to try to break it up, keep people separated.
Mm-hmm.
But there comes a point where you recognize this is not going to work by keeping people separated. They're going to have to get it out of their system. And at some point, I remember I'm trying to break these two guys up, and then one of the guys grabs the guy by the shoulder or by the hair and turns him. And I'm like, okay, you guys want to go?
All right.
You go ahead.
I give up.
We're going to stand back. We're all going to watch this. And it's like you get to that point where you recognize that this isn't posturing. This isn't just people, sticking their chest out and trying to be tough. This is people that want to solve something right there. And you kind of got to let it happen sometimes.
248-539-9797. D in Clinton Township, you're next. What's up, D?
Hey, how's it going?
We're good.
I'm looking at the game last night, and the Pistons were doing great. They were being provoked. They were doing great. Even when the fight, the headbutting first started, everything was going great. The problem happened when Stewart left the bench. That changed the entire narrative. As soon as he left the bench, it changed everything. If he would have not left the bench, we would have been okay. And it's going to be hard on him because it looks like they'll make him, he will be the scapegoat as the reason that all these things happen. And I'll say this, the coaching staff should have been prepared to make sure the players do not leave the bench. Years ago, the coaching staff, when something like that happened, the coaching staff would automatically put eyes on players, make sure no one leaves the bench. And last night, the coaching staff was not on their job, and it's going to cost Stewart and the Pistons dearly.
D, I will say this about the coaching staff's role in all this is it probably won't happen again. They probably will be damn sure that they don't have a player leave the bench now that it has happened. I'm sure it's been talked about. I can't imagine that they were caught off guard. Did they physically start, walling up and making sure that, Isaiah Stewart wasn't going to get around the edge and get to the quarterback? I don't think that they did that, but they probably will now.
Well, yeah, they know this, that you're not allowed, coaches, they all have their assignments. But on NFL guys, they have like a get back guy for the coach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or a guy that even holds his wires. They need that for specifically just for beef stew. And it's got to be like Luke Walton, a former player that's big. And his job entirely is when something looks like it might get a little physical out there, the whistles are being blown, he needs to turn and look for beef stew, identify him, and just hug him, grab him by the legs, and don't let him leave the bench.
Sounds good to me.
Seriously, right?
Yep. Isaiah Stewart has to go into a harness when he's not playing.
They got to throw a net over him or something. You cannot leave the bench.
Come on. Should they pay extra attention to Isaiah Stewart if he's on the bench and there's something that happens on the court? Yeah, you probably should. The same thing with Dern if he's on the bench too. Those are two guys that like to get after it. So
Paul Reed almost left the bench too, by the way. They had to hold him back. If you look at another angle, he was almost suspended.
Paul Reed is a saint.
Well, just go get a big coach. What's Gosder Cherilus up to these days? Go get him and put him on the staff.
He'd hold early.
Oh.
Yeah, Beast Stew would just give him an outside fake, an inside move, and he'd get right there.
That's bad.
That's bad. 2-4. Coster catching strays.
I didn't have that on my bingo
I was
card.
going to say, who had Coster Shirless on their bingo card on February 10th?
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97-1 a ticket. Wow, look, it was an emotional game last night. I do not think the Pistons were the team that was more short-triggered. I do believe it was the Charlotte Hornets. But we better buckle up because JD said something after the game about how teams are trying to get in their head, and his quote was, As a group, we've done an okay job. I don't know if there's any more lukewarm endorsement of the job you're doing yourself than as a group, we've done an okay job. But I think, last night, probably it all works to the Pistons' benefit if Isaiah Stewart doesn't leave the bench. And what I mean by work to their benefit is I don't know that it has any long-term ramifications other than just another little NBA dust-up. But, it might have ramifications for Charlotte. Charlotte's a young team trying to improve them or trying to prove themselves, and they looked at the Pistons as a measuring stick, and I thought that was clear throughout the game from my vantage point. Now, did I think it was going to end this way? No.
So they failed miserably. Charlotte did.
Well, they lost the game.
Well, they tried to play physical, and it cost them, and then they end up losing the game. So if you wanted to measure up, maybe go back to the drawing board and find another way.
Far down in Charlotte, if we were doing the show in Charlotte, I'm not sure I'd hate it, but it with the Pistons have a lot more to lose here than the Charlotte Hornets have to lose.
The best thing that happened out of the brawl for Charlotte was that their team maybe galvanized after that, but the two guys that got kicked out of the game were like minus 39 or something like that in the game, if I'm not mistaken. Bridges was minus 21 and Diabate was minus 13. So minus 34 between the two of them is not very good.
Now, there's other things going on. I mean, first of all, Paul Reed, capable guy off the bench. He's going to get more minutes. I'm sure we're going to hear an announcement about Tolu Smith getting called up from the Motor City Cruise in 3-2-1. It'd be good to get Kevin Huerter going at some point to be more of a factor. I don't know if they're going to sign somebody else because these suspensions, it's going to be a minute.
Yeah, I think they'll just go to the G League. They got guys.
248-539-9797. Fritz in Clinton Township. Hi, Fritz.
Morning, guys.
What's up?
Not only was Paul Reed the player of the game, clearly, but the biggest play of the game might have been the one where he did the least, and that was the scramble for the ball at half court with LaMelo Ball, where they get tied up and LaMelo tries the less than amateur wrestling move and flips Paul Reed. Paul Reed could have reacted, rightfully so in that circumstance, and gone after LaMelo. But I'm sure that he knew in his head, I got to keep my cool. I got to stay in this game because not only are they going to need me the rest of this one, but they're going to need me in the next week or 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So I think that Paul Reed was just absolutely brilliant last night, and I can't compliment him enough for not only the way he played, but the way that he kept his cool and stayed in the game.
It's a big deal. And look, the guy's a good player. Let's start with that. And I mean, he's their third big? And to have that player as your third big is a good place to be.
Well, and he's 6'9". It's not like he's a 7-footer out there. He's one of these undersized bigs, but he played a great role last night. And they needed somebody to step up, and he stepped up right away. And I don't know if that play with LaMelo was as bad as Fritz thinks it was, but I think there was a turn by Paul Reed to try to find the open man as he's lying on his back at the same time that LaMelo is touching him or whatever. But nonetheless, it didn't lead to anything else, and except for Pistons basketball and a couple of free throws, which was great, and the team responded well enough. But Charlotte was the team that responded more. What was it, a 16-point game at the point where everything went getting out of hand? And then it ends up being a 4-point game late in the game. So it was a nice response from Charlotte, but too little too late.
248-539-9797. Al in Southfield, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Al.
Hi, Doug and Scott. I was not surprised about how things went down in last night's game. Consider who was officiating the game. It was John Goebel's crew, and I go back to that was the same crew that handled the Phoenix games. I was unhappy about that also. But I want to get to my point of what J.B. Bickerstaff was saying. I understand where he was coming from when he says when one brother sees another brother getting in trouble in the natural thing, they're going to get off the bench and so on. But the problem is, eye for an eye or tooth for a tooth, a.k.a. Old Testament justice, does not fly in the NBA. That's going to get you a suspension. And considering Isaiah Stewart's checkered past, I think he's going to get anywhere between 5 to 10 games.
Well, I mean, the Vegas over-under, Bet Online has the over-under at 10.5. He could get more than 10.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt him on the floor. And you know, we need Isaiah Stewart. It's good that they have depth, and we all like the depth, but you just have to be cognizant of it can hurt the team. I mean, it's going to suck not having him for a minute here.
And I think JB's going to have to kind of send the message. You got to keep yourself under control. Don't let your emotions get the best of you because it's going to hurt your team.
Yep.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's going to get the best of you. Got to be careful.
He's got to walk, Coach Bickerstaff has got to walk this like tightrope. Like, this is how they got here, right, guys? Is being physical, being aggressive, having each other's back, getting other people's faces. But then you also got to be like, know when to hold back. And that's tough for a young team. This team is very young, by the way. That's one of the reasons why they love Tobias Harris so much, right? He's the calming veteran voice. He's one of the few guys on the team that's been here, done that. And I relate it to the Lions. Like Dan Campbell, they built that culture on aggressiveness. We're going to dictate what the other team does. We're going to, and then we're going to go for it, right? Because I believe in you guys. But then when do you pull back on that? And that's the question, right? Can the Pistons know when to pull back on the aggressiveness?
Here's a bunch of feedback coming in. They were already raining threes on us, but after that fight, we got their absolute best and still won. Great job last night. I have no problems with anything. So if the whole thing happened again, whoever sent this text, would you have liked it more if Isaiah Stewart hadn't left the bench? If you have no problems with anything, because what if it's a 10-game suspension? What if it's a 15-game suspension? I mean, are you sure you have no problems with anything? Because if this whole thing goes down and he doesn't leave the bench, what's the end game of this? I can guarantee it's not, Isaiah Stewart's not getting suspended at all.
Well, I mean, here's the thing that might be kind of, it's Monday morning quarterbacking on it too, but if Stewart doesn't leave the bench, is Miles Bridges getting to Jalen Duren anyway?
No,
he's not. So what he was doing, what Isaiah Stewart was doing, was showing support for his teammate. Period. And he was going to get there hell or high water. He was going to defend his guy because he thought that he needed to step in. Was it the right thing? I mean, there's a case to be made for it, absolutely, but there's probably a stronger case to be made to say, just stay on the bench. It's not like he was going to get there.
Last night's game was better than the Super Bowl. Great game and a brawl. Pistons snapped the Knicks' 8-game winning streak and then Charlotte's 9-game winning streak. That's from an unnamed texter. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
It was bedlam at the Spectrum last night as the Hornets and Pistons were involved in a fight in the third quarter. We're now expecting the 4 players involved in the fight to be suspended by the league office today. Those 4 are Moussa Diabate and Miles Bridges of the Hornets and Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart from the Pistons. Stewart is likely to be handed the longest suspension as he is a repeat offender in the world of fights in an NBA arena. Most recently, Stewart was involved in a fight with the Timberwolves in March of last year. That's the one that involved Naz Reid, Ron Holland, and Dante DiVincenzo. Stewart sat out 2 games for his involvement. In January of that same year, Stewart shoved Thomas Bryant of the Pacers, earning himself a flagrant 2 in that game and 6 flagrant foul points, which automatically triggered a 1-game suspension. February of 24 was when Stewart was arrested and issued a citation for punching Drew Eubanks of the Suns in the arena tunnel before the Pistons played Phoenix. That earned him the longest suspension of his career at 3 games. And finally, the most famous altercation Stewart was involved in happened in November of 2021 here in Detroit against the Lakers when he charged after LeBron James, who struck Isaiah Stewart in the face for a rebound, drawing blood. Adam Silver would be breaking or at least setting precedent if Stewart is given a suspension more than 5 games. During Silver's tenure, the only player suspended 5 or more games for fighting was Draymond Green for his 2023 dust-up with the Timberwolves, during a game. Neither Duren nor Diabate have ever been suspended before. Miles Bridges has only been suspended for behavior off the court. He served a 30-gamer in 2023 for domestic violence. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97win-the-ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, here we sit, day after a emotional and newsworthy Piston game last night against the Charlotte Hornets. We'll get back into that after we read, well, actually, let's get right back into it with some text. It's good for us. Get the bleep out of our face. This is great for a pansy league. Go Stones. See, I worry about that attitude. Because this person doesn't like how the league is, so they're endorsing things that is going to, I don't know how else to put it other than say this is going to negatively impact the Pistons. I love coming to each other's defense, and I don't even mind that Stewart left the bench last night. My question is, what happens when Stewart gets to technical foul 16 and has to sit out a playoff game, a critical playoff game? What happens if the reputation leads for the league to start actually whistling the Pistons for even more fouls? Like, is there any concern here, or is this just me?
I think there's room for some concern down the road. I'm not worried about it for this year because what does he have, 8 technicals this year?
Yeah.
So yeah, he's
got a ways to go.
Got a ways to go for that, and it seems like
It's
he's going to
certainly
be missing
within
some
reach.
time. Well, he's going to miss some time, so probably not going to get there. But does he need to calm it down a little bit? Maybe. I would take umbrage with the pansy league tag. I would say this: if you haven't had the opportunity to watch an NBA game up close and impersonal, take your opportunity to do so and recognize how incredibly physical these
Spend
guys
the
are.
$750 and sit down front.
I mean, maybe walk around for a minute and just and see it, because when you get closer to
it's
the
not
action,
a pansy-ass league.
you realize how incredibly physical the game is, how big and strong these guys are, and the collisions that are taking place. It's really impressive how much more physical it is than you ever thought it would.
Anthony in a mail truck says, I love their reputation. Somebody has to wear the black hat. It works in this soft league. Teams playing the Stones will think about it.
I don't mind if they wear the black hat as long as they don't cross a line. I don't think the Pistons are dirty necessarily. I think that they're physical. They're big, and they got big, tough guys. And I think maybe part of this label, Doug, comes from the fact that they're not afraid of getting posterized. That they want to play defense. Yeah. Like if somebody's going to come in the lane, a lot of times in the NBA, you'll see the parting of the season, just let them have the dunk. Not up in here.
No.
You want to come through, you want to try to put points on us, you're going to have to earn them and go through the block wall.
Yeah, this is interesting. And I guess I'm surprised, maybe I shouldn't be, how much feedback is using this as an admonishment of the league. Between the text, and we've had 2 calls, they're not worried about the Pistons season. They want to change the league. And that was something I didn't even consider is the direction this conversation would go. But this has become a repetitive theme. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, the fact is the Pistons have another win under their belt against a team that's more than capable. And they got some time to discuss it. Now, Trajan Langdon was supposed to be on the morning show, and this might have been a topic that came up. I wonder if when they travel, sometimes it's hard to get people to follow. Yeah. The schedules get a little wonky, and so it could be absolutely nothing. And it could be, hey, we need to have some discussions about what our position is going to be in the locker room and what our position is going to be publicly here. Because
I think Tom said he's coming on tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's good. That'll be good because that'll give us some time maybe, and that could be intentional, it could not be intentional. At the end of the day, this is a team that could win the NBA. This is a team that could win the NBA championship. And what is the best way to do so to give yourself the best chance? I think there is a fear that teams, like the guy had said, it's in the other team's heads. Is a point worth considering? Like when you're playing Detroit, do you get out of your game because you're so worried about what the Pistons are going to do? It is a point worth considering that it still is advantage to Pistons, even if it comes with more fouls and maybe more suspension.
Doug, it's always about matchups. And what's your game plan going into it?
Well, that's why the Pistons got their key is don't react because they're going to provoke. They're the provokers, actually. The Pistons, the way they play their style, which is physical, right? The rest of the league is not used to that. The rest of the league is shooting threes and floaters. They're not used to going down and getting dirty, which the Pistons do. So when the Pistons play you like that, the other team's like, whoa, well, I got to push back, right? Diabate's like, dude, I'm getting back down here. I got to hack this guy. Then when he hacks you, you don't react, Pistons. You don't react, Beef Stew. You don't react, Duran. You go shoot your free throws. You play your game. And I think that's the key moving forward. Because otherwise, the league doesn't want that brand of basketball. And it seems like, I don't know why. Years past shouldn't affect what you do in the present, right, Doug?
Yep.
But every time the Pistons are good, this is how they play.
This is how they do it. It's really,
they crash the
weird.
Party with their style.
It is really bizarre. We have not seen a Piston team compete for a championship without being the most physical team in the league.
They are a protagonist disguised as antagonists.
And these are generational teams apart.
Yeah.
Isaiah Stewart had nothing to do with Chauncey, has nothing to do with
Lambier.
Yeah. I mean, they're not. There's no through line. There's not one player that's been here. There's not one coach. They have nothing to do with each other.
They have a different owner now.
Right. They play in a different place.
Yes.
And yet, the one through line with no individual staying the same as most physical team in the league.
And George Blaha.
That's true. Maybe George's the problem.
George.
He's too physical.
George, we need to have a talk.
No, I guess they really
most
embrace
physical play-by-play and color commentator in the league.
They must embrace just the culture of the city and the hard work, no matter who the players are, no matter who the coaches is, right?
Maybe. Let's go to you in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, you.
What's going on?
How we doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, let me tell you something. I watched the Pistons last night, and Duran was out there cooking this guy. He was cooking him. So when he finally did go up for that last shot and got foul hard on it, that's what started it all. But at the same time, the Pistons, they got a young squad, and they scrappy, and they stand up for each other. And it's all about having that grit, as everybody say. So then when you turn around and you get Stu for hopping off of the bench, which he should have just stayed there, but at the same time, he was sticking up for his teammates.
The same thing happens in a month. What do you want Beef Stew to do?
I want him to stay on that bench. I want him to stay on the bench. I don't want you to lose be sitting down in the playoffs and we turn around and lose a series because we don't have no backup on the floor.
Well, they do have a deep bench, and they've totally got a formula that works for them. They can survive with their guys in foul trouble. They can survive when they have to dip into the bench and play guys down on the depth chart because the Javonte Greens and the Danis Jenkins and the Paul Reeds of the world can get the job done, and hopefully Kevin Huerter. But if you start talking about losing a guy for 10 games, talking about losing a guy for 15 games, that's different. Or even one playoff game can cost you. So I'm not mad at him for last night. I just want him to use their physicality strategically moving forward. And be aware of consequences. And obviously, these consequences on beef stew are going to be pretty harsh.
It sounds like it.
Yep.
Not sure it's appropriate, but it sounds like it.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Coming up in the noon hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? And we got some Olympic stuff we will get to today at 11:30. It is quite a day for reaction to last night's Piston game, and texts are flying in. We'll get to more of your phone calls and those as we continue here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, here we go. I don't care if Beef Stew gets 15 to 20 games. He did the right thing. Duren had multiple guys come at him, and nobody had his back. That stuff can bleed into a locker room, possibly putting a dent in the tightness as a team. As long as he's back for the playoffs and doesn't allow himself to be baited going forward, this won't hurt the team in the playoffs. That's the only thing that matters.
Oh, he'll be baited.
Yep, he'll be
Will
baited
he take
a lot.
the bait?
Yeah, and there is something to be said for now is the time to get suspended. You know, we're kind of in a dog day period here. We're not quite in the stretch run. We got the All-Star break coming up. But I think this is the time to do it if you're going to do it. Here's another one. I'm so sick of Isaiah Stewart and his selfishness. I know they need him. I just wish they could get talented players where they don't need to play his style of ball. I would like to see him gone.
What?
Wow. Ndamukong Suh paid a heavy price for his reputation. In the end, it just never works out. Just be more talented than the other team.
Did he pay a heavy price?
I don't know. How would you measure that? Would you measure that by the fact that he still wanted to play in the end and nobody signed him?
I mean, talent runs out at some point. Your ability wears out at some point.
I mean, maybe that's what this person is presuming, is that at the end, we always heard that Suh was available, and Suh basically said to the league, yeah, I'll come back, but I'm not going to training camp, and then nobody signed him. And that happened for like 2 years, and then he was done. Beef Stew and the Bad Boy Pistons checked the fraud Hornets and have the rest of the league on notice. I was at the game last night, the Bedlam at the Spectrum, and I must say, as a fan, it gets the adrenaline pumping when a fight breaks out. The crowd was going nuts. I can see how something like the Malice at the Palace can easily happen. That's from Jerry and Charlotte.
It can, and I'm so glad that it really hasn't. Like even what you had last night, you didn't have anything with the crowd. Thank God, because that's the last thing you want to see. Keep it on the court. Keep it between the players. And I thought, for the most part, they did a decent job of making sure that nobody landed a punch, really.
Mhm.
Didn't look like it.
Yep.
Nobody was hurt. And, some feelings might have been hurt. You'll see some suspensions for sure. But by and large, it was an incident that we can move on from.
Let's go to Terrence. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Terrence.
How's it going, fellas?
We're good. Thank you.
I actually think this is good and kind of bad because the Bad Boys era, that's how we won. It was our identity. Stewart has set the tone, no matter how we like it, good or bad. He set the tone that you're not going to be touched, nobody's going to be harmed. And I think overall it's bad. I think it's going to be a 6 to 7 gamer. That's what I'm hearing. And I think it's good overall for the team because we have to stick together if we're going to try to win this. I mean, we're not just going to win it on threes and finesse, and we're going to have to go play tough rebounds, box outs, and contest really hard. And as you look at it, that's what we've been doing, from Stewart being the Defensive Player of the Year in December, and Ausar Thompson being a Defensive Player in January. So you got to think about it as a plus. But, in the long run, I think we can play without Stewart. You know what I'm saying? But I think we're in a good place.
Hold on. What do you mean by the long run?
In the long run, I don't want it to affect us when it goes towards the playoffs. I want them to understand how valuable it is to the team.
Just making sure.
On the short term.
No, just making sure.
On the short term. No. I'm not saying this should be done all the time. No, because we got to learn from our mistakes. But if you look at it, that's really our only Achilles heel is keeping Stewart in the game.
Well, look, it's gonna lead to more baiting. I mean, that's just what it is. And if teams are trying to get the Pistons off their game, it might be a mistake on their part because then they're not doing what they should be doing. Where it probably is a factor is a matchup like last night. Like if it's the Pistons and the Knicks, that game's going to be the Knicks will probably think we can beat the Pistons on our own because they did it last year, no matter what's happened in the regular season. If the Pistons draw a team like Charlotte in the first round of the playoffs, Charlotte might see this as their only way to get past the Pistons, is to get under their skin and hope that they do something dumb. So that's probably where you have to be most aware of it. Let's go to Jake in Auburn Hills. You're next. Hi, Jake.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Yeah, of course the narrative is turned against Detroit a little bit over here, but when I watch the fight, I see overreactions from Beef Stew, and I don't like what Duran did. Actually, I like it, but I mean, you can't really. It's not the cleanest look when he, palms Diabate's face, but to me, a little bit, Diabate's reaction was totally ridiculous. Like, people acting like the palming of the face is what started this. You know how many times I've seen people push the face away in sports, and I've never seen someone turn into a wacky inflatable guy. Like, that is not normal. And then as far as the Beef Stew thing, yeah, he came off the bench, but Miles Bridges, what he did I think was even worse. Like, just after the whole fight is over, coming around to sucker punch Duran for a 2-on-1, like, it's not getting talked about enough how dirty Charlotte was, in my opinion. Like, I just didn't think they played fair.
Well, what we have mentioned. I don't know what else you're hearing. We think Charlotte. Yeah, we think Charlotte's more at fault for what went down last night. But the Pistons are the team with something to lose. Charlotte is not. Charlotte is not a team that's going to win the NBA. The Pistons have a chance to do that. So we have to have more serious conversations here. And by we, I mean Trajan Langdon and JB Bickerstaff and the people that run the Pistons about how to handle this moving forward.
No, I agree with that. I wasn't talking about you. I just mean the narrative, the national narrative is, it's Detroit being crazy again. And I just don't see it like that. I think actually Charlotte was more the instigator over here. And as far as, and I agree with this thing with they can't fight too much, but I mean, there's some sort of understanding here that it's almost, I've yet to see, a team that takes physicality as their mantra and their motto. It's going to lead to fights because in physicality in basketball, it's almost every time I've seen physical teams play, it always turns into fights because it's the fouls and the jawing and it's when you're a physical team, you have to get willing to get down and dirty and you have to be physical. Like, it's just going to happen. It's inevitable. And I just think people are going, this is crazy. They should be physical, but they should just stop right at the line. Like, that's just not how it works. I mean, every physical team I've ever known in sports, they get into it. That's just how it is. I don't see another way. Like,
you'll see it change in a playoff, because the stakes are so much higher. And yes, you can still see physical play in the playoffs, but what you don't see as much will be a dust up or an incident like we had last night.
248-539-9797. What do we got here? I have no problem with what took place last night, writes Dan in the van. I went to my first ever Piston game against the Knicks last Friday, and the way that these two teams are playing by flopping and you look at the Denver game and how they put them in a headlock and they didn't even react. I think the Pistons just had enough and said they're not going to stand for it anymore. We're going to stick up for ourselves, and I think it will be the only time you see it this year.
The Denver game was physical.
Yep.
Very physical.
Looks like the Pistons are mentally soft. They want to play physical, but when teams push back, they whine about it. That's from Gary at work.
Gary, they're 39-13. I don't think they're soft.
And are they whining about it?
I don't think so.
Gary, give us an example of the Pistons whining about it.
Well, if they want to say what JB Bickerstaff said afterwards.
Well, JB Bickerstaff defended his team, that's for sure. And we'll play that for you coming up. Do you think that's categorized as a whine?
I don't, but I'm saying
Gary
that's
might.
if you're going to see anybody complaining about the other team, they'll look at that as whining.
Salute to Beef Stew, the enforcer. Always backing his boys. Pistons are all the way back. # Detroit basketball. 100% Stewart does not do that in the playoffs. He knows better. That's from an unnamed texter. Joe writes in, Stu out for 10 games will mean maybe one more loss. With his knees, a blessing in disguise. This is a midseason break. It's an interesting take. Hey, guys, I was at the game last night. The tension in the crowd after the fight was so high. We had so many fans shouting F Detroit, F the Pistons, F the Lions, F the Red Wings. I even clapped back with F the Bobcats, LOL. That's from Joe at work.
Oh, the Bobcats.
Yep.
Remember them?
Yes.
That was cute.
Stu actually said, what the F was I drafted to Detroit for? We love it. He's got to be smarter. We have a real shot to do big things. Well, that was what the camera in the tunnel caught him saying. The quote that we transcribed, because it was hard to hear, was, you don't expect me to stay on the bench. What the F do you think I was drafted for? As he was calmly walking back to the locker room, unlike Diabate. 248-539-9797. Speaking of the bigger picture, I think it's a great time for the sport that these two teams actually give a crap because it seemed like the players didn't for a long time. That's from an unnamed texter. There's some new blood. I'm kind of wondering if the next 3-4 years in the East, it's early to jump on Charlotte, but you can't deny that they have some good young talent. The team I really like their young talent's Atlanta. Would I be shocked in 3-4 years if we see the Knicks who are aging, the Celtics who are aging, start to fade in some of the new blood? I think Detroit's going to be around for a while. And I like Atlanta a lot to be around for a while.
Well, the Pistons should be around for a while. They got a young team themselves. So,
guys, from an unnamed texter, guys, I freaking love this Piston team. I'm sucked back in after 20 years of not caring. Next text. The upside of multiple game suspension for Isaiah Stewart is the fact that he is nursing his sore knee and will give him time to recover. The other positive is that Paul Reed deserves playing time, and he becomes the backup to Duren while Stewart is out. Well, Duren's probably going to get suspended too. He's looking over under on him is 3.5.
I don't. After watching the incident several times in the last 10 minutes here, Duren, the initial push to the face, right?
Yep.
That's all he does.
Yep.
He then turns around and walks away from the whole thing.
Yep.
The only time he even comes close to getting back into it, Diabate shakes free, and as Duren is walking away, he catches him on the peripheral, and he spins around in a fighting stance for just half a second, just for defensive purposes. And then he keeps moving. And he's done with it, right? And then Miles Bridges is going to make a beeline to him, and that's when Beef Stew comes up. I'm not sure Duren... I would argue Duren doesn't deserve much.
I thought he showed great restraint.
Yeah.
And he was just like, I kind of felt like his overall demeanor was, whatever, dude.
Yeah.
Well, because the other guy's being held back by like 4 or 5 dudes, including Tobias Harris. So he's like, all right, this is done. Stop coming at me, you know? I agree with you, Gator. I think Duren gets the least amount when this is all said and done. I think he gets 1 or 2 games. But clearly, Diabate's trigger moment is don't touch his face. Because, I mean, he went crazy.
Then maybe he shouldn't lead with his face in the first place.
I agree with that, too. I think he headbutted Duren first, but once Duren pushed his face away, that was the triggering moment for Diabate. He could not get over that.
Diabate should absolutely get more games than Duren. If Duren gets more than 2 games, I'll be a little disappointed that it goes that way. I don't know if I haven't looked and seen if he's been suspended in the past or not, if he's a repeat offender. Miles Bridges deserves more than Diabate because Miles Bridges, he made it worse. Threw gasoline on the fire by trying to get at Duren, and then he ends up having to go to Stewart. And will Stewart get more than Miles Bridges? Probably does because he's a repeat offender. And he comes off the bench.
All right, we'll play what JB Bickerstaff said after the game today at 11:31. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, so let's get to your phone calls. Actually, let's do it in a moment. We promised JB Bickerstaff. He didn't think his team crossed the line last night, and here's what the coach had to say. He was asked one kind of question about, before we get into what happened, how do you think your team responded? Like the way your team responded. And he loved it. And then the fight came up, and here's what he said. Yeah. Had his team's back. Made it clear. He didn't think the Pistons even initiated what happened last night. I like the term responsibility to defend himself.
Well, yeah. You don't sit there and take it.
No, I mean, but that isn't even a right to defend himself. He called it a responsibility to defend oneself. All right, final one. Isaiah Stewart and Jalen Duren there basically cut from the same cloth. There you go.
Little brother?
There you go.
Well, by age.
Yeah.
Look, these guys are huge.
JB Bickerstaff after the game. I will tell you that the head coach of the Hornets, Charles Lee, who opted to crash out and Fury quit during the game, seemed more satisfied that it went down. Also said, well, I haven't really looked at it. JB was far more definitive in who he thought was at fault here.
Did you find him to be smug?
No.
Okay.
Charles Lee?
Yeah.
No, not at all. You know, and look, if we're doing the show in Charlotte, I probably like what my coach did and what the team did.
Well, they did storm back in the game.
Yep.
After that.
And they're trying to level up, right? They're trying to prove that they belong.
Well, they were on a heat check. You win 9 in a row. Now you're taking on the best team in the East, maybe the best team in basketball, and you do want to measure up for sure.
Let's go to Marty and Taylor. What's up, Marty?
Hey, I love how our team stuck up for each other. I'm glad that Stewie came off the bench, and I thought Miles Davis only hit women.
Miles Davis, no, and yeah. Would you want him to do it again, though? Would you want him to do it again? Would you want B. Stu to come off the bench again? And I think the answer has got to be no for everybody. This is going to be a long suspension.
Comes off the bench again, it'll be over 20 games.
Let's go to JT in Detroit. You're next. Hi, JT.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, excuse me. I didn't watch the game, and I've only seen one video of it. And the one video that I saw was JD went up for the shot. Diabate hard fouled him. Then JD headbutted Diabate before the shove to the face. So that's going to be a factor, I'm sure, in what discipline is meted out to him.
I'm not sure if Duren headbutted Diabate or Diabate butted heads with Duren. They both kind of came together. I think you might have a stronger case saying Diabate did it, but nonetheless,
I think
both of the
Duren's
heads
getting
came
suspended.
together.
He's getting suspended.
Yeah, they're going to get the 4 guys who got ejected are absolutely going to get suspended. The question is for how long.
That's exactly right. How long?
Yeah. And, you can overcome this stuff in the regular season. I don't suspect it's going to cost them a seed, but we certainly don't want it to cost them a seed. Like the top seed in the East. So they got a lead now. But that's where you start getting into actual ramifications that could be costly. And that's why, if I were to predict what J.B. Bickerstaff says to his team in private, don't change anything with one exception. Don't come off the bench.
Right.
Because that's what's going to, there's where you're looking at your biggest suspension. 248-539-9797. Tim and Royal Oak, you're next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, howdy. I couldn't care less about the fight, and I'm not worried about Big Stu getting suspended because we got Paul Reed. Was he a man among kids last night?
He looked great.
He looked great. I tell you, I get so much enjoyment out of watching the Pistons now. They're composed. They could have gone down the toilet like the Hornets coach did last night. It reminded me of Crawford and Bowman 40 years ago when the Avs lost to the Wings and and the coach just disintegrated. Their composure, their defense, they won that game because of D. And I'm just so darn excited for them. And I love seeing Paul Reed. My goodness, he was everywhere once he came in. We got nothing to worry about.
Well, one thing that is interesting is that the league has a bit of a reputation of things being too buddy-buddy. I don't know if the Pistons and the Hornets are going to have any kind of future as far as two teams fighting for the same thing, which is kind of what, if you want a great rivalry, if you want games that everybody tunes in to watch outside of your market, you have to be fighting with a team for a championship, and there's got to be bad blood. If you really want, what he cited already, what he cited was Wings and Avs. Yeah, you have mass appeal. It turns into incredible theater and drama. Right now odds are, Charlotte's got a long way to go to get to that place, and the Pistons are still kind of trying to prove themselves, even though I think last night's game was indicative of how the league looks at Detroit. They look at Detroit as a measuring stick. I think Charlotte clearly was trying to show that they belonged, and well before the fight. If you watch the game, that was my impression, was that well before the fight, Charlotte, and there was a lot of talking after the whistle, a lot of jawing after the whistle. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bill. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys. I don't know if I just got in on the conversation. I don't know if anybody mentioned that look on Duncan Robinson's face when he was walking away from the pile. It was pretty funny. I saw it when I watched the replay a few times, and that look on his face was just like, it wasn't just like, oh man, why is there? It was right after Stu came, after Bridges. He's probably, and then as soon as that happened, Duncan Robinson walks away with that exasperated look on his face. I think he knew at that moment Stu was going to get suspended for at least 5 games. And I think if I'm the Pistons, this should have already been in place. If something like that happens and Stu's on the bench, every one of the players on the bench have to surround him to keep him from going out on the floor from now on.
Yeah, this can't happen again.
I wish
this
that happened. I wish he didn't do it. You can stick up for each other. I think this is a close team, but it wasn't that people. And if you watch it, after Diabate took a swing at him, somebody on the floor went after Diabate too. It wasn't Duran. Duran was just walking away.
When you're ever at a practice, I'll occasionally get let into a practice for a certain team, and some coach will say, "What if that happens in a game? What if what you just did happens in a game? Right. That's going to cost us." But it's not the end of the world. That's coaching. This is one of those situations where I look at this and I go, well, "What if that happens in the playoffs?" And that's the only thing. Use this, learn from it, like you learn from a practice to a game. Here you learn from regular season to postseason. As long as it doesn't happen again, I mean, this is a galvanizing moment.
Well, they played each other once before earlier this year, and the Pistons absolutely smoked them.
Yeah, Charlotte is.
And they play them again the second to last game of the season, back at Charlotte. So that just keep that in mind.
Well, that could have playoff ramifications for either team.
Friday night, April 10th, at Charlotte.
I mean, Charlotte could be fighting to get into the playoffs. Pistons could be fighting for the number 1 seed.
Yeah, and then they might be a matchup for the Pistons in the first round because Charlotte's in that play-in game territory right now. If they win that play-in stuff, guess who their opponent's going to be? It's going to be the Pistons most likely.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Interesting projection for Kevin McGonigal. We'll get to that, the young Detroit Tigers prospect. We will get to that coming up in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. To insurance companies, you're just a file. But to Sam Bernstein, you're a person. They give your story the respect and dignity it deserves. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. Gator, you asked a question that we're going to answer today at 12:02 about the Winter Olympics. What have you found yourself strangely interested in at this point? And I assume you asked that question because you have an answer.
Because I figured you would, because I haven't really
paid
much attention to the Olympics yet.
Okay.
Well, I start diving in tomorrow when the hockey starts with women, USA and Canada.
That's
tomorrow.
Today.
Oh, is that today?
I think
it
it's
was tomorrow.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it is tomorrow. I thought it was today.
It might be today. I'll have to check the schedule. But then you got the men play on Thursday.
USA Canada women 2:10 today.
That's today. Good. Even better. So today, my viewing starts today.
Does it? Okay. Well, we'll get to that today. Coming up at 12:05. Let's get back to your open line calls. Juan is next on 97.1. Hello, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Yeah, I want to say I like what Stu did at this particular moment in the season. I probably would have a different opinion if it was playoffs, but I like it for the simple fact if we really pay attention, Stu didn't jump off the bench immediately. He only jumped off the bench when he seen how hostile Miles Bridges was, kept trying to come basically like 2 against 1. And I don't knock what the other guys did, Tobias K, Duncan, Otto. They knew, we can't possibly take the chance to get suspended, all of us or whatever. So I respect what they did. Tobias actually held Diabate as best as he could. But it was like 2 against 1. So I think Stu was on the bench like, I don't care. I can't let this happen.
I think we need more context than that, Juan, because when I hear, if I just heard somebody say it was 2-on-1, I'm thinking he's got to fight 2 guys at the same time. And that's not even close to what it was. Diabate had already been kind of muzzled and was held back and wasn't an issue. Miles Bridges comes over a little bit later and then moves and steps towards Jalen Duren, throws a punch, and Duren just kind of takes a step back to avoid it. And Miles Bridges then backs off. Like he's retreating, but he's staring him down, but he's retreating. It's over with. And then Isaiah Stewart comes off the bench.
Well, so should I say I'm sorry. Should I say 2 aggressors?
That's
it
fine.
was very two aggressive. But the funny part about it was funny because all I was thinking about, damn, it's Michigan and Michigan State versus the Pistons. They were talking about, of course, Diabate left, but first thing came to my head is Michigan and Michigan State versus Detroit Pistons. It was funny, but yeah, that's what. But I like Stu for being taking up for his quote unquote little brother. And, I think they'll have some talks and they'll learn in the future. And I know they're going to try to be baited into going into the playoffs or maybe in the playoffs. And I think they'll bounce back mentally from that.
The one thing you said, out of everything you said, I think the smartest and where I'm right in line with you is you have no problem with it at this moment in time. Where we are in the season, it's not too particularly punitive. It's not something that is... it might cost, when it's all said and done, I suppose it could cost them a seeding. I don't know if it is going to be that much. They got a 5.5 game lead, I think, for the top seed, and we wait to see how long these suspensions are. But at this moment in time is different than later. And so I kind of stand with you, Juan. 248-539-9797. By the way, late in the day yesterday, and this was, I think the announcement came out around 4 o'clock, Illich Sports and Entertainment announced that the MLB broadcast is taking over for the Detroit Tigers broadcast, which is had been reported. But probably the most interesting thing is they said there will be a new TV home for the Tigers in 2026. That is yet to be made public as to what the TV home will be, but that is good news. There were concerns that it might be streaming only. I had relatives that lived in markets where there was streaming only options. And so that is good news.
Yeah, I had heard, I thought that's why when we started that, we didn't really get to it yesterday. I thought that there was another side to that. I know that was your chump of the week yesterday. That it sounded like they were going to find a way that they'll have it on cable TV without you having to get an app for it. If you already have like the sports tier, they would be in that sports tier through Comcast or whatever. But we'll see what the final details are. Not only is it Major League Baseball, but it's also going to be for the Red Wings. So
it's a big deal. We can't. Moving forward, we don't want to have a situation where games aren't on TV for people. So, that was a nice announcement to see that yesterday afternoon. Guys, I freaking love our Piston team. I'm sorry, I already read that one. Pistons have a tough stretch coming up here when they play the Thunder, Knicks, and Spurs, and they will be without Isaiah Stewart. Yeah. Yep. That's a very valid point. Schedule. I've been talking about these Oklahoma City games for like months. And what do we got? We're going to have them shorthanded.
Maybe. Or I guess so. Definitely shorthanded. I haven't looked.
Yeah, maybe not. I guess we can look at.
Well, I mean, you got 3 games coming up: Toronto, New York, and Chicago before he hits San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Cleveland. I would guess you're probably without Beef Stew for one of those, or for maybe all of those.
Well, the idea that the suspension would be 5 games would take him out.
Yeah,
for San Antonio and Oklahoma City. If it's 10 games, he's going to miss Toronto, New York, Chicago, San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Cleveland, Orlando, Cleveland, San Antonio, Brooklyn. But they play Oklahoma City later a second time, right?
Yes, on March 30th.
Yep. Okay. And they had to deal. They didn't have Beef Stew for after the injury last year, playoff stuff too, and so
yeah, Duran's. I'm curious to see what Duran's suspension is going to be.
Yeah,
I hope it's light. But because there is the contact with the heads, I don't know if Duran threw us. Did Duran throw a punch? I don't know if he did.
I don't think he did, but I think the push to the face is what's. And as the one caller said, they might try to figure out who initiated the headbutt, but.
Well, if you push somebody in the face and nothing happens after that, you probably get a foul for it, a personal foul, maybe or a technical foul, I should say. But you're not getting suspended. But because everything happened afterwards, that's what's going to lead to a possible suspension.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when Miles came at Duran with that punch that missed Bobby by like 6 inches a foot, Duran returned the favor that probably a punch. It looked like a closed fist at least. He swung, which missed him by like another foot as well because they're so far apart being held by each other. So I don't know what the league does with that. I'm sure they're breaking down everything. And if you look at Stewart, he has like Bridges in a headlock and he throws like what looks like punches on the back of his head. I mean, they're weak because they're not coming. He's not cocking back or anything, but they're going to look at all that is my point. And they're going to say, you can't do this. You know, like that's why I'm worried. Yeah, I'm worried. I don't want it to be 10 games, but I really don't see how they don't make an example out of him leaving the bench with his history. This is going to be, I think, 10 games, guys. That's just my guess. I hope it's less for Stewart, but everyone's getting something. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So the under.
You'll take the under on the 10.5?
I hope so.
Well, you pointed out, though, at the beginning of this conversation 2 hours ago that there'll be an appeal.
Absolutely.
And, it feels like these appeals often work. So I wouldn't be surprised if the league gives them 15 and it gets appealed down to 10. But I'm not betting this. Just for the record, I'm not going to bet how long the suspension is going to be. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your Piston stuff coming up as it is obviously a hot topic today. Next hour, we'll talk a little Tigers. Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Birchie Kid's going to be down there. We used to go to spring training. And our last spring training hit, I remember.
2020.
One of the last things I did as we were leaving the house that was rented for us, we had our promotions director at the time, Todd, had done some cleaning and left a big package of the Clorox wipes. And I said, why don't I take these and, this whole new COVID thing, let's clean down our seats where we sit on the plane. But it was like, the Clorox wipes, it was filled and I got them on the plane and we handed them out and everybody was cleaning down their seats, just in case.
Yeah.
With this new COVID thing. And it was shortly thereafter we were doing shows from home for months on end.
Yeah, it did not take long after that.
Nope.
There was spring training, Evan's wedding, COVID.
Mm-hmm. And let me tell you, the spring training trips were fun.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. Maybe the worst shows we do in a calendar year.
Maybe.
Those were a lot of entertaining of clients. And
a friend of mine was in Florida over the weekend and noticed that it was in the 40s.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like now, but obviously they'll, in a couple of weeks is when they start playing games. curious to see how warm it gets there because we're in a little bit of a cold spell here in this country right now.
Well, Birchie will be down there, and we'll get updates from him as to what's going on. A lot of excitement. Scott Harris will speak tomorrow, and we got some Tiger stuff we'll get to next hour with a projection for Kevin McGonigal here in his potentially rookie season with the Detroit Tigers, a season with some premium to say the least. So the Pistons have it, so the Red Wings have it. Lions are good. Michigan State basketball and hockey. Good times. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The NBA still has yet to announce the expected suspensions for Moussa Diabate, Miles Bridges, Jalen Duren, and Isaiah Stewart after last night's brawl. Stewart is expected to get more games. According to Wikipedia, though, only 5 players in NBA history have ever been suspended more than 5 games for fighting. 4 of those players are from the same famous fight and flight brawl at Madison Square Garden between the Knicks and Nuggets in 2006. That one saw Carmelo Anthony get 15 games, J.R. Smith and Nate Robinson get 10 each, and Marty Collins get a 6-game suspension. The The only other listed suspension longer than 5 games for fighting belongs to Kermit Washington, who sucker punched Rudy Tomjanovich back in 1977, leading to a 26-game ban. All 4 players involved in last night's altercation have already been fined, according to Spotrac.com, which specializes in tracking league transactions. The website says Duran, Diabate, and Bridges were all fined $2,000 for both a technical foul and another $2,000 for their ejection, totaling $4,000 in fines. For Stewart, a repeat offender, he was assessed a $4,000 penalty for each, totaling an $8,000 fine for his involvement. Perhaps in a reactionary move to the upcoming suspensions, or this could have been planned all along for Detroit, the Pistons have signed forward Isaac Jones to a 2-way deal after waiving him last week, says Mike Scott of Hoops Hype. Essentially, the team swapped Jones' standard contract to give a full-time deal to Danish Jenkins and gave Jones a 2-way instead. Pistons take on the Raptors tomorrow on the road for their last game before the All-Star break. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, we wait news on possible suspensions. I actually don't suspect we'll hear anything in the next couple hours on the Carson Anderson program, but it's a big story looming for this Piston team, and it's up to them to mitigate how big this story is. Like I think they're fine. I think they're going to be fine long term, but I just think they need to be cognizant of major offenses that can cost your team far more important moments of the season going forward. And they're not dumb. I'm sure they'll get the proper direction from JB and from Trajan Langdon. And Langdon has been rescheduled to tomorrow morning on our morning show. So Piston GM, look forward to that. All right, so you asked the question. You found yourself strangely interested in anything at the Winter Olympics at this point. So you don't have an answer for that. You just asked the question.
No.
Okay.
There's been nothing yet to compel me. I got to see this, or this. I think it just happened with me. It's going to happen organically.
There is something coming up. I was working my way through the schedule because there are certain events I don't want to miss. And I was reading, see if I can find exactly when this is. Yes, tomorrow at 7:45. I am very curious about the men's Gunderson Normal Hill.
The what?
The men's Gunderson Normal Hill.
What is Gunderson Normal Hill?
I don't know. But the final for the men's Gunderson Normal Hill is tomorrow morning at 7:45. Now, I do have the advantage of looking at this and seeing what sport it is listed under. Do you care to venture a guess as to what sport the men's Gunderson Normal Hill is?
All right, I have yet to hit enter on my Google search.
Okay,
so I will answer the question.
I will
answer the question before I hit enter. Mm-hmm. Gunderson Normal Hill.
Yep.
It's got to be skiing. I'll say snowboarding over skiing, because if it's something I've never heard of, it's got to be something with the newer technology, which is snowboarding.
Okay.
I'll go something with snowboarding.
All right. Kang, do you have a guess as to what the men's Gunderson Normal Hill is?
All right, you're going to have to help me out a little bit here. What's the event where they're on skis, but they're doing like 2 or 3 different things during this race?
So there's a couple. There's one that you cross-country ski and shoot a gun.
Okay.
There's another one where you cross-country ski and ski jump.
Uh-huh. I'm going to go with that one.
Okay. I think you're right.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't know.
All right.
It is listed under Nordic Combined.
Oh, combined.
And so I think this is the one where they cross-country ski is one discipline and ski jumping is the other. And I always find this, it's like they couldn't complete the Winter Olympics decathlon. They just used to, like the decathlon, you combine all these things and who's the best athlete. This one, what do ski jumping and cross-country skiing have to do with one another?
I don't know, but the answer is the Gunderson Normal Hill is a Nordic combined event combining one ski jump on a normal hill, typically 100 to 106 meters, with a 10-kilometer cross-country race.
Yes! Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Way to go, Kang. Yeah,
Yes.
narrow it down to 50-50 and you got it. Points from the jump are converted into seconds using the Gunderson method, where 1 point equals 4 seconds or 2 points per meter, determining the start order for the race, with the first across the finish line winning. Why on earth they would decide that you're going to combine cross country with ski jumping, I don't know.
Well, and why?
And you talk about a decathlon for the winter sports.
Yeah.
Let's start adding them up. Ski jump.
Yep.
You got the cross country skiing.
Yep.
Why not switch over to a snowboard downhill?
Yep.
Slalom.
Yep.
Downhill.
Yep.
That's 5. So now we
speed skating.
Speed
Long track, short track.
Okay.
Why isn't there a winter sports decathlon?
Biathlon.
You could do biathlon, yes. Ski a whole bunch and shoot. Which, I mean.
Gunderson, normal hill.
Luge.
And luge.
Luge and skeleton.
There we go.
Yep. This is your winter sports decathlon. Instead, the Winter Olympics just stopped at ski jumping and cross-country skiing and called it Nordic combined.
Yeah. Or cross-country
Also,
and shooting a rifle, which makes all the sense.
Who is Gunderson, and why did he get to determine how many seconds each foot costs in the ski jump or meters?
That's a great question. Now, Gunderson is spelled with S-E-N at the end of it, and it's not a double S. I'm guessing that Gunderson is, I would say, Danish. But to try to find that answer, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I expect it. We learned a little bit about Klæbo and the Klæbo Bakken, who I think the dude is still skiing. I think the famed Klæbo is still skiing.
This is great.
What?
The Gunderson and the Gunderson Normal Hill and Large Hill event in Nordic combined is named for Gunder Gunderson.
What?
A Norwegian ski jumper and Nordic combined athlete who invented a revolutionary scoring system in the mid-'80s.
Gunderson is his name?
Gunderson.
That's like me being named Doug Douglas.
Yes. Gunderson was a competitive skier himself with world championship medals in 1954 and 1958, and he served as technical director for the sport.
I got to tell you, I just love the Winter Olympics. I'm trying to piece together a chance to go to the next one, which is 4 years in the very affordable French Alps. So I'm not sure that's happening, but and this is one of the reasons why. We got the Gunderson Normal Hill. And you know what? I can guarantee that stadium is going to be packed for the Gunderson Normal Hill final. And I want to see if I can get into that vibe.
This has been in use since 1985? The Gunderson method, anyway.
Has it?
Which is just about the calculation for points for the ski jumping. That's what he's known for. He's coming up with the point system for the ski jumping.
Okay.
So when they decide to honor him by combining that with cross-country skiing, that's wild.
To be clear, you go into the Winter Olympics with a bit of an open mind. Like, you're not anti-Winter Olympics.
No.
So some people are. I've noticed there's some hostility. In fact, somebody in our crew, remember how Evan felt about cross-country skiing? Evan,
he was completely dismissive of it.
He said, literally, when we had cross-country skiing 4 years ago, we're doing the show during a commercial break. Evan walks into the studio. Evan, who does our website and does a lot with our Twitch stream and all that. Evan walks into the studio. We have cross-country skiing on TV. And Evan says, look at these a-holes. And he's like hostile towards cross-country skiing. What's
wrong with cross-country skiing?
I don't know, but there is a hostility.
It's a true test of cardiovascular. I mean, these guys and girls are in amazing shape.
And that's the thing about the shooting aspect is that when your heart's pumping at the rate that it takes to cross-country ski at a high speed, then you have to hold a gun still and hit these targets, 100 meters off or 50 meters off.
You want to create a sport, combine the shooting with the slalom.
Oh, God.
While they're going down the ski hill at 70 miles an hour, hey, let's go. Can you hit that target?
Dude, did you see a dog jumped on the downhill course and just ran to the bottom?
I've seen this before. I don't know if that was from this Olympics.
Oh, is that old?
I think it's old.
Okay, I saw that.
And I'm not sure if it's AI or not. I don't think it is, but it's fantastic. The dog living its best life going down the ski hill.
The thing about the Winter Olympics is it falls at a point in our calendar right where football's over. Football ends, baseball. I don't know when people start getting into the baseball season. It's probably not until at the earliest spring training games start. That might be the earliest that the hardcore baseball. I mean, some of you hardcores are probably already into it, but you get the point. It starts to grow in terms of mass appeal. There's kind of a void here. Obviously, hockey, the NHL shut down for the Winter Olympics. NBA still going. College basketball still going. But does anybody use the Winter Olympics to fill that void, that post-football void? Because you're jumping in today. Today's day one for you.
Yeah.
And it's about one event.
I spent a little bit of time watching over the weekend, but I wasn't paying it. I'm doom scrolling on the phone and flipping around the channels on the TV. Nothing was really holding my attention just yet. I don't get hostile towards any of the sports because they're all great athletes. I try not to watch the ice skating because I just don't care.
The figure skating and dancing.
But I'm not going to poo-poo it. To each their own. You like what you like.
Sure.
But
well, Kang couldn't stop saying this morning that this one sport was dumb. And I was like, well, there's this and it. Yeah, it's dumb. I'm like, well, but it's dumb.
I do think that there might be one that I find dumb as well.
Okay. Well, we will get to that. But have you latched onto a new sport? Has it filled the void, the post-football void, the Winter Olympic Games in any way? What are you finding that you are now freshly curious about and enjoying?
Or what do you think is dumb?
Well, coming up at 12:30, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch here for the University of Michigan Credit Union, still paying off last year's holiday cheer. Stop the interest cycle with UMCU. Transfer your high-interest cards to a Visa Platinum Cash Rewards card and enjoy 0% APR for 6 months with zero transfer fees. That's 6 months of no interest on transfers and new purchases, plus a steady 1.1% cash back on every single thing you buy. It's not just a card, it's your 2026 financial cheat code. Apply now at umcu.org, insured by NCUA. All right, here's some feedback about the Olympic void or the football void being filled by the Winter Olympics and whether or not, as Gator put it, are you finding yourself interested or curious? You're open-minded. You go in with an open mind, although you've admitted today's your first day and you are going to scramble home after the show for the United States versus the Canadians in women's hockey.
Yeah. It's good hockey, man.
And you know what? It is two best teams in the world, bit of rivalry, and they go at it. And it's been fun. It's been fun to watch. But here we go. Olympics are great for post-football. I got home yesterday and immediately put on a replay of the mixed doubles curling. That's from Dave. Unnamed texter, no, the Olympics have never garnered any interest from me, winter or summer. From Tyler the Cop, I didn't realize the Olympics had started till you guys started talking about it today. From Richard, I love the Winter Olympics and the summer. It's always on in the background on multiple TVs. If you go to the Winter Olympics, be careful if you're watching the cross-country skiing. Nothing worse than getting an obstructed view seat. Isn't that true of every sport? And is cross-country skiing particularly vulnerable to obstructed view seats?
I can't just, I mean, it's, they're massively long races. Can't you just find yourself along the fence line and
just go find
get a non-obstructed view?
Go find a Clavo.
Yeah.
Or no, a Bakken.
A Bakken.
Sorry, go get it. Find yourself a Bakken. and just walk up the Bakken and chill on the side there.
Which Bakken were you by?
This warrants more explanation. I feel like this person is speaking from experience. Is there something inherent about cross-country skiing where you have an obstructed view seat? I'm with Evan. Cross-country skiing is dumb as speed walking, in my opinion. That's from Roy and Clarkston. Leave me Team USA mixed curling play for the gold medal. Love me. Sorry, my bad. Love me the Team USA mixed curling play gold medal today. I believe 10 years ago, you would not have counted me watching this at all. That's from Dan and Evan. Scott in West Bloomfield, curling every single Winter Olympics gets me every time. So my curling story goes back to sort of bar era Doug, where Doug was spending a lot of time in bars. Younger Doug.
Yeah.
And I think might have been Nagano. Does that sound familiar? Was there a Winter Olympics in Nagano in the
Japan.
90s? And we'd get home from the bar, and the only thing on, at 2:30 in the morning was CBC showing live events from the Winter Olympics. And the only thing that was on was curling. And so it was about three of us, had a few in us, sat down to watch curling. And it became our go-to. We really loved it. Which brings us to Kang, who is outwardly hostile.
Oh.
Towards curling.
Oh.
No, I would describe it to someone as it's dumb.
I think that qualifies as hostile.
I think that's how I would describe curling. Listen, I'm not telling you anybody what to like or don't like.
Yeah.
I don't like every Winter Olympic sport. I do like some of them. But that's the only one where I think is dumb. Because that one, I said it yesterday on the air, it's just like a backyard game. I don't understand how this became a quote-unquote Olympic sport. The other ones, like you mentioned, the cross-country skiing, the one that Evan doesn't like, to me, you're right, Gator. I think it's the cardio factor. There's a physicality to it, right? I get it, right? I know there's some skill involved in curling, okay? I do know that. I don't think I can just curl on the Olympic team. I think
you couldn't just throw darts either.
Yeah, exactly. But I just think
the barking.
Curling itself, when you look at it, it's like, what are we doing, guys? We're getting in a lunge position as low as we can go, and we're sliding a rock or whatever, and then some dude sweeps. And I know there's strategy. I know there's a scoring system. And I just think it's dumb.
It's shuffleboard on ice is what it is, and there's nothing wrong with it. And I enjoy watching it from time to time.
I know people love it. Doug loves it.
Is it strange and unusual? Yeah, because it's just another sport on a different surface. Although sport is, I don't know if I want to call it a sport.
Well, it's funny because earlier in the segment you said you like watching because they're all great athletes, and the first thing that popped into my head was Kang would take exception to they're all being great athletes.
And I would be checked on that, and I would definitely back down and say you're right. I don't find the curlers to be athletes.
They might be skillful, I guess.
Absolutely, it's skillful,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want to get into the whole discussion. What's a sport? What's not a sport? I mean, that's a little bit much, but I can understand. I don't know if you're hostile to it or not. Doug thinks you're hostile.
Well, I think
to it.
because Doug loves it so much.
He called it dumb.
Yeah.
I don't know what else he could say that isn't hostile.
I don't think it's dumb. But it's odd that that's in line, like watching people really exert energy, and whether it's figure skating or ice hockey or skiing of any kind.
I may not like them, but I get it.
This is.
I don't get the curling.
People outside Duluth were bored in the wintertime. They went out onto the lake and they started throwing stuff at a target. And hey, we got a sport, except apparently it was created in Scotland, which is the same type of situation. The one that I find to be kind of dumb. and it's too bad because it looks like visually it's like, oh, this is going to be awesome, but it's dumb because of the result every time. And it's like that short track speed skating where they have 8 abreast or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's going to end up in a wipeout every single time. It's like, what are we doing? Why do that on a short track that can't handle that many people on the ice at one time?
It's like a mad dash in the student section to get in the front row.
Yes. Which is, and also to a
on
lesser
ice.
degree.
On ice with great athletes.
Yes. To a lesser degree, it also bothers me with one of the events you love, and it's the snowboarders that go down, they're 4 at a time or whatever. They go down, and it's like someone's going to wipe out and knock the other person out, and it's just that's bothersome to me. Because then it just becomes, can you survive a fall?
Almost
that's
like
inevitable to happen where
too much luck involved.
Like
yeah. Like they all can skate, but there's too much of a luck factor for who wins this thing.
Well, yeah, it's incredibly bad. We saw one earlier today where actually the U.S. skater fell and the two behind her fell over her and they're out. It's like you wait 4 years, you don't do anything wrong, but the person that's slightly ahead of you loses an edge, down they go, and your 4-year dream is over.
Yeah.
It does seem overly punitive.
Seems dumb. To a degree.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Steve in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how's it going, folks?
We're great.
For my call.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, wanted to chime in on the Piston game and everything like that. Did anybody see why Charlotte fouled JD the way they did?
So I went back, Steve, and watched, I watched the whole game, but I went back this morning and watched the probably 45 seconds leading up to it. I don't know if that's what you're referencing.
Well, I'm referencing the 8-0 run that JD put on when Cade was on the floor. Prior to Charlotte gooning it up, he pretty much was manning those kids. Yeah. They had no answer for him. He literally, like I said, he literally went on an 8-0 run by himself physically. And once he pretty much got that last slam dunk and everything like that and was pumping his chest, yeah, you could see it in Charlotte. They was about to goon it up, and that's exactly what they did. They started gooning it up because JD was too physical for them, while Cade was sitting on the bench. And he went on a run himself.
The 30 to 45 seconds preceding the blow up, you can see it building with subtle and not so subtle back and forth between Diabate and between Jalen Duren. There was a run by Duncan Robinson. There was a hard shove from Duren. There was some yapping to the refs. Diabate hugged Jalen Duren. Like it was building and building and building. And
right, but
I thought the Hornets lost. I thought the Hornets lost their cool more than the Pistons did, and I just don't want Isaiah Stewart to get suspended for any more important games.
That's understandable, but like Rick Mahorn, he even said it during the game. You got to watch out for that because some people, they try to agitate you. Once they can't, get to your level, they'll try to agitate you to bring you down to their level.
JD said it after the game. JD said it after the game.
That's pretty much what it was.
Yep,
once he manhandled them in that 8-0 run, and they were more or less their manhood was being questioned at the time. And so that's when they started gooning it up. And that's pretty much what I had. And props to JD, keep up the good work. Stu, stay on the bench. We need you.
There it is. 248-539-9797. Mike on a cell is next. Hi, Mike.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
The curling, man. I can't get enough of it.
It's weird, isn't it?
I don't even really understand it, but I can't stop watching it, guys.
Is it something you want to do personally? Like, will you seek out when the Olympics are done one of the curling centers throughout the state?
You know, I said to my wife, I think there's one in Ferndale or something that I wouldn't mind trying it out.
Yeah, I think there is one in Ferndale. I think there's a Detroit Curling Club as well. And I don't know if it's the same thing, but.
And I get it, Kang. It's dumb. I get it. It seems dumb. And then when Gator threw in the word athlete mixed with the curling, that kind of threw me off too.
Yeah, well, I didn't. No, I took it out because I realized that I'd thrown a blanket statement over the Winter Olympics and said these are great. They're all great athletes, and then I got checked out.
The curlers are
curling. No, not the curlers.
They're incredible. They're incredibly skilled. They're
Yes.
very, very skilled. I think the average person, if you even just tried to push off and slide the stone, you wouldn't be able to do it.
No, but I think the average person who's never thrown a dart before is going to struggle hitting the dartboard too.
Exactly.
And somebody who's going to try to play shuffleboard is going to struggle with that. Once you hone it in, you're fine. But it's
like something
not
from
very
the
athletic.
Kang is making the argument something from the Bar Olympics made it into the real Olympics.
Listen, I'm not saying I could do it or anything like that. And God bless the guy who just called. Like, he even admitted he doesn't even know why he likes it. He just like become, I don't know, obsessed or whatever. He enjoys it. He finds it interesting. I guess I don't find it interesting at all. I don't get it. That's my perspective.
During the commercial, I was talking strategy with Gator and pointing things out, and then the analyst started putting arrows up, and I was right.
Somebody could not have been more proud of themselves. Somebody was so proud of themselves. Wow. I didn't expect you to bring that up on the air. I was just going to let that one go. But my goodness, Doug Karsh has quite the high opinion of Doug Karsh, the curling analyst.
Don't be fooled. There's not a poser over here.
Oh, I better recognize.
Hey, let me tell you something. Game recognizes game. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hey, we got open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Tuesday. Quite a Piston game last night. We're in the midst of the Winter Olympics. Got Are You Going to Eat That coming up in a few moments. Let's go to Rick in East Lansing. You are next here on 97.1. Hello, Rick.
Good morning, guys. I think what I find very interesting about the Olympics, it's kind of like NASCAR. There's this element of danger in almost every sport. I mean, the only way the Summer Olympics could compete if they had javelin catching or
javelin catching,
or canoe demolition derby. But literally, luge, skeletons, ski jumping, you name it. Hockey may be one of the least dangerous sports in the Winter Olympics, which is hard to believe. I mean,
relatively speaking,
you can most of these sports you can get hurt really bad, and it's that guys pushing themselves to the limit or women pushing themselves to the limit, but there's always that element that they can really get hurt.
Yeah, I'll agree with some of the skiing events. I
would think luge and skeleton. I mean, there are
luge
people.
And skeleton look like it's dangerous as hell,
Dude,
but really, what happens?
A woman
You
died
flip
in
over.
qualifications a few years ago.
Did that happen? Really?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure. I have to Google search that, but I'm pretty sure a competitor died in qualifications for the skeleton.
I mean, how often do people? I don't feel like we see that many crashes in either of those. Skeleton seems stupid because you're on your stomach, so you're leading with your head, I guess, if things go awry. But for the most part, we don't see many crashes in any of this stuff. And if they do, then you're usually just sliding down. You slow things down. It's not like you're barreling into turn 3 at Talladega.
I mean, look, is he right? There's an element of danger. Yes. I don't know how we measure which sport is most dangerous, whether or not hockey is one of the relatively least dangerous sports. You certainly made a crooked face when he said that, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how we even measure that. There is an element of danger. The danger isn't what draws me into it, though. I mean, I guess probably what I'm most drawn to is all the skiing stuff because I do a lot of skiing and I love it. But that, it's not for everybody, and I get it. I mean, I don't luge, but I sledded when I was a kid. Every kid sees the first time they see the luge or bobsled, right. They think, I'm going to go do that.
Yeah. Go down the sled, but on your back or on your stomach.
Parents have ruined luge for kids. Travel luge.
Have they? Is that where it's gotten crazy?
It's ruined.
It's gotten nuts.
It's ruined.
Yeah, we did all that back in the day and it was completely unsupervised.
Yes, we did. And I can guarantee it was damn dangerous, too.
Are you going down towards the forest? What?
Nope.
No.
Just you go down the hill and then you go over the jump. You land in the street. You go down the street. What about the cars?
Yeah. Go down the hill. You go up the jump. You land on the lake and you keep going. You slide until you come to a stop.
Possibly
Is
go
the lake
wrong.
Frozen?
Seems
Should
to
be. I mean, it's cold out.
Yeah. All right. You ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
Yes.
Here we go. All right, so here we go. These are new food products, menu items out there, and we gauge Gator's interest, Kang as well, and then I pipe in. Nobody cares. But Lay's has come out with a new potato chip, and it seems like these crossovers have become the new thing. Lay's Wavy is introducing a Funyuns onion-flavored wavy chip that combines the thick, rigid texture of wavy Lay's, with the savory, zesty onion ring flavor of Funyuns. The thick, ridged wavy chip designed to be crunchy and ideal for dipping. A limited time offering, the new Lay's Wavy Funyuns flavored. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I'm not a huge fan of Funyuns. Somebody's eating out of a bag of Funyuns. They offer me one, I'll say no thank you.
Oh.
But the potato chip version, particularly like a wavy version or a ruffled version, if you will, it's meant, as they say, it's meant for dipping. I'm all about the dip. Can I dip the Funyun ruffled chip or wavy chip into a French onion dip? I'll try that. Hell yeah.
Speaking of element of danger, the regular Funyuns seem to have an element of danger. You can cut the roof of your mouth pretty easily on those things. Very, very dangerous. But you will try it. Can you?
I will try it.
Yeah, I'll definitely try it. I like Funyuns, though, so I don't need the dip, but I like to dip things, too. But I'm all in.
Actually, this sounds pretty decent. I think I might try this.
I feel we should get 3 chomps for that.
For you, I wasn't sure because you added the dip, so I'm waiting for Doug's ruling, actually, on judging on that one.
All right, next up. Dr. Pepper, which is a lot of different variations, have been introduced as a new collab with Dippin' Dots. One-of-a-kind collaboration between two unique brands, thrive on originality. Dr. Pepper Dippin' Dots are officially debuting now at participating Dippin' Dot retail locations, theme parks, entertainment venues, and more nationwide. Very little description has been given out, but are you interested in a Dr. Pepper flavored Dippin' Dot?
I'm not.
No?
No. Dippin' Dots do nothing for me. No, I didn't. No. Not much of a candy guy. Candy bar, maybe, but not candy, typically.
This is like the ice cream version, Doug, right?
Yeah, the Dippin' Dots.
Okay, I'm just making sure there wasn't another one I didn't know about.
Yeah.
So much candy out there.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
It sounds weird. I really like Dippin' Dots, the Dr. Pepper part, but I like pop. If I combine the two is the question. Yeah, why not?
Okay,
All
you're in.
right.
Get the black cherry flavor for it. You're okay with it.
I think I've had Dippin' Dots once many years ago and have not been compelled to go back, so I will pass here. But
it's not a Frosty. Or sorry, not the Frosty. What was it? The
Blizzard.
The Blizzard.
The Burger King. I almost said Burger King. The Dairy Queen Blizzard. Yeah. King, Queen, whatever. All
I
right.
like
There's
winter so much, even as dessert's a blizzard.
That's right.
Mardi Gras is coming up, and a supermarket chain down south called Rouse's is trying to tap into the holiday with a new Dr. Pepper Gourmet King Cake. Dr. Pepper Gourmet King Cake features a ring-shaped pastry that's stuffed with Dr. Pepper flavored filling. The dessert is then topped with generous coating of Dr. Pepper infused icing, boasting the soda's signature reddish-brown hue, along with a healthy sprinkle of eye-catching edible pearls.
All right.
Peter, are you interested in the Dr. Pepper cake with the edible pearls?
The King Cake. Yes, I am. Look, the King Cake is a staple down in New Orleans. It's something I think everybody should experience it once in their life. I like cake, no secret there. And if you're going to have it flavored by Dr. Pepper, I do like the flavor of Dr. Pepper. It's like that black cherry flavoring. I would absolutely try this.
Kang, you?
I have not had the king cake before, Gator, but I will try it. And what's up with all this Dr. Pepper stuff? But I'll give it a shot, man.
They take chances.
All right. So the king cake is good, though, huh?
Yeah.
It looks good.
It's
festive.
They hide a ring in the king cake, so the whole thing is that the person that finds the ring, you either win a prize, or it's just you're supposed to have good luck, or
a real ring.
Yeah, there's some sort of yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm out. I
Yeah,
have no interest in this.
It's
Yeah.
not, Doug, does not look like for you, my friend.
No. All right, here we go. Pepsi is introducing something new. Doritos Protein. The new protein-packed Doritos are part of a larger mission from the PepsiCo company to remove artificial flavors and flavor forms from its product and provide simpler ingredients that include an increase in protein, fiber, and whole grains. A serving of Doritos Nachos cheese has about regular Doritos, the nacho cheese ones, about 11 chips, has 2 grams of protein, but it seems to have fans have been wanting the brand to provide more protein in their chips. While the company didn't divulge how much protein the new chips will have, it's expected to hit shelves later this year. Doritos Protein, Gator, are you interested?
Yeah, I'm interested, but I also want to caution something here. You can't, as we used to say on the show, we haven't said this in a long time, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting something that says more protein. Everything has more protein to it these days because that's the buzzword of, it must be healthy if there's protein. I'm not sure. I'm wondering, because what kind of protein are we talking about? Artificially made protein, is it actually good for you or not? I don't know. I'd love to hear the results on some testing on that. Like, is all this stuff good? Because everything is being promoted now with, hey, here's 20 grams of protein per serving or 44 grams of protein per serving, which sounds incredible when you get the numbers like that. But is this a good thing or not? I'm not sure. Or is this just a fad and something that tricks you in thinking that it's healthy? Oh, so now I can have it, when in reality, it's not. Because your body chemistry acts differently to the synthesized stuff, and it just, I don't know.
Can you?
It's not more healthy, Gator. It's a trick. It's marketing. They just add the protein in there to make you think it's healthier. I'm out. Give me a regular Doritos.
So that's a no. Gator, I didn't really You're a yes?
He said, yeah, you would
Okay,
try
I
it.
try it,
making
see
sure.
if there's any difference in it, and if it actually turns out that it's healthier for you than regular Doritos and it tastes the same, then there you go.
Since I first saw that Met RX bar back on the shelf 30 years ago, I've been hooked to the protein, so I will give the Doritos protein a chance. Final thing, Irrigator, starting February 3rd, McDonald's in Canada has launched a limited-time nationwide collaboration with Frank's Red Hot, featuring a spicy menu. The Frank's Red Hot Original McCrispy and McVeggie are topped with Frank's signature thick sauce. Their breakfast, their creamy garlic muffin lineup includes bacon, egg, and cheese, sausage and egg and chicken options, all featuring the creamy, spicy garlic sauce and their dipping sauce. They now have a Frank's Red Hot dipping sauce. Will you be compelled to go to Canada and get in on their Frank's Red Hot menu?
I'm not compelled to go to Canada any more than I already have. And I haven't been to Canada in years, but it's not because I don't like Canada. Canada's just fine. And if I feel compelled to go to Canada, it's not typically to go to McDonald's. I'm probably getting something else. And I like McDonald's. Just taking it at its face value. These items with Frank's Red Hot, I'll try them. They sound good. I like Frank's Red Hot.
Can you?
Yeah, I like Frank's Red Hot too. I'd try these.
Doug, you got to be on board.
Considering there's a high probability I will be in Canada this week, I think I will try it for the show.
Wow.
I think I will. If I can get one of those McChicken McMuffins with Frank's Red Hot, or even the McVeggie with Frank's Red Hot, I'll be able to report back.
What is the McVeggie?
I don't know. I didn't even know. Honestly, I didn't know that McDonald's had a meat substitute burger. Burger King's
Is it a chicken substitute burger? Is
their
that what that is?
Impossible Whopper's outstanding, but I will try to get on the ground and do some research when I'm in Canada.
All right.
There it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? More your open line calls next, 97.1. All right, Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Thanks for being with us here on a Tuesday. Probably get back to some Piston stuff next hour. I got some Tiger stuff we want to mix in before this hour is done, but let's get back to your phone calls first. Brandon is in Shelby Township and next. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
We're doing very well, thank you.
So as far as Olympics goes, I'm one of those people, like you said, it kind of fills the void. I was off the last couple of days, and so I wake up, and so since it's all on in the morning time, I'll turn it on. And if it's like I watched some luge, it wasn't even like a medal thing, it was just luge. But I was like, this is cool. You don't get to see luge very often. I saw one of the snowboard events ended. The guy won by a fingertip. So the one guy's snowboard came across first, but the one guy stuck his finger out. He won by like a fingernail.
No
That was
way.
kind of cool. Yeah, he literally won by a fingernail. It was the coolest thing, and that was actually for the gold medal. But no, so the women's hockey, that's the one thing with the women's and the men's hockey is there's teams that don't have any of the NHL All-Stars. So it's like the All-Star team versus the AAA team. Like, so I watched this Switzerland women's hockey game, the Czechoslovakia one. We outshot them like 55-10.
Right. I mean, the same thing yesterday with Switzerland, which we eventually pulled away and won. I think 5-0 was the final. I mean, what's cool is the United States and Canada got a real rivalry. In the men's, there's obviously other countries that can get you, and then there's some that just aren't going to compete. But, you know, I'm sitting there watching the women's game yesterday, and I'm thinking we are everybody else's Russian team in the Miracle on Ice, and not from a political standpoint, although I guess maybe these days. But there are teams like Switzerland that for them to be in a game with the U.S. late would feel like the Miracle on Ice felt to us because we are us and Canada are so dominant in the women's hockey game.
And one of the plays, one of the girls on Switzerland had a breakaway, and one of our girls was like back by the blue line. She caught up to her, stole the puck, and then I think turned it into a 2-on-1 for the United States. It's crazy our talent for Canada today, like how we match up, but just the dominance we've showed so far.
Thank you for the phone call.
Yeah, the skill level is impressive when you watch the women hockey. I at least I'm impressed by it. The passing is. They sling that puck really hard across the ice to each other. It just looks a little bit. I don't know if it looks a little faster at times with that than other hockey that you might watch. Obviously, it's a whole different game when you talk about the men and how fast that they are. But the women they're really skilled in this game.
You know, when you think about what the 1980 Olympic team did, and what is today's comp. Imagine if out of nowhere, Denmark won the gold in men's hockey. Right? Was able to beat Canada, to win the gold, and not Canada, not the U.S., not the Swedes, not Finland. You know, because that's what our team did.
Ish. I push back on that. As great as, believe me, it was great, right? Because they're all the college kids, right?
Yep.
But the majority of those guys went on to play in the NHL.
Yep.
I don't know if the Danish team is going to put anybody in the NHL.
Might be true. Yep.
So there is a little bit of difference there. Now, obviously, with the
they're
Olympics,
considered to have about the same chance as our team did in 1980.
They can go odds-wise fine if that's the connection. But I'm just talking the players. Like, you go back into that Olympic team in 1980, and the argument was that everybody was using, were the Russians the only one that had professional players?
No, everybody did. I think
Canadians were. I mean,
I don't think the Canadians were. No, you're right.
So, when it comes to like the best league in the world is the NHL.
Yeah, there were workarounds. Were they professional players? No, they were students in the army or whatever, but they were basically there for hockey.
The Russians, for sure.
Yes.
But when you looked at that back then with Canada and the United States, no, they weren't professionals.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody else had the workaround. Did Sweden have the workaround?
I don't.
We weren't supposed to beat them either.
Right. I think Sweden might have had some. I mean, because they had their own professional league, I guess, so it might be a little bit different with them too. But
yeah, I don't know if they had a workaround.
It doesn't make it less impressive by any means. It's just I think it's a little bit different when you try to compare it to today.
I'm going to compare it to today anyway.
Well, good luck with it.
Let's go to Mike on a cell. Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Hey.
So years ago, I did curling in Canada, and it's amazing fun. It's easy to do. The toughest thing is just getting the weight of the rock to when you get it to stop in the rings.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing, brushing is hard. Also, you wear special shoes. One has traction and one slips. And if you step wrong, people go down and get concussions. So that's the danger point.
I suspect that there's no danger for the Olympians, where there is danger for some of the other
No.
sports. But for the average
For the
person
commoners.
who's probably drinking beer while they're playing, yes, there are definitely some dangers. Yep.
But curling is great fun. Definitely recommend it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've heard good things about it. And there are people around here.
Except from Kang.
Well, Kang thinks it's dumb.
I've never curled, so I can't say if it's fun or not. But I got contradicting. Of course, people get butthurt when their sport gets talked about poorly, right? So people are texting and like, you couldn't curl, Gator, Kang, you guys couldn't do this. And then we get a text that says, my girlfriend's 5 feet, 110 pounds. She can curl, so you guys could do it if you want to. And most people, honestly, Doug, say it's fun that are texting in.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's fun or not fun.
Yeah,
It just-
jarts are fun, but they're not in the Olympics.
Right.
Actually, I don't know if they are fun.
They might be. Don't speak too soon there.
Yeah.
Oh, jarts are fun.
If Godelga has his way, it will be.
Yeah, I mean, people like playing croquet. Is croquet in the Olympics? That's
But
a
the funny
backyard
thing
game.
is, do we ever hear about curling until the Winter Olympics?
No.
That's right. The only time.
No, the same. But the same is true of swimming
and ski jumping. No, it's funny. There's
No,
world
I hear
championships
what-
every
yeah,
year.
World champion. Is there there's got to be a world championship
Okay,
for curling.
here's the
right?
thing.
That are televised.
Of course. And we never talk about the world championships of swimming. Ever.
I don't know if we talk about it during the Olympics.
Yes,
in
we
the
do.
summer
When we talk about the Summer Olympics, we talk about the swimming.
But we know swimming is like all year round.
Well,
Right,
you
swimming is
don't
something-
need. You don't need to. It's not weather specific. No.
Well, but there are. I mean, swimming's a sport that people take part in here in this country.
Well, way more than curling. Yes.
Way more than curling.
Yep. But there are times. Yes. Every 4 years, there's this handful, this group of sports that that we enjoy. Will I ever watch curling outside of the Olympics? No. I only watch soccer during the World Cup. I love the World Cup. I love the World Cup, and I can't get into MLS or European soccer, and I've tried, and I played the sport.
What about the Premier League?
Yes. Yes.
You watch
all of
that?
that. No, the Bundesliga or all of them. I've tried, but I can't. And then maybe if MLS came to Detroit and I was in favor of that, I was kind of hopeful I'd get into it. And here comes the DCFC crowd. Gotcha. I'm trying. But when the World Cup comes around, I go in both feet, man.
They don't want you to try.
I think that's true that some of them don't want you to try. They like their little group. I think others are more open to it. But all right, lots more to do, including some Tiger discussion next hour, pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. We'll get back to the Pistons and what we hope won't be a costly moment, but a galvanizing moment for this team, but something to learn from moving forward. If the ultimate goal is to win the NBA championship, and I think it is, got to be careful with situations like what happened last night. Again, we'll talk about it in the 1 o'clock hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Still no word from the NBA league office as to how many games the players involved in yesterday's fight between the Hornets and Pistons will be suspended for. The Pistons are expecting to be without big man Jalen Duren and, of course, Isaiah Stewart, who could be out for a long time as he has already been suspended 3 times in his career for fighting. All 4 players have already been fined, according to SpotRack.com. Moussa Diabate, Miles Bridges, and Duren were each fined a total of $4,000. Stewart, the repeat offender, took an $8,000 fine. Mike Scotto of Hoops Hype says today the Pistons have signed Isaac Jones to a 2-way deal. Jones was waived by Detroit last week to make room for Danis Jenkins' standard contract, which was signed on Sunday. Jones only played in 4 games this year so far and has not seen the floor since November 17th. The Pistons have one more game before All-Star Weekend. They're set to face the Raptors tomorrow in Toronto. Plenty going on in the Olympics right now and this week. Currently, Team USA is competing against Sweden in mixed doubles curling. The Americans Corey Teesey and Corey Dropkin are trying to go for gold for the USA for the first time ever. USA currently trails Sweden 3-2 in the 5th of 8 ends in that one. Also, USA versus Canada women's hockey in a preliminary match coming up today at 2 o'clock. There are a couple of Michiganders in that one, as Kristen Sims, who is from Plymouth. She currently plays for Wisconsin collegiately. You can also watch Megan Keller from Farmington. She plays for the Boston Fleet in the PWHL. Team USA men's hockey starts on Thursday against Latvia. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Prediction for Kevin McGonigal from ESPN. Tiger shortstop prospect Kevin McGonigal got a crash course at third base in the Arizona Fall League, and in spring training, he'll continue to play the left side of the infield. No matter where he plays, McGonigal will be a fixture in the Tigers' everyday lineup by midseason and make an immediate impact on a lot of days. He'll remind A.J. Hinch of another player he once managed, Alex Bregman. Heard that comp a lot, but it's pretty clear that people outside of Detroit are interested in this prospect.
Yeah,
talked about one yesterday.
He's worth being interested in. I'd love it if he made the team out of spring training. I don't expect it because he hasn't played an inning of AAA baseball and he's played limited innings in AA baseball. And I wonder, are we getting a false sense of security because you hear how great this guy is, and yet last year it's not like he hit well above 300 at AA ball. I think it was in the 200 range, like 250 or something like that, 260 at AA. But he hit very well at high A ball, and they say he's got elite bat to ball skills, and I don't question any of that. I'm excited, but I just wonder if we really should expect much out of a guy who hasn't matriculated all the way through the minors just yet.
There's a story from college football that we haven't really touched on, but it's kind of an interesting story. North Dakota State is making the jump to FBS. It's moving up a level and is joining the Mountain West this year. They will play a Mountain West conference schedule this year. And I actually find this kind of fascinating. They have dominated at the FCS level. When we mention North Dakota State football, people don't roll their eyes anymore. And they have added, I believe, Northern Illinois, right, as a football-only member. Thought I saw that. So it's Air Force, Hawaii, Nevada, New Mexico, San Jose State, UNLV, Wyoming, NDSU, and Northern Illinois. UTEP and Northern Illinois.
Look, you can only hold Tim Polasak's program down for so long before he's going to get it.
That was a guy you were talking about going to Michigan State.
that was my guy. He's 26-3 in the 2 years he's been at North Dakota State. Won a national championship in 2024 and lost in the second round of the playoffs this past year. Mm-hmm. But North Dakota State has been a program, right?
Yep.
It feels like the Dakotas and Montanas, those seem to be the two areas of Division II or Division III that wherever
right,
it is.
FCS, in that case, FCS, yeah.
One of these teams going to get an opportunity to play big boys. Well, here you go. Nodak State going to join a conference. That's going to be interesting for football only.
Kind of cool. Kind of rooting for him.
I think it's really good. I'm absolutely rooting for him.
And it made me wonder, all right, do we have anybody here that could level up?
Well, Ferris has been a program.
Yep.
Grand Valley has been, these have been programs, right?
Yep.
And can they compete at like the MAC level?
So Ferris and Grand Valley and Saginaw Valley, they're all Division II. So would there be a step to FCS first?
Would think. If they could.
Would that make sense? And then I don't think you can go from Division II straight to the MAC.
Probably not.
No. But could you go Division II to the FC? And is there any reason to do it? I'm sure there's a lot when it comes to the definition of what makes a program Division II. Has a lot to do with, I think, scholarship and money and funding and available academic money, athletic money. But could Grand Valley, Ferris, Saginaw Valley, would any of that make sense?
I mean, some of it has to do with enrollment, right? So they have 10,000 students roughly at Ferris State.
Out of all those schools that I mentioned, is Grand Valley probably the biggest?
In terms of enrollment?
Yeah. Grand Valley's actually got pretty big school. But wherever North Dakota State left, should Ferris try and jump up and take that? What level?
Yeah, Grand Valley is actually quite large. Has enrollment between 22 and 24,000.
You can tell
and that's based
who
on
has kids that have been considering colleges.
Right. And that's based on numbers from a couple years ago, so it might be higher than that.
So North Dakota State, what was their conference? They were in the Missouri Valley Conference for football. So the Missouri Valley is North Dakota State, South Dakota State, Northern Iowa, Illinois State, Southern Illinois, Murray State, Indiana State, Youngstown State. Put Ferris in there. Could Ferris make the jump? Could Ferris fill a void? Would Ferris even want to?
Well, the travel. You want to compete in that travel?
Well, it changes from busing around the state to flying to the North and South Dakotas. By the way, how do you think North Dakota, regular, normal North Dakota, feels about North Dakota State leaving? Think they're pissed?
I think they're weighing their options when they can join the Pac-12.
When they can join, to one-up them.
Yeah, right.
Interesting story. All right, so the biggest story in Detroit sports is not that. The biggest story in Detroit sports is last night's Piston game. The Pistons did beat Charlotte. The backdrop of this game, I mean, you got to look at, I think coming into this game was the foundation laid for this brawl. And that was Charlotte's a good, talented young team. I actually look at their roster and think they have the makings of what could be something pretty good. Cole Knippel and the Miller kid. And, I think there's some stuff there to work with. I'm not as high on them as I am Atlanta with a quality young roster, but they had been struggling out of the gate back on January 21st, like 3 weeks ago. They were 16-28 and in the 12th spot in the Eastern Conference. And suddenly they clipped off 9 in a row. And midway through last week, they beat Dallas. And then Cole Knippel said after that game, they thought they could beat anyone in the league. And they kept winning and winning and winning, and it got up to 9 in a row, and now they're in a playoff spot. And who comes to town? The one-seeded Pistons. And if you watch that game from the very beginning, I don't know if anybody else got this feeling, but I certainly did in watching it. And that was the idea that there was a lot of jawing after whistles. There were some stare downs. At one point, there was a tight, Cade took the ball to the basket and got fouled. They did a tight shot of his face, and he was talking to somebody. And it was like he said something, they said something again, and then he said something again. And I'm like, oh, Cade's not messing around. And this was like the first quarter. But I think that looked to me like a game that Charlotte went in and said, here's our measuring stick game, which is great. I mean, it speaks to what the Pistons are confirmed as being, is thought of as a legitimate contender, that a team that's coming up is trying to measure themselves against the Pistons. So that to me is affirmation that what we're feeling about our own team is what's being felt about them in the league, that they're for real. There was juice in the Spectrum Center last night. And after the game, the Hornets players talked about it when they talked to the media, how hyped the building was. Pistons are in town. It was a really, really big game. And on the Charlotte broadcast, they were talking about how tough it is to play against the Pistons and how physical they are. And I think Charlotte was like, we're not going to get out physical tonight. We're not going to back down from anybody. And eventually it led to what it led to, which was Moussa Diabate and Jalen Duren getting into a bit of a shoving match. Punches were thrown. Miles Bridges then came in late, and Isaiah Stewart unfortunately left the bench, which is going to hurt the basketball team. And, it's funny because a lot of the feedback that we've gotten today, very little of it has been anti-Isaiah Stewart is in general, or even anti-Isaiah Stewart doing this now. Any concern is about what it might cost them down the road.
Yeah, because regular season and postseason are different. Postseason is like a clean slate when it comes to all this stuff. Will he get suspended? Yeah, he's going to get suspended. It's going to be probably a hefty suspension because he's a repeat offender. But if you go back and watch this whole thing, there was no damage done by anybody. Nobody really landed punches. I suppose if anybody landed anything, it would have been Isaiah Stewart landing punches on Miles Bridges. And the whole thing, in the end, it is kind of dumb because it had things blow up quickly, and they also settle down real quickly. When Miles Bridges came over to Jalen Duren and took a swing and missed, and then Jalen Duren takes a swing at Miles Bridges and misses, and then Miles Bridges backs up like 10 feet, and Jalen Duren's being ushered away. So in the end, they're like 20 feet apart from each other. Then Isaiah Stewart comes out. Look, I can respect sticking up for your teammates. That's awesome. But if he had it to do it over again, I wonder if he looks back at it and goes, so it was kind of done, huh? But it's a split-second decision you make. And is it the wrong one? I'm not going to say it's wrong. I'll say it's wrong next year if he does it again and it costs him a 30-game suspension or a 20-game suspension or however more it's going to be as a repeat offender. But it's not going to affect this team. I don't think it'll affect them negatively for this season because, again, this is about the regular season punishment, not about postseason. They need Isaiah Stewart in the postseason. He knows that.
And look, the reality is, by the way, Con Knipple, I've called him Cole all morning. His name is 3 letters. It's K-O-N, and I'm getting it wrong. I was doing it in the office. I've done it on the air now. I don't know why I can't get that right, but it's Con Knipple. Anyway, long story short, is
it Knipple or
yes.
Knipple?
It's spelled Knoppel or Knoppel or whatever, but it's pronounced Knipple. But
okay.
That's the hard part, and I'm getting the con part wrong. Anyway, the question is, do the Pistons need to change anything? Do they need to change anything? From a standpoint of, or is one of the reasons why they are what they are is because they've leaned into a personality and a way of playing the game, which is sort of anti the way everybody else is doing it. This is a strong defensive team. This is a team that doesn't take a lot of 3-point shots, and this is a team that won't back down from you. And I wonder if the physicality gets other teams out of their game more than it is a danger to the Pistons and having players get suspended. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
248-539-9797. Fans, what do you think? We got a Piston team that's looking every bit as a legit NBA title contender. But the fear is here, and I don't know if everybody's heard the whole show, the over-under set by betonline.ag for the length of suspension for Isaiah Stewart is 10.5 games. 10.5. The over-under for JD is 3.5. Plus, we'll play for you what the Charlotte broadcast was saying about Detroit right before the fight happened. You'll hear that today at 1:15 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, without further ado, this is from the Charlotte broadcast last night. It was right up leading to the fight. And it is on the call, Eric Collins and Del Curry talking about what it's like to play against the Pistons. And if you were watching the Charlotte broadcast, which I bet very few people were, you could see, and I'm sure you could see in the Detroit broadcast too, but this was building up for a good 35 to 45 seconds. It was getting more and more intense between Diabate and Duren. It included a blow-by shoulder from Duncan Robinson, a hard screen and push-off from Jalen Duren of Diabate. Diabate bear-hugging Jalen Duren on a missed shot right before it happened. Then the Pistons got the ball out of bounds. Duren was complaining to the officials. That's when he shoved off at Diabate. Then when he took the ball to the basket, got fouled. The culmination, it was a culmination of a lot of back and forth. And while it was going on, and they weren't speaking specifically about what was going on between these two, but while it was going on, here's how the Charlotte broadcast sounded. And away we go. The Pistons and Hornets got after it. Now, look, this could have been a sort of a typical pushing and shoving. What became, when Miles Bridges got involved, that's when Isaiah Stewart came off the bench. And it's unfortunate because that's going to lead to the longest suspension out of all of this. And they need Isaiah Stewart. And Isaiah Stewart was walking to the locker room, and the cameras for WCNC in Charlotte caught him, and it wasn't worth playing the audio because it wasn't real good, but what it sounded like he said was, quote, "You don't expect me to stay on the bench. What the F do you think they drafted me for?"
Look, I'm curious to see what the suspensions are going to be, how many games. I imagine Jalen Duren gets handed out the least of the four, and then it's probably Diabate. And then Miles Bridges should get a significant suspension because I think he's the one that continued this whole thing. Mm-hmm. Like, it was done. It had kind of died down, and then he switches around and tries to square up with Jalen Duren and throws the swing at Jalen Duren, and then Duren
fanned the flames, didn't?
Yeah, he completely continued something that didn't need to be continued. It was done. It was over with. They separated everybody. Move on, and it didn't happen that way. And then Isaiah Stewart jumps out onto the floor, and now he's going to get a suspension because he's a repeat offender and because he left the bench. He'll probably get more than Miles Bridges. And that's unfortunate because I think Bridges is the one that continued everything, and it didn't need to be done that way.
Now, I suspect that in the grand scheme of things, this isn't going to lead to any. I don't think it's going to submarine the season. I don't think it's going to hurt them in the bigger picture trying to win the NBA, because it's a good time to learn a lesson, isn't it? Next time there's an altercation that gets out of hand, how do you think Isaiah Stewart's likely to handle it? How do you think the Pistons, the rest of the guys on the Pistons bench, are likely to handle it? I don't think they're likely to leave the bench again.
Well, it depends who's on the bench. You know, if Isaiah Stewart's in the game, it's a different story, right? I mean, does he get suspended as long if he's already on the floor?
If we get later in the year and they're playing more important games and he leaves the bench again, then I think we have an Isaiah Stewart topic.
Might, but it's tough to even think about it without being in the action, because once things get heated, like it changes like that, and it's easy to say, oh yeah, no, you wouldn't leave the bench, but it depends on what's happening out on the floor. I think what happens, here's the change, is that you're going to see a more concerted effort by the coaching staff to keep everybody on the bench and not entering the fray. That is what you'll see. Now, whether or not those players on the bench will now heed the warnings and the instruction from their coaching staff to not get involved. That remains to be seen, but perhaps this gives them the reason to not do that. They can now see this. Okay, yeah, right. Once the suspensions come down.
All right, 248-539-9797. How did you see this play itself out last night? Do you have any concerns? Tons of feedback coming in on the Olympics. From Michael in January, I did curling for the first time in Ferndale. Had a great time, and there is a bar there you literally can't lose. Per Liam Neeson, curlers have a particular set of skills.
This is true.
Next text, curling is stupid. With that being said, I want to play so bad. You guys don't want to see me on the shuffleboard table. I'm nice. There's a place to try curling in Novi at the Hub. We've done work events there. It's a blast. From an unnamed texter, the biathlon, which is shooting targets and cross-country skiing, is ridiculous unless you want to become proficient in drive-bys.
It seems like an event for like John Wick or like Jason Bourne.
Yeah.
You know? Jump out of this moving car.
Right.
Get down the ski slope.
Fast as you can.
And then snipe this.
Right. And execute your objective.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And do it while no one knows that you were there.
King, have you ever gone to the bar and played the shuffleboard?
The stand-up one? Yeah, uh-huh.
Do you enjoy that?
It's fine. I mean, obviously, you're just having a good time. I'm not really paying too much attention.
So would
It's
you
like
think?
darts.
Yeah. Do you think
know,
you'd
it's a
have
bar
more
game.
interest in doing curling or doing the stand-up shuffleboard?
While drinking?
Yeah.
Probably the shuffleboard, just because
Well, you
it's less
can't.
effort, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't
You can
slip
drink
and
it,
you
yeah.
can't. You're not as likely to slip and fall and get concussed.
Yeah, and then
As the one caller said, you can get concussed if you slip on the ice.
no glass on the ice, by the way. It's got to be aluminum cans.
No, a red Solo cup. Come on.
Oh,
That's how us classy folk do it.
Well, I thought, didn't we have somebody say that you're not allowed to bring the beverages onto the surface of the curling? That would make sense. You want to keep.
I don't know what the drinking rules are. That's a good question.
What's the Olympic Committee say, Doug?
I don't know. I find out.
Do you enjoy the stand-up shuffleboard or no?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like any other bar game. Oh, there's a Donkey Kong. I'll play that. There's a stand-up shuffleboard.
But the
Yeah,
curling appeals to you way more than that does. Or does it?
Well, I've never watched anybody else play stand-up shuffleboard. I have watched other people curl. So, yeah, I guess curling appeals more as a viewer sport.
What if Gunderson played
I'm not
stand-up
talking about
shuffleboard?
a viewer sport. I'm talking about active sport. Like, do you want to go curling?
I actually do. Jimmy, our boss, is talking about doing a station outing. Everybody's invited but Kang.
no need to waste that invitation.
Actually,
that's for
quite
sure.
frankly, Kang is the one that should be there the most.
Yeah, right.
Terry at work writes in, spotted, white guy in shorts, Dunkin' Donuts, Commerce Township.
Well, it's supposed to be in the 40s today, right?
It's the first time we break freezing temperatures in like 20-some days. Oh, good God. We've been at 32 one day, I guess, but today is above 32.
It's good to hear.
Henry at work says, when you take time to understand the strategy involved, curling is the best Olympic sport. Adam in a truck. Sunday morning before the final round of the PGA Golf, I had the Olympics on and I got sucked into curling and luge. It was awesome. Richard says, I think what's great about the Olympics is you have all these different events that are all different from the norm. Yeah, and they mean a lot to people, which makes it kind of fun. This feels like there's a ton on the line. There's national pride, et cetera, et cetera. All right, Gator. So what I have in front of me is this year's ESPN Way Too Early Power Rankings for next NFL season. I want you to think about where the Detroit Lions should be in next year's power rankings already. You know what else I have in front of me?
What's that?
Last year's power rankings.
Interesting to see where they were going into the season.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will get to that straight ahead. 132. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope everybody's doing great. Interesting day, to say the least. Let's get to these NFL power rankings. And you haven't seen these, I assume, right?
No, I have not.
Okay. Kang, have you seen these NFL power rankings for next year?
No, I have not.
Okay. Who do you think ranks number 1?
Seattle.
Kang, do you think it's going to be Seattle?
Yeah, I'll say Seattle. It's hard not to.
It is Seattle. Who do you think ranks number 2?
You want to go first, Kang?
I will go with the Rams.
I'll say Denver.
It's New England. And I'm shocked.
I'm surprised.
I mean, and this is definitely an early look at next year.
I like the Denver call, Gator, because I was looking for an AFC team, but I was like, definitely not New England. And then I thought about Denver.
Right, yeah. All right, just so you know, the Rams are 3, Denver's 4. Where do you think our Lions are?
Okay, so I'm going to think that Buffalo is going to be ahead of Detroit in the AFC, and that might be all the AFC teams that are ahead of Detroit. NFC wise,
I think they'll have the Niners ahead of Detroit.
I
That's
think
me
San
personally.
Francisco might be, but I'm going to have to guess they love the Bears in that direction. And all right, I'm going to go 3 more spots. So put me at 8? I'll say 8.
So you got Buffalo. You guys agree on the Niners? You think the Bears?
I think the Bears.
Okay. Kang, any more to add that you think are ahead of Detroit?
I actually think the Packers will be ahead of the Lions, not the Bears.
Interesting.
And then I go with the Lions after the Packers.
So you both have them at 8. Just Kang, you have the Packers ahead of Lions. Gator has the Bears ahead of Lions.
And then we both have the Niners and
Buffalo.
Okay.
So here's what we got. We mentioned the first 4. ESPN's way too early power ranking. Seattle, New England. 3 is the Rams. 4 is Denver. 5 is Buffalo. You guys are right there. 6 is San Francisco. 7 is Detroit.
7. Okay.
Philly is 8. Jacksonville is 9. Green Bay is 10.
Oh, my.
Chicago is 11.
Wow.
Kansas City is 12. Houston 13. Baltimore 14. 7.
Interesting.
Here's what they write. After failing to reach the postseason, the Lions need to focus on improving their offensive lines, particularly in the interior. Dan Skipper announces retiring him in January, and it goes without saying that the unit wasn't up to par this season. The Lions were 31st in pass block win rate at 55% and could benefit from taking a guard in the early rounds of the 2026 draft. Even All-Pro tackle Penei Sewell admitted after the season that the unit wasn't completely in sync, and will look forward to getting its swagger back under new offensive coordinator Drew Petzing. But I thought, okay, let me go look at what the way too early power rankings were a year ago when Philly beat Kansas City to win the Super Bowl. 1 year ago, the Kansas City Chiefs were ranked number 1 going into the season at this time.
Well, they finished the year 15-2.
Yep.
That season.
And they lost in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Buffalo was 2.
Really?
Detroit was 3. Philly was 4.
So Philadelphia had won the Super Bowl.
And they made him number 4 going into the next season. Well, not even going into the next. In the immediate wake. Like, this is kind of a silly time to do it, of course, because you have a whole off season that's going to change people's rosters dramatically. But I thought, okay, let's go see where Seattle and New England, the 2 teams that just played, ranked.
I'm going to guess that, New England was horrible, so they're probably in the late 20s, and I'm going to guess Seattle isn't too far behind because nobody was, at this time, you didn't know they were going to have Sam Darnold. I would have guessed that Seattle would have been like 23 and New England would have been like 29.
Okay. 1 year ago, when they did the way too early power rankings, Seattle was 15.
Oh.
Yep. Now that they've hired Clint Kubiak as offensive coordinator, the folks at Seahawks turn to their long list of questions. 15 starters are either pending free agents, veterans who want new deals, or eligible for an extension.
Well, to be fair, I don't think DK Metcalf was traded at that point or had signed with Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah. And New England was 24. Just for the record, it's confirmed? We do have breaking news?
We have breaking news, boys. The Detroit Tigers have signed 3-time American League Cy Young winner and 9-time All-Star right-handed pitcher Justin Verlander to a 1-year contract. Welcome home, JV.
What? I'm looking at this. It's a tweet from the Tigers. Huh?
Yeah, they also sent out an email to the media, so it's official.
All right. It's a 1-year, $13 million deal. JV has signed with the Tigers.
What? So Bob Nightingale says the Tigers' vaunted starting rotation: Tarek Skubal, Framber Valdez, Justin Verlander, Jack Flaherty, Casey Mize, Reese Olson. These are the guys they have to work in and out.
Do you think Verlander's their third starter?
If you want to go by how he finished the season, I suppose you could say that. All
right. I almost need to stand down for this conversation, and I'll tell you why. I was talking about Verlander being on his last legs 7 years ago. He's still pitching.
Yeah.
He's still getting outs. He's still piling up innings. He's not what he was, but when the Tigers lost Verlander, I was in the whatevs camp. It's not going to matter. He's near the end, and he's won like 100 more games since. Maybe not that many, but he's won a ton since. There are 2 levels to measure this. 1, baseball. 2, sentimental. From a sentimental standpoint, this breaking news that Justin Verlander is signing with Detroit, from a sentimental standpoint, it pegs the meter. From a baseball standpoint, I'm shocked.
I'm shocked because it comes after Framber Valdez.
Of course.
Had they not signed Framber Valdez and they announced it's Verlander, would have been like, okay, that's a saucy call, but I'm here for it. I like it because Verlander finished strong. And actually, Verlander had a really good season. If you go month by month, what he did, struggled to start the year. In 6 starts in April and March, he had a 4.7 ERA. Brought it down in May. It was at 3.8. In June, it was right at 4. But you look at August, 3.62. In September, in 5 starts in September, it was a 2.08 earned run average.
The Tigers are now handing out $13 million sentimental contracts. They went from being considered I know it's an over-exaggeration. but think about the impression of this team 1 week ago and how quote-unquote cheap they were. They'd offered Tarek Skubal what people thought was an insultingly low contract. They hadn't signed a significant free agent. Then they go hand out the largest contract ever handed to a left-handed free agent starter ever, and they're handing $13 million on a, hey, buddy, come home contract to Justin Verlander. It's gone from 0 to 10.
This is wild. This is definitely wild. So Verlander, the second half of the season, 14 starts, 2.99 ERA. That's what he did last year in the second half of the season. I think it's interesting. Like the Nightingale tweet where he mentions the 7 guys in the rotation that you could have. Is it far off to think that they could, you're going to give a guy a couple extra days off and you never know what the rotation's going to be? It's not necessarily a 5-man rotation because you have so many guys that can start that maybe you go with a little bit longer.
I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities.
Yeah, but pitchers are such creatures of habit. They like that, they know when they're playing, pitching every 5 days or whatever.
No, without question. And of course, you've got the rest of the staff that you have to deal with. But just knowing that baseball's a different game now than what it was 10 years ago with how pitchers are handled. But this is great. Okay, there's a baseball part of it. Does Verlander make sense for a team? Yeah. I mean, he still has talent enough to pitch in major leagues and to start. But for the Tigers, there's that added sentimental value you're talking about. But you can't be sentimental. You have to. It's
a business.
Does this make the rotation better? I think it does. And you know what this gives them, Doug? A veteran. Gives them a veteran who's been through the wars, knows what it's like to pitch here in Detroit.
It's probably going to be better than Chuck Money.
Well, better. I was going to say it's got to be better than Charlie Morton.
Better than Alex Cobb.
Alex Cobb, Kenta Maeda.
Well, first of all, I don't think Reese Olson's going to be ready for opening day.
To me, that's what this tells me. I'm glad you said it because I don't think. Yeah, this makes it sound like Reese Olson is still a ways away.
So their rotation is probably going to be Valdez, Verlander, Skubal,
Flaherty,
and Mize. But then, I like Melton a lot last year. And then they can wait for Reese Olson to get healthy.
Yeah, and I like Melton a lot too, but it seems like either they want him to pitch as a starter at Toledo or he comes out of the bullpen and they can maximize him that way as well at the major league level. And if you need a spot start, I suppose you can go that route. But they still have Kader Montero to do something like that every once in a while too. This is interesting. This is I did not expect to see this. Like I thought the Tigers, they still had a move in them, but I thought it was to add a bat, not to add, future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander back to the mix.
If we were sitting around a pre-show meeting today and I said, "Hey guys, let's develop a topic about bringing back Justin Verlander,"
well, I would have been about it.
I think you guys would have dismissed it as fantasy.
I think the discussion would have gone, well, he hasn't signed with anybody yet. And then I probably would have said something like, can he be useful out of the bullpen? Is that a possibility? But I'm startled by this.
All right.
Absolutely startled by
Detroit, what do you think? 248-539-9797. Justin Verlander, 1 year, $13 million with the Detroit Tigers. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch here for the University of Michigan Credit Union. Is your credit card statement looking a little festive? It's time to make your money work for you again. With the UMCU Visa Platinum Cash Rewards Card, you can move those high-interest balances over with no transfer fees and 0% APR for 6 months. You'll even earn 1.1% cash back on every grocery run, gas fill-up, and get ahead and stay there. Visit umcu.org to get started, insured by NCUA. Wow. We're just sitting around here innocently minding our own business. And out of the blue, the Tigers signed Justin Verlander. Yep, you heard that right. The Tigers have signed Justin Verlander to a 1-year contract worth $13 million. However, Gator, where did you see this report about how the money is distributed?
Tony Paul from the News says of the $13 million for Verlander, $11 million will be deferred starting in 2030.
So they're giving him $2 million now. And like 4 years from now, he's going to get $11 million from the Tigers.
Well, I keep talking about how this payroll is going to be dramatically lowered in 2 years because you'll have, and really after this upcoming season, you won't have Scooble's $32 million. You won't have Flaherty's 20 plus. You won't have Gleyber Torres' 20 plus. So that's $75 million there. You won't have Verlander, although Verlander is apparently not going to be on the books really until 2030, so that doesn't even show up.
Right.
You're not having any. The only one you have is Javi Baez at whatever it is, $23 million or 25, whatever it is that Javi's getting paid for his last year. And I guess I wouldn't be surprised if the Tigers buy him out for the 27 season. Depending on what happens this year. If he has another good year this year, then of course you'll hang on to him. But they don't have any money committed to anybody of real significance like we see on the team right now, where you've got, 4 guys making north of 20.
2030, there's one player under contract.
Colt Keith?
He'll be making $2.642 million. That's his cash salary. Add in Verlander's $10 million. Okay, let's start talking about how cheap the Tigers are. They've only committed $12.6 million to their 2030 salary.
Right.
That's
let's talk about the 2030 season. Now, obviously, things are going to change. You have more players go through arbitration, and those numbers will go up for for Torkelson, Green, and Carpenter.
Guys that want to hang on to. And yep. Dude, this is crazy. Justin Verlander's a Tiger. This feels like we swung and missed on Framber Valdez. Let's go to Plan B. They went Plan A and Plan B.
I think I'll go Scherzer now.
What's Porcello up to?
Ricky, I'm stunned by this. Absolutely stunned. I did not think this was. Once they signed Valdez, I figured they were absolutely done. Why they don't need to add anything else to the pitching staff?
Well, I mean, who's their swing guy? Who's their guy that goes back and forth? Does Verlander actually come out of the pen occasionally?
I don't know how they're going to do this. Again, if we think that Reese Olson is out, right? Let's say Reese Olson's hurt, then you got 5 guys in rotation.
Based upon recent events, I think it's a pretty safe assumption that Reese Olson will not be ready to go at opening day.
So, I mean, you've got Casey Mize in a prove-it year, Justin Verlander in a 1-year deal. You've got Jack Flaherty in the final year of his contract, Tarek Skubal in the final year of his deal with the Tigers, and you got Framber Valdez in the first of a guaranteed 2 years with the Tigers. So that's the 5. So who's your swing guy? If you're going to say that Reese Olson isn't ready, then it's Cater Montero or it's Troy Melton.
Is Jackson Jobe coming back this year?
If he does, it'll be late in the season.
Yeah. And he'll probably have the same role he did when he first debuted out of the pen.
Well, he'll have to rehab and all that still. Do a rehab stint in the minors first. But, yeah, this is wild.
It's totally wild.
Because, if you told me the Tigers going to make a move today, I would have said, okay, they're trading for a bat. I don't think there would be a free agent signing. I think they would trade for a bat, find somebody that's a better option than what they have, and let's see what they did.
It was 8 days ago I was bitching about how cheap they are, and I'm growing concerned, and I'm finally close to jumping on board with all the people that trash the organization, and I chumped them for not signing Eugenio Suarez.
So this
doesn't mean it's a great baseball move. Let's be clear. JV's chances of being successful diminish every year at his age.
They do. But 14 starts last year in the second half of the season, a 2.99 earned run average is pretty damn good.
And only $2 million off this coming season's payroll.
This costs you nothing to do, so that part of it's great. However, this also, I think this tells you this is a Chris Ilitch move more than it is a Scott Harris move.
It feels like a Mike Ilitch move.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm sure he hears the chatter from everybody in talk radio and on the
Doesn't
the
listen to
Twitterverse. I hope he does. And the Twitterverse and all that. Or at least people are getting mad. He's got to hear some of it that people say, well, you're not your dad. You're not making the big moves. He doesn't care about it. And okay, in the meantime, it's like the one constant that he has said is that, or at least the people have said about him, or even out of his mouth, when the team is ready, we'll contribute money to it. I'm not, Scott Harris is not going to be hamstrung by a payroll. We'll give him money and give him the ability to go do that. And that's what Scott Harris did. He went out and got Framber Valdez. But it feels like this is Chris Ilitch saying, well, you can do more. If you want to go JV, go get JV. Oh, okay.
Here's the feedback. AJ writes in, I love it. He'll sell some tickets and merch, get the send-off he deserves, and is more than a serviceable fifth starter. Greg writes in, JV is back, LFG. Jason says, can't have enough pitching, and this just provides another jolt for the organization. If he's a decent 4 or 5 starter, it will be huge.
Yeah, because there's no pressure on him. It doesn't have to be the 1 or 2.
No.
He's not competing with Max Scherzer to see who's going to get that opening day start.
For $2 million. Crazy. Hi, Mike. How are you?
I love your sweatshirt.
This
I
one?
don't know what it means. I just like it.
Do you?
I do.
It was purchased
Very
at
nice.
Arcadian National Park in
It's
Maine.
very nice.
Oh, thank you.
Earthy tones.
Yeah.
I don't like the Verlander signing.
You don't?
I love it.
Okay.
I got made fun of last week because I kind of called the shot with it. I'm like, 1 year, $10 million, no excuses. Bring him home. Last 13 starts of last year, a 2.6 ERA and a pennant chase. We can manage his innings. He belongs here. It gives people a reason to go to the park. I'm in the interesting business. It's interesting. He's also a great quote. I dig it. I love it.
This stretch of 6-7 days.
Yes.
Has blown my mind.
You know, it's interesting. It's almost like when the team does good things, we say nice things. Kind of weird how that's a correlated act.
Okay. I mean, you guys know me and the way I'm wired. Last Monday, I made the Tigers my chump because I'm starting to grow leery of the fact that they aren't spending money. I keep saying, wait till the trade deadline, wait till the offseason, and they're not doing it. And all the people that have been criticizing, I think I'm starting to lean your way that the Ilitches aren't going to spend the money and Harris is cheap and they don't, and I'm starting to lean that way.
So this
they signed Framber Valdez. They hand out a
So
more
this
than a
was all to
sentimental
spite you.
contract. Maybe.
Well, I also
yesterday I was mad because I thought they were going to end up as streaming only for this Tiger season, and they came out with a release later in the day that no, they'll be on TV. So
yeah, but you can only react to what you have at the time, man.
Well,
You're not Zoltar the Great. Like, don't beat yourself up.
no, I'm not beating. But believe me, I don't ever beat
All right.
myself up. But let me
You
ask
ever
you
seen
this:
his turban?
Here's what's crazy.
Leave that to me.
Think about, did we know they were going to sign Framber Valdez? We had no clue.
No.
Did we have any clue they were going to sign JV? We had no clue.
No, I
They
only,
are
I begged
operating-
for it, but I didn't
see,
know it.
JV
No.
was a joke because I thought JV was going to be if things went bad with School Bowl. But wait, here's JV. We're good?
This organization has been operating in a very clandestine nature.
Yeah, there's definitely that's kind of building where it's okay. They're very off the radar. How about this? The team broke the Verlander signing, not passing.
That's my point. That's another part of it.
How many releases have you seen like that in, let's say, 2-3 years?
The Tigers are
very few.
I think that's it.
Yeah,
Tigers are like the G in lasagna, moving silence.
No, I'm excited, and it means I don't have to talk as much about beef stew, so I'm thrilled.
No,
'Cause
this
I
is-
just don't feel like doing that topic.
Well, we
No,
beat you.
I know. It's just it's
DVE.
What's that mean?
Detroit versus.
Oh yeah, I
everyone.
forgot. No, it's such a predictable topic. It's like unless you love it, well, you're not one of us.
No, I mean, essentially what it comes down to, I think most people are like, cool, but don't do it again.
Yeah, because when
it
you're
could cost
suspended
you
for
two-
Game 6 and 7 of the
Yeah.
ECF
Yeah.
because you wanted to play Tommy Tough Guy, it's going to cost us our season. Don't do
I
that.
feel like these two moves they made with the signing of Valdez and Verlander, one is a Scott Harris move, and the other is a Chris Ilitch move.
I could see that. That's
Yeah.
fair. Bottom line is,
both trying to change it.
How about this one? You ready? Just for fun. Your starting rotation is $100 million. The Minnesota Twins' entire payroll is 82.
There it is. I look forward to this. These guys are on deck. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Darn right I broke this Verlander news to the office. Brought to you by Blue Chew. Tigers are bringing back Justin Verlander on a 1-year deal worth $13 million. But you're going to. $11 million of that is deferred. Starting in 2030 after a winless first half of the season with the Giants. His last 13 starts featured a 2.60 ERA. Today, the team announced they'll celebrate their 125th anniversary in a weekend series against the Royals, July 24th to 26th. He doesn't play for the Royals. Braves arm Spencer Schwellenbach was also placed on the 60-day injured list with elbow inflammation. He's got a 3.23 career ERA. Charlotte Hornets forward Moussa Diabate spoke at practice today and said that when Jalen Duren put his hand in his face, that set him off. He said his actions yesterday should not be a part of the sport. Quote, "We're here to play basketball. We're not fighters. It's not going to happen again. I'm learning from it," end quote. Miles Bridges said that Duren pushing Moussa in the face was the most disrespectful thing you can do. Members of the Big Ten Student Athlete Issues Commission wrote to NCAA President Charlie Baker about the growing dangers of prop betting in college athletes. They're asking for stricter limitations or banning them altogether as well. What else you got for me? At the Cornwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, a little bit of sizzle's been added to the day today. Very exciting. Rico Beard and I take you to 6 o'clock. Jeremy Otto, absolute professional. And I just want to I want to thank the Detroit Tigers because they did something today, and it means I don't have to dedicate so much time to beef stew. I have to tell you, as I said to you in Crosstalk, I don't like the Justin Verlander signing. I love it. We talked about this last week. I manifested it.
I think you were in the room.
I'm excited.
I think you're on the payroll. You're in the room. You made this happen.
I feel great because I want to tell you something. You said it. It's the G in lasagna. It's silent. I don't remember the last time a team broke a signing of any note. Not, hey, we just signed Pork Chop Sullivan to a 2-way deal. No, a team will break that.
Right.
They broke the news. It wasn't Passan or anybody else. But here's the other part. Did you see the construct of the deal? No. This is like Bobby Bonilla Day. It's deferred money to 2030. He gets $2 million now, $11 million in 2030. It's all deferred. So it's perfect.
It is.
And here's where I land on this. Beyond the idea of, yes, I wanted Verlander back. I'm in the interesting business. He's interesting. I gave you the last 13 games in a stretch drive. He pitched really well. Is there a sentimental part of my cold, dead heart that believes, yes, he should finish his career here? Absolutely. But let me take it a step further. We've seen what the Dodgers have done as far as a pitching staff, the new way of doing it. They don't have 4 plus a swing. They don't have 5. They don't have 6. They have 8 starting pitchers. All you need is 5 healthy at any given time. Yeah. Innings management, spot starts, openers here or there. Adding Valdez last week was awesome, but adding Verlander now, you could say, okay, well, it means Reese Olson's out for a while. Fine. But you've got Olson, Flaherty. Eventually you'll have Job. You have Anderson as a swing. You have Verlander as insurance. You have Olson when he returns. You have Melton later on.
Melton.
So here's what I would like to tell you. What the Verlander signing does for me. Tigers are going to the World Series. That's what it does for me. You've created a top 5 rotation and top 5 depth in the sport.
World Series?
Yes, because you're automatically going to the playoffs because this division is such poop. For instance, the level of poop this division is. Your starting rotation is $100 million.
Right.
The Minnesota Twins entire payroll is 82 or 90, whatever it was. You've outspent the competition 2-1. You own the Central. You have no excuse not to win the division. And if you win the division, I'm not picking anyone to beat you in a 5-game set where you have Valdez, Skubal to start that series.
Right.
That gets me into a 7-game ALCS where look at what we can do from matchups, from depth and the pitching.
Yes.
They shirt up the pen. They have the pitching. The offense I can worry about in July at the deadline. Rico, I mean it.
Okay, you know what? I need the deadline in order to get on board with you.
That's fine.
Playoffs?
Going to the World Series.
World Series, you haven't added the bats yet.
World
for
Series.
that. Like,
World Series.
Mike, unless you're winning games 1-0, like you need to add some bats to this lineup.
Series World Series.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, they've done everything I've asked. I needed them to go all in around Skubal in the 1 year if you weren't going to trade him. Their version of all in is sure the pen up, but look at the 2 signings they've made to this rotation. I can't overstate it.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. I like what they did defensively, pitching-wise. I do need to see a little more offense. I need to see at least a bat or 2 added to this team, and then I can agree with you. Right now, yes, you can go ahead and pencil them in the playoffs, and you may get to the ALCS or the LDS, but I don't know if you can get that next step because
that's fine.
In that 8th inning when you need a bat and you got to look on your bench and be like, okay, who do we have?
I don't expect you to have the spinal fortitude that I have. Okay?
No,
it's not your job. Hey, let me look stupid.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, this team with this pitching staff in this division, we're not worrying about a wild card. We're going to go out and go get yourself the top seed, go out, have the best record in the American League. It's all there for them. Now, if there's an ungodly amount of injuries, I'm going to look stupid. I'll own it. But they have a pitching staff that no one in the AL is going to really hang with as far as the combination of talent and depth. And you need depth.
No,
Injuries happen.
No, I like that. You know what? It's be the end of the bullpen days where you know what? We're going to go ahead and put a real starter out there.
Never have to look at anyone named Montero again.
I'm digging what you're saying, but yeah, you're on your own with that one. I understand. Yes, playoffs, absolutely.
Here, you want something I just got sent? Let me give you the JV thing, and I want to shout out Reeks. He was one of the only people who supported my idea on Justin Verlander last week. I'm very pleased they've done this. So Jeff just sent this from the Rieger Chew It and Do It update desk. So he turns 43 in 10 days. In the last 2 months of the season, he had 11 starts. In 62 2/3 innings pitched. Do you know how many strikeouts he had?
I do.
60. He went 6 or more innings, 6 of the 11 games. 7 or more in 3 of them. And he threw over 100 pitches. Shout out the Skubal exit in Seattle. He threw over 100 pitches 6 times. He threw 121 pitches on August 31st. Just telling you. Guys, I'd love your thoughts on this. And I'm not asking you to make a declaration, and maybe I'll look completely idiotic. I don't care. I believe when you do this job, say what's on your mind. Don't worry about getting made fun of. You're going to get made fun of regardless. I think this makes the Tigers, they are a World Series team now.
This isn't a make fun of you. This isn't a receipts thing. This is you really believe it. It's like
keep the receipt and put it on your stupid wall. Put it on your wall.
No, it's not. It's not a receipt.
When you say it's not a receipt, it's like when Kenny says, "Well, I'm not racist, but." Stop it. That means everything out of your mouth now is going to be keeping receipts.
Hang on a minute.
No, it's just I see where you're going. I can't get with you right now.
You don't need to. I'm not asking. In fact, you're not invited. Not invited.
Okay.
You sit there.
Wow.
You get on the next bus.
Okay.
The World Series bus is leaving. Okay. And when we come back around, and I'll be back around at the deadline, I'll pick you up.
All right.
You'll be sitting on that park bench with some lawyer ad on it.
That's okay. I'll have a kazoo in my hand for you. Here you go, bud.
I'm just telling you. Hey, it's weird. You know, it's funny. It's almost like there's a correlation between team trying and us saying nice things.
I know.
Weird how that works.
See,
wish everybody could understand that. Do good things. We say nice things. It's not hard. Not pancreatic cancer cure. It's kind of easy. I think the signing of Verlander gives you beyond the interest, beyond the nostalgia. Look at what he was in a stretch drive. We can manage those innings. It allows Melton to go and just marinate in the minors. You don't have to ask anything out of Drew Anderson. Drew Anderson just becomes absolute bonus time. You don't have to ask anything out of Jackson Jobe when or if he returns. You have the people necessary.
You do. You got a nice rotation, but I look at teams like Toronto and Seattle and even your Yankees.
No, our rotation has a lot of question marks, but it has high upside. You know what the Yankees don't have a lot of, though? Depth. Look, the rotation on paper, if you're just going to look at 3 or 4 arms, that's one thing. Rico, when you look at the depth of talent, the optionality they have, it's a great job by Scott Harris, and it's a great contract design. Clearly, they tapped their resources to spend $38.3 a year on Valdez. Is he worth that? Absolutely not. Yeah. But for not my money. I don't care.
Dude, everything about this, nothing, I enjoyed it. It did make sense because we were squabbling over $13 million a week ago.
Right, and guess what? They just spent 13, but they kind of didn't. It's deferred.
Right.
So, look, for me, I know the offense is going to be a question mark, and there's going to be plenty of days I'll be frustrated. I know that. But what they're going to allow themselves is April, May, June, and almost all of July. Okay, you will have a couple hundred ABs, and whether it's a McGonigal, whether it is a Riley Green, or anyone in between that delta of established to new, they're all not on trial. They're all in a job interview for their job. Yeah. Because when the deadline comes around, that'll be your opportunity, if there needs to be a fix, to fix it.
And that's where I may jump on you know what, I'm not allowed.
No, I'm saying sit there with your big gulp, and I'll circle back around and pick you up in July.
Here's what we'll do. Kenny, you're the witness. When they win the World Series, I got the show.
I didn't say that.
I got the show.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say win the World Series. Okay. I said they're going to the World Series.
Okay, when they get to the World Series, you get the day off.
No.
You just sit at home and you watch the game. I got the show.
Okay.
I got the show. No, because that's bold.
I know it's
you know
bold.
What? Take 2 days. Game 1 and game 2, you're sitting in your man cave.
I'll take November 4th and 5th.
There you go.
That's Breeders' Cup. I'll see you later.
No, I just horses. Come on, you want to see the World Series at your house, at the crib, going up against the Dodgers.
No.
You got
okay.
This.
Listen, people, where are you at with it?
Shohei who?
I don't need any declarations. You don't have to be Team Mike or Team Rico. He has the much more balanced reaction to it. But I think the actions of this team over the last week, it's sincere, it's aggressive, I think it's pointed, and you can see what they've built with this staff. There will be no time this season, barring an act of God, Noah's Ark flood of injuries. There will be no time this year that they don't have, at minimum, a solid rotation, and at maximum, the best rotation in the AL. I love it. And I do think Verlander has something left. And I do think Verlander, managed correctly, has shown you, as recently as last year, he can be a bulldog down the stretch.
Pick and choose your spots for him?
Yes, 100%.
I like this.
You could run a 6-man rotation all year. Yeah. Think about that. Talk about innings management.
Mm-hmm.
It's all there. I love it. I want to talk about it. It beats talking about baby beef stew.
World Series champion.
I didn't say that.
That's what I
said they are. Okay, you know what? Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. And Northville, they'll have what you need when you need it. Schedule now, so when spring rolls around, you're going to get your project taken care of. Call Northville Lumber or stop on by and take home some samples. It's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay. If you're wondering why the hell Kenny's playing that godforsaken song, the Tigers have almost like they listened to the show. I wanted Verlander last week. 1 year, $10 million. They did it better. They did 1 year at $2 million, and we'll give you the other 11 in 4 years. Verlander's a Tiger. I love it. The data backs it up. I don't need him to be a lead dog. I don't need him to be my number 2. I don't need him to be my number 3. I don't need him to be my number 4. He can be the 5th or 6th starter on this team. And when I call upon you when the lights are brightest and I need you to win a game in September, yeah, I have a trust factor. This guy, mentally, he's built so different, he'll get that done. And I love it. I think it's fabulous by Scott Harris, Greenberg, the organization at large. It's tremendous.
No, you're right. I think this is a move for September, for October, where I can put you in that rotation. I don't have to manipulate it to try to maximize Skubal. I can trust I can put you in there, and you'll probably give me a good 7 innings if I need it.
Kenny, you're a bleacher creature. You're a daiquiri aficionado. What's your initial response to this? Meaning, yes, it is nostalgia and it's fun. Do you agree with the baseball elements I'm offering?
So I'm somewhere between where you and Rico are. I'm excited for this. I'm not quite, we're going to the World Series yet.
You're going to the World Series.
Okay, we're going to the Series World Series. I got it. But you know what it is? It's we're trying. This is something that we're actually adding to the roster to do something that a lot of other teams in this city don't seem to be very interested in doing.
And that's all we ask.
A try factor.
Yeah, if you try, we generally will say nice things.
Right, 100%. We said it last segment. And that's kind of what I'm the most excited about is because now guess what? I get to have hope for a possible playoff run, and I also get to have hope, and I think this is lost a little bit in it, is we always want teams to add at the deadline. This gives me hope for a possible deadline ad because now they're just showing you that they're not afraid to make these types of moves.
Kenny, it feels like Harris has left the Coney Island. He is that. Those are the days of the past. He is now going to the big boy restaurants and he's ordering the steak and the lobster. And I feel a lot better when it comes to the trade deadline, especially when you see exactly where you're at, if there's a bat out there to get, I'm not going to sit here and be like, they're not going to get him.
What it does is this, and I think all three of you will agree with this, because I think we're all saying the same thing. It changes the way you feel about the team. Mm-hmm. It changes the way we talk about the team. If you want what you've never had, do what you've never done. You want respect? Earn it. You want to be treated like a big boy? Act like it. And that's what they've done. All I ask of any team in this town, try. And in the absence of that, when you start to think you're smarter than everyone, or if you're openly just going to tell a fan base we're not going to try until years in future, no, you've lost me. But this, I can take the Detroit Tigers seriously. I can respect it. The last week, the 2 moves, I don't even have to love Framber Valdez because I don't love him. I like him. I don't love him. I love the move. I love the idea of it. Verlander, love it. I said it last week. I didn't believe they'd actually do it. They did it. And now I can treat them like the Yankees or the Mariners or Blue Jays or whomever you believe to be the class of the AL. You've earned your seat at that table. Not at the Coney. We're out of the booth. It has chairs and a white tablecloth. No, I love it.
Maitre D.
I love it. It's just to Kenny's point. Let me tell you about the specials. 2485.
Try the soup.
Kenny ordering Hors d'Oeuvres.
Strays just left and right.
You know what? I'm not going to say anything, Kenny.
Rico, I appreciate you.
Hey, Joe Rogan. I don't know if you know this. I smoke rocks. To the people.
You got a blanket? I could just stay right.
I'm gonna take a nap. All right, let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, man, I could not be more excited, guys. I am so glad to have JV back. And Rico, you got to jump on the bus, bro.
No.
I got the beer.
Let Rico take his time. No, listen, Mike, I'm willing to look stupid. I've done this so long, I just say what's on my mind. I deal with it later. Rico's taking a pragmatic adult approach. Don't pressure him. We'll circle the bus back around.
Mike,
he'll still be on the bench.
Mike, here's the thing. Playoffs, yeah, I think you're there. The divisional series, I think you now have enough pieces to move to the championship round. We'll see what happens at that point. You're going to need some bats.
I know. And look, baseball's coin flippy. We all know it. Lord knows. But I'm just telling you, they've built a pitching staff that is modeled after what the Dodgers are doing.
And I think that's what's going to motivate this team this year. I honestly think we are World Series bound.
Yeah, and Mike, listen, if it doesn't work, you know what we won't be able to do? We're not going to be able to say they didn't try. No, they've absolutely laid out the cash. Yeah. Then they went over the top, got creative with the deferred money, brought back a legend. And listen, Mike, let's be clear on this too, all right? There's a business element. They do have a business to run. Is JV good for business? Yes. But I can juxtapose last 13 starts of the season last year. That's a guy that belongs in my rotation. So both things can be true. Look, if the offense falters, they don't make a move at the deadline. That's the only slander point I could offer. I can't get mad if pitchers get hurt. It happens. Mm-hmm. Bad things happen.
But because you're bringing in so many arms, you kind of give yourself some time. So if somebody goes on the 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 day, you're okay with that. You don't have to do a ton of bullpen days every Wednesday or Thursday.
Let's go to Joey, 97.1. Joseph, what's the good word, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good.
Well, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you that I think this team is good to make the World Series. It's just we have to rely on these prospects, and I'm not quite sure I love that.
No, I know.
The deadline needs to be busy this year if we are in that spot.
But the way they're acting right now allows me to give Scott Harris benefit of the doubt that if there's a need at the deadline, it will be addressed. Otherwise, why did you lay out the money? Why did you go get Framber?
Yeah.
I have to give him that benefit of the doubt because it would be stunning for them to have the pitching, have the bullpen, and then have a broke bleep offense and don't address it. So I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt that, A, the offense will be middle of the road. Yeah. I don't think it's top 5. I don't think it's bottom 5. It's probably middle of the road, and they get 4 months to sort out what that pain point is and how they think they can fix it.
Or you hope that one of the kids all of a sudden catches fire and you got something. But if not, it tells me with Scott Harris, like, dude, if this doesn't work out, I'm not mad.
Correct.
You tried and you that's baseball. You just shrug your shoulder.
1,000%. And look, and Joey, appreciate it. Look, I've lived it. I've been living it since 2009. My team spends all the money in the world. Baseball's a coin flip, unless you get cheated by the Astros in 2017. But the point is, it's very coin flippy. I won't be able to say they didn't try. We could talk managerial decisions. We can talk, I wish this guy came into the game, or I wish they would have, sacrificed, squeezed.
Right.
That's not, they didn't try.
Right. Scott, you did what we've been asking for years. You stepped up to the plate. And here's what you'll find out, kind of what the Lions found out. You can own this city. You go out there, you try, and you win. This city will embrace you. This city will love you.
Yeah, that or start a bunch of fights from the bench. And probably cost your team 10 games. Sweet. Kenny, text communications.
Text communications, daiquiris up for the Tigers. Cheers emoji. That's from Bill.
Somewhere posthumously, Dick Hammer is celebrating this signing today.
You know what, Kenny?
Sam Darnold's grandpa, good old Dick Hammer.
First daiquiri will be on me this year.
The daiquiris are on me.
They used to call him Dickie to Daiquiri Hammer. Go look. It's on the Wikipedia.
I don't think that's true.
It's 100% true.
I'm just waiting for slick back-haired Kenny.
Oh, it's happening. It's going to happen.
You got to see him, Mike. He's great at ball game.
I'm with Mikey. Tigers World Series bound. Mike, you should remake the song. That's from Jim.
I mean, we could.
Picking up steam.
I don't know if the team would appreciate the new lyrics, but it would be a blast.
Come on. You got this. Michael effing Valenti.
Just dropping chairs on the AL Central. I mean, what a pathetic division. Can you imagine being in one of these other cities? The Minnesota Twins, the Tigers' rotation costs more than your whole stupid team.
Yeah.
Kenneth?
Usually agree with Mike, but can't on this one. Scott Harris forgot we needed 2 bats. Who is hitting on this team?
Hold
That's
on.
from Phil.
Time out. We have time. And the offense was neither the top 5 one that was fake to start the year or the bottom 5 one that largely cost them their season. The offense is middle of the road. We have 4 months. Sort through third base, get a look at Magana. But I'll tell you this is the other thing I would say, and I don't want to take away any positivity. Don't go effing around with service time. McGonigal breaks camp with team. End. 4 months to see what he is. Agree?
I mean,
no.
You called your Verlander shot. Call this shot as well. Pick up the phone. Scott, he plays.
Yeah.
Right now.
To me, it's all in. Let's go. Let's see. Give a damn.
Or if not, you'll make the trade like my man did in Moneyball.
I need $10 for soda. That movie infuriated me. He goes in and he's like, John, I'm not asking for $30 million. I need like $200. There's no more money. What are we trying to do here? We were all Brad Pitt in that moment. What are we doing here? Just hated when he didn't take the Red Sox job. He should have taken the job.
I think he wanted to see what he built.
No, it was all about the stupid daughter and her stupid guitar, the whole thing. Go to Boston, win the World Series. You put her on a private plane. It's weekends with Dad. John Henry gave you a blank check. It's just something that always bothered me about that movie. It was a death sentence for him to stay there in Oakland.
He wanted to see it work
out. Whatever. Go catch another workout during the game, Billy. Ridiculous. All right. I love the movie, but I hated that one part of it. He should have left. All right, Kenny, hit the button. 97.1. Okay, look, if you're just joining in, don't adjust your dial. Both Justin Verlander, per this show's demand, is a Detroit Tiger. 1 year, $13 million, but 11 is deferred. And yeah, I just said what was on my mind. They're going to the World Series. I think this is the deepest pitching staff you've ever had. You have options. You got the 1-2 hammer up top. You got high upside guys in a Reese Olson, in a Melton at some point later in the year. I don't consider Job just because he's off the injury. You have a swingman in Anderson. You got a grizzled vet in Flaherty, and now you sign Justin Verlander. And to me, go look at what he did in a pennant chase last year. I love it. I think it's brilliant by the organization.
It is.
And I'm just going to tell you, you're the only team in baseball who's got a free division championship because the AL Central is dirty diaper.
You know what? That's I'll get on board with. Now, and also business-wise, his first start sold out. Justin Verlander back on the mound here at Comerica Park. Yeah, good luck trying to get a ticket for that game.
Correct. Let's go to the people. I want to know what you guys have to say. And by no means, this isn't some Team Mike, Team Rico thing. The pragmatic approach, you really like the signing. You're not going to say World Series, I am mad at anybody.
Hey, look, and I didn't want to, but Mike said put it on the board, so it's on the board.
Yep. May as well throw up 92 and 70 up there, too.
You're going to go over 90 this time?
I'm here for it. Yeah.
Whoa!
Go ahead there, Scribbles. You do whatever you want to do. Go to Aiden, 97.1. Aiden, what's good, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, pal. What's on your mind?
Great show. Just wanted to add, you guys have already touched on it. First time in a while that a front office of Detroit's actually going for it, and can't be happier. I think every single Detroit fan is already satisfied with the end of the season. But one thing I really wanted to add was this Verlander signing really just takes the pressure off Reese Olson and Job once they get back, just to not even be a rotation pitcher, but to actually perform. That takes just a ton of pressure off them. And
yeah, and I think it takes pressure. I think it takes pressure off Drew Anderson as well, because he's a total wild card who hasn't pitched in Major League Baseball since 2021. Now, all right, you can be a swingman. You can start out in the pen. Or you can just be what you are. I don't need you to be more than you are.
100%. And I'm leaning a little more on Rico's side. I think if they add a bat through either McGonigal or a signing, I think that's when I can truly say that even the sports books are going to put them in the top three. But, hey, man, go Tigers, and absolutely love the show. You guys take care.
Thank you very much, Aiden. Look, I think it just warrants attention. It warrants respect. That's all we've wanted a team to do. I don't speak for anybody else. We here between 2 and 6, this is what we do. You're not going to try, we're going to rake you over the coals. You try? I don't know. I'll be your best friend. Show me you give a damn. That's what you owe these people. You haven't won a World Series since? I was 3. Yeah. Like, come on.
We've just been asking people, please, get it from the booth at the Coney Island and just make some moves. Go out and do and it's amazing that like a week ago, we were all sitting here saying, man, this is going to end up badly. You're going to lose this arbitration.
Which they did.
But, oh, wait, how about this guy? How about Valdez? And now you're bringing in Verlander. And
you're doing it for free.
And now you all of a sudden, you feel optimistic. It's like, wow, wait a minute. And you're right. You look at this division, you've locked it up. Like, I always used to joke, like, you win your first game and you could mathematically just go ahead and put that little asterisk next to your team.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think we're doing that. But the point is that they are a prohibitive favorite. They do not have anyone spending with them. They don't have anyone talent-wise that can go with them. If they lose this division, it would be one of the great colossal failures of all time by this franchise. It's not going to happen. And I truly believe they have the pieces. They're going to be a nightmare in a playoff series. Let's go to Harry, 97.1. Harry, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rick. How you guys doing?
Good, pal.
So I called last week when you first brought up this topic. I think you didn't really have many callers. I think I was like one of the only ones on there. And you were so right last week, Mike, because it makes so much sense. I live in Florida, so I go to spring training every year, and I drive 2 hours to go to Lakeland. And I am so excited to endure the I-4 traffic to drive all the way to Lakeland this year. This move just makes so much sense.
Yeah.
I mean, the last caller said it. I mean, it takes the pressure off Reese Olson because I just don't think he's going to be ready for the start of the season. And it allows him to not rush back. It allows the rest of the pitchers to just really be easy. And you know what? The hitting's going to come. I mean, I really think that McGonigal is going to be making out of spring camp.
I hope so.
If his numbers are what they keep saying it is, and the way he really did well out of Double A, they could put him in Triple A to begin like the first month of season, which would be terrible. But at the end of the day, we all know he's still going to be a part of this playoff roster when we get down to October.
Just rock and roll and start him out of camp. That's what I want. If you're going all in, let's go all in. Harry, where are you living in Florida?
I live in Sarasota. It's about an hour. It's about an hour south of Tampa.
Oh, lovely, beautiful.
Yeah, a lot of great horse racing.
No. I'm just for Harry's sake. It's like, yeah, Harry, we got a real heat wave going on here. We might touch 40 today. Okay.
Well, I know. Well, we had our cold front last week. We got snow flurries for the first time in 20 years. So
poor baby.
I know. But right now, I feel bad. It's 80 degrees right now. So
no. Hey, Harry, don't feel bad. Live life for us.
Live your best life, Harry.
Hey. Hopefully, you guys get down to Florida for the spring training games.
Probably Doug and Scott, but appreciate it, Harry. They love the spring training stuff. Dude, I served my time.
No,
okay, I did that bid.
I did it 1 year.
You can have it. Wake me up when they come north. Okay. Hey, we're live from Joker Martian Stadium. I'm not. You can have it.
We're at Gate A.
Dude, I sat there one day. Here's how ridiculous spring training is. I sat there one day, and it was a young Rick Porcello. And he gives up like 11 earned runs in the inning. One problem. And it's what, he was only working on his fastball. He wasn't throwing anything else. So he was just working on one pitch. It's not even about the result.
Right.
No, send Jeremy out of the spring training. Leave me alone. Go to Dawson, 97.1. Dawson, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Mike. I'm excited, man. And I'm really happy this happened before you guys went on, just so it could save us all from the Beef Stew radio today.
Hey, from your mouth to God's ears.
Literally, dude. But I just think it's nice to see this team finally getting serious. It looks like Scott Harris finally realized. He basically put a sledgehammer through the table at Coney Island and left the building. It's really nice. And I think that they've finally earned our respect to finally have something to look forward to for the upcoming season. Given the Skubal situation, a lot of people were kind of down in the dumps at this team. But now I think, obviously, we should all be excited with Framber and Verlander coming back home. And I think the Verlander signing on the baseball side of things is actually a good move. I think that, obviously, like you've already covered, he was really good down the stretch last season. And the optics of him coming home, everyone's going to be pumped up. Oh, JV's back. Let's go sell it out and get the bobblehead. Like, that's going to be a good move for the team. But I think, Rico, you got to move over, man. I'm going to join you on that park bench with a lawyer ad. I don't think I can commit to a World Series yet. I would love to, but it's the bats. It's,
just
the
give it
hitting
time.
that's so concerning for everybody.
And listen, Dawson, I'm willing to be the piñata. You don't need to. I'm not asking anybody to. It's just what I felt like after adding Valdez and after this move here. You see the state of the division. And I've already kind of laid it out. Like in a 5-game series, Skubal and Valdez 1-2 to open, multitude of options. I'm not picking anyone to beat you in a 5. And then you get to a 7-game set and look at the depth of options you have, the ability just to wear teams down.
I was about to say, or you know what? You take 2 or 3 of those pitchers, and guess what, guys? You're going to be middle relief. You're coming in the 6th, 7th, and 8th.
And you figure it out. No, look, I'm not asking anybody to do it. I know it's overzealous. I know it's emotional. It's just, for me, it's just
we like emotional Mikey.
No, it's just what I was feeling, so why not say it?
I'm proud of you. I'm glad
or you could be
did.
Like most other guys in this business, just be a coward. Take the easy way out.
Don't
say what you really feel. Or say something that your audience will like, except you don't agree with it. That's also a classic move in sports radio
versus
in today's
everybody.
world.
You don't mess with us.
Oh, the bad boys are back. 248. Yeah, no. All right, if you're in the market for a new ride, you need to know the name Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Moran's newest location on Van Dyke, just south 18 Mile, and they are setting the standard. It's with service. No games, no pressure, no goofball salespeople. They just do it right. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. You're in the market for a Sierra, Yukon, Terrain, or Buick SUV. Start with Moran. Selection, service, and pricing. It all comes together. So check out Moran Buick GMC in Sterling Heights, Van Dyke, just south 18 Mile, or anytime online at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Quick timeout, touch table on some football before it turns into the hell that is mock draft season. Music, Kenny.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to be talking about some off-season moves for NFL teams.
No.
But, okay.
Go ahead.
97. All right, but first, let's go with, will New England break the curse of not making the playoffs? Most of your Super Bowl runner-ups don't make the playoffs the next season.
Yeah, no, I think they will. They have a young franchise QB on a rookie scale contract. They were still rebuilding. They'll add more pieces. He will naturally be better. And if we look from a divisional standpoint, Miami's nowhere close. The Jets are nowhere close. So I'll say yes.
Okay. All right.
No, I completely agree. Young quarterback only going to get better. They're going to add. I mean, there's no way that they somehow fall off a cliff after making the Super Bowl.
It's just a weird anomaly. But, yeah, you lose the Super Bowl and you take the year off the next season. All right. What do the Atlanta Falcons do with James Pierce Jr.?
Obviously, the easy answer is you let it play out and let the justice system do what it has to do. The problem is the charges, the account of what went down are so heinous. It's so absurd. It flies in the face of any level-headed adult to say, hey, second chance. I actually think you could release the guy. I mean, it's 5 felonies.
The fact he T-boned his ex-girlfriend's car and chased after her.
And hit a cop, and there's possible domestic violence, and he ran from the police. Dude, all of it. It's all just horrific.
Maybe I'm a dummy for having this opinion. I agree with you in principle, Mike, but this is the NFL, man. We've seen guys get away with terrible, terrible things time and time again. I mean, what will happen and what should happen, I have a feeling are going to be two very different things.
Fair enough, Kenny. All right, guys. Off-season top priority moves. We're going to go down different teams in the NFC. Start off with the Green Bay Packers. What do you think is their top
defensive tackle? Once Wyatt went down, the floodgates opened up. Obviously, Micah Parsons got to get healthy, but they need an interior D-tackle pairing, Wyatt plus. And I think that'll be everything they need defensively up front. Offensively, we know what they are. They have the running back, they have the quarterback, they have a bevy of receivers. Getting Kraft back healthy, which was a huge injury blow, it'd be D-tackle to me.
Yeah, why do I get the feeling that D-line and O-line are going to make frequent appearances in this list? I'll say D-line as well.
I agree with both of you, but according to ESPN, they're saying their top is revamping the cornerback position.
That's fine.
So
I'm not going to ever scream about it, but that front with one more addition, plus a healthy Parsons at some point, it turns into a lot like what you watched from Seattle.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's go with the Chicago Bears. What is their top offseason priority?
Pass rush, 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 pass rush.
Yeah, it can be from any position, but yeah, pass rush.
They had a lot of injuries in the secondary, and they got healthy. They got better later in the year. Montez Sweat needs help, lots of it. Interior, exterior, pass rush.
Okay.
And then more pass rush.
Yeah.
If I'm the Bears, I'm looking at Trey Hendrickson. I'm calling on Max Crosby. I'm going all in while I have Caleb Williams on a rookie scale deal.
Yeah, this is one where I think that maybe even if a guy like a Clowney, if he gets released on a 1-year deal.
No, sign him too. Yeah. Go get Max Crosby and Clowney.
Gotcha.
All of it.
More. Gotcha. The Minnesota Vikings.
Quarterback. No, I know they can't, but it would be a Mac Jones type trade to never be in the position they were in this year. That if JJ falters, I have Pete Brosmer. They have the roster. And I understand people might say offensive line. Well, look, Darisaw got hurt. O'Neal got hurt. The O-line on paper, it's fine. The receiving corps is outstanding. Defensively, all the pieces are there. You kept Flores. They got to have JJ insurance. That would be my number one thing.
JJ insurance or JJ upgrade, because Jefferson wasn't too happy. You saw that plenty of times.
Yeah, if they can make a JJ upgrade, great. But yeah, quarterback for sure.
All right, let's step out of the north. Let's go with the Los Angeles Rams.
Corner. That one I could say corner. They have the pass rush. They have the linebacking unit. Offense is a complete machine. It's corner. Their corners are cheeks. They are absolute ass. Corner.
You said the Rams?
Yes.
I'm worried about Stafford and what's going to happen with him. If he's sticking around one more year, great. I think you need Stafford insurance.
He's back.
Yeah, I know that he's back now, but moving forward, he's not going to be back for long.
They need to just take the kid, Delane or whatever it is from LSU, the corner, and
Insurance.
be done with it. Yeah, no, look, they have 2 first-round picks as well, guys.
Yeah. And
thank you, Atlanta.
It's funny because Kenny, that's according to this, Matthew Stafford figuring out, is he coming back? That's your top priority.
He's back.
If you are
He
the
already
Rams.
said it at the Honors Awards. He's back. Damn it.
San Francisco.
Substation. Knock down the power plant that keeps killing your players.
And don't get your players shot.
Everything
at
else
Super Bowl
is
parties.
just fine. You have the pieces. Now, if I could offer one thing, I think you probably got to get out of the George Kittle business. I love George Kittle, but at this point in his career, that devastating Achilles injury, and he's always hurt. I'd love to see the team make an investment in the tight end position.
I think he's going to be like 32 or 34.
But he's got the body of a 50-year-old. I think tight end would be a great to help Purdy and what Shanahan wants to do. I'd make an investment
the
in the tight end spot.
Oregon tight end may be available around that slot
What,
that they
Shakir
picked.
or whatever his name is?
Yeah, I'm going to say, I mean, it's hard for any team to not want to add a pass rush, but I mean, there's never too much pass rush option. So if they ended up going down that route, that would be just fine with me for them.
All right, and let's go with the Seattle Seahawks, Super Bowl champions.
I mean, how about this? Skill player. Perimeter skill player. Shaheed's a trinket. We know what JSN is, and Cooper Kupp is that one-year Band-Aid. Skill player. Love the tight end position with A.J. Barner. Love the 1-2 in the backfield. Go get a wide receiver.
Plus, don't they have a ton of cap space?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, go and weaponize that.
Yeah, because he drafted the way that they think Brad Holmes drafts.
$73 million in cap space. Finally, guys, Lions, first pick. Should they take a defensive lineman, linebacker, corner, or offensive lineman?
Who?
The Lions with their first pick number 17.
It's a trick question because look, I got to know if Taylor Decker retires. If Decker retires, the O-line becomes number 1, 2, and 3. If Decker doesn't retire, then I go D-line. It's hard for me to answer that sincerely, but okay.
Your perfect world.
In a perfect world, pass rush. Okay. End.
For me, in a perfect world, also pass rush, but your Mike's right. It really does depend on the Decker situation.
Yeah, I don't want to be flippant about it because the answer could be totally different 10 minutes
Yeah,
from now.
I can't hold you to this. It's just
But nobody would be mad if they added a big person on either side of the line. I don't think anybody would be necessarily up in arms about that.
No, I agree. I think either offensive or defensive lineman, and everybody would be happy. That's your NFL offseason blitz 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers are bringing back Justin Verlander on a 1-year, $13 million contract. $11 million of that is deferred starting in 2030. I spoke with radio voice Dan Dickerson about the signing. After a winless first half of the season with the Giants in 2025, Verlander's last 13 starts featured a .260 ERA. Detroit has also inked outfielder Austin Slater to a minor league contract per Cody Stavenhagen of The Athletic. Slater split time with the White Sox and Yankees last year, hitting .216 in 65 games. Charlotte's Hornets forward Musa Diabaté... Make a drop on that. It said that Jalen Duren put his hand in his face. It set him off. He said that his actions yesterday should not be a part of the sport. Quote, we're here to play basketball. We're not fighters. It's not going to happen again. I'm learning from it, end quote. Miles Bridges also said that Duren pushed Musa into his face. That was the most disrespectful thing you can do. The Pistons are also signing Isaac Jones to a two-way contract. This comes after Dennis Jenkins had his two-way converted to a standard deal yesterday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, good to have you guys with us. And yes, we were spared. We'll get to the beef stew thing later. But the Tigers signing Justin Verlander as if they listened to the show was fabulous because we wanted it last week. I love it. I think it is all in. It's on the heels of the Framber Valdez signing. And I just think it gives you, I do think it's a window into Reese Olson being more hurt than anyone realizes. But the depth of the rotation, the talent of the rotation, and of course, I have no problem if you're in your feels and you're nostalgic and it's JV and a Tigers hat, totally get all of it. Just understand, there's a baseball reason I like it. I don't care about feelings. Baseball, his last 13 starts last year, a 2.6 ERA in a pennant chase with the Giants. And he pitched really well. 62 and 2/3 innings, 60 strikeouts. Look, man, if you just use him sparingly, table set, it gives you another option. It allows Melton to go marinate in the minors. It allows Job to take his time. It allows Drew Anderson to be a swing man instead of a rotational piece. I think Tigers are going to the World Series. And look, if it doesn't happen, it's cool. I'll be the piñata. But this rotation with this bullpen, with the way they can mix and match, if this offense is even middle of the road, you're going to be a nightmare to face in the playoffs. And you are a playoff team because you play in this booty-ass division. Just call it what it is.
Oh, that's true.
Your starting rotation costs more than the entire Twins payroll.
Playoff team, but then I look at this team now and I feel more confident that you will do what you need to do at the trade deadline. You will make the deals and you will go get the additional pieces that will make you a World Series contender.
And by the way, if Verlander bombs out, if Verlander turns into Zadarius Smith and he's making his own jewelry and quitting 6 weeks into the year,
stop it.
I'm making a point. It only costs $2 million this year because this is one of those deferral whiz-bang pow deals. He gets the rest of the money starting in 2030.
Yeah, and honestly, Mike, Verlander's worth, I think, really is going to take place come September. That's when you can use him sparingly. You can use him as the 5th, 6th starter. But then once the playoff starts and you get to the end, that's when, okay, you're going to be a part of that rotation that we're going to use you. We're going to use your experience and you're going to go out there. Yeah, I just need to see, and looking at what the Tigers have done in this last week has shown me something that I haven't seen that we've all been begging for. You're going to go out there and you're going to try. You're going to go out there and you're going to try to make yourself better.
Yes.
You're going to try to put yourself in the best position possible. So now, yes, would I like to see a bat or two? Absolutely. Let's see what the young kids can do. As you say, bring them up in the beginning. Let's see what you have.
This kind of move, I think all it suggests to me, you just don't have any excuses not to open the season with McGonigal here. There's just no excuse. Take 4 months to see what he is. Yeah. If he's any good, cool. And maybe somebody else is the problem.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I just want to know from people beyond the fields, beyond the baseball, does this change how you view your baseball team? Does it change how you view ownership? Does it change how you view the front office? Does it change how you view the team at large? Because to me, it does. It takes you from the Coney to the big leagues. Mm-hmm. You're trying. Now, whether things work or not, we've cleared a barrier, and the barrier is respect. I have no respect for teams who don't try. I have no respect for teams who play for a day far away. I have no respect for teams that don't put their actual financial wherewithal behind things and instead want to cry poor. I don't have respect for it. Any sport, any city, period. That's why I was so annoyed at the reporting. Oh, if they lose the arbitration, they can't afford a pitcher. Right. The money was always there. Here's Framber from a UFO. So guess what? Then they just dotted the I or did the Sousaphone, and you bring in Verlander. Mm-hmm. And while it is a business move, because the park's going to be sold out,
every time
it's a baseball move.
They're going to remind you of all his no-hitters. And, hey, you could be watching history. Maybe he throws another no-hitter tonight. Oh, yeah, that thing's going to be packed.
Hey, bottom line, brother, stretch drive.
And for $2 million.
Important games. Who else on this roster has that level of cachet? Who on this roster, how many guys do they have that have actually won something? Verlander brings a different voice and a different element.
Come playoffs, when he's in the clubhouse and he's saying something, you're going to actually listen.
You listen. And guess what? If I got to hand him the baseball, the guy is wired different. I remember talking about this the summer of 2017 before he got traded. And I said, guys, this is going to be a nightmare that they have to do it. But wherever he goes, the bright lights, the pilot light will be out, and he's going to snap right back. That's how the guy is wired. Mm-hmm. And what did he do? He immediately became JV again.
Yeah, and even at 43, as you said, Mike, he's out on the mound, and I know it's a big joke. We talk about Skubal. If he's out there dealing, there's no way he's coming off the mound.
He even had a 121-pitch outing on August 31st.
Yeah. So AJ, like, hey, JV, you think? No, sit down. Go sit down.
Throw a baseball.
Wrong pitcher. I'm going to finish this.
So all of that is available to you. And again, there doesn't need to be any Team Mike, Team Rico stuff. I totally understand people not wanting to say World Series. And you're probably right. On a percentage basis, you're probably right. That's how I feel. I love what the team has done. I'm willing to just say it and look stupid later. It's all good. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, thanks for hanging, man. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike Rico, it's an honor to be on the show. Mike, I still have chills from thinking about the Tigers in the World Series, but I have a word of caution I wanted to ask you guys about.
Yeah.
Is there any chance that they sign Verlander because Valdez has failed his physical? I ask this because there's nothing on the Tigers' Twitter. They released their spring training roster, and Valdez isn't anywhere. And maybe he hasn't taken it yet because he's coming from overseas, but I'm just like, we've never had good things. I don't want to get too excited.
You're worried that you've bought a car and it's going to show up in 12 pieces? I got you.
Exactly, yes.
I don't have anything. I haven't heard even an inkling or a wisp. None of that.
I haven't heard any of that either, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Otherwise, like, yeah, it's World Series or bust. Like, I can't wait to face the Dodgers. And this is a rotation that I think can at least challenge them. And if we add a bat, whether it's McGonigal or someone at the trade deadline, hey, as long as we stay healthy,
McGonigal's here.
Or bust.
McGonigal will be here unless he is egregiously bad. So don't use McGonigal as the addition. There's also other players that could come into the fold, whether it's a Max Anderson or a Lee or someone at third base. The point is you have 4 months and the better part of, 250 at-bats to make decisions that at the deadline you can then weaponize this system that has been built to make the addition. Part of me feeling like it's a World Series deal is, Matt, I'm giving them benefit of the doubt that there is no world, provided Valdez is in one piece. Now you got me scared, Matt. But Valdez, Verlander, the depth of that rotation, they'll make the move because they've gone all in. They've done what we've begged a team in this city to do. Begged. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if this is a topic for another time. What would this all season look like if it happened for the Lions or the Wings? Like,
I know.
I'm just like, man, what would it be like if we could experience that for one of those teams?
Well, the Wings and the Lions have the next, at bat. For the Wings, it's a weird thing because of the Olympic break, but they played like crap before the break. They don't have a ton of cushion. They don't. The East is hyper competitive. If not now, when, Steve? And for the Lions, no, Matt, that's the big one. The NFL is always going to own the city, but the Lions have no other out but to be bold.
For the Lions, it really breaks down to where you want to spend your money.
Everywhere.
No. Do you want to spend your money in-house or do you want to go shopping for new pieces?
Oh, no, outhouse. I don't care. If I read another article talking about the amount of players they have to sign that might limit them in the future, my head's going to explode.
And that's what I'm saying. For the Lions, it really boils down to, okay, do we just keep the band together or do we go and bring in some new band members?
New band members.
I'm with you. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, you have Jahmyr Gibbs. He doesn't have to have a contract. Sam Laporta blew out his back. Yeah, I'm not paying you. We'll deal with that later, okay? Figure it out.
Branch,
get creative.
Yeah, Branch.
I'm not paying you. You have 1 foot. Right now, Brian Branch is in the Pirates' crow like Lieutenant Dan. He blew his Achilles. I'm not paying you.
And then it's Campbell.
You can do whatever you want. He's an off-ball linebacker. I don't care. Good player, but they're replaceable.
Everything you say makes sense. And you just got to hope that the Lions take that advice and go and try to bring in some new
Tigers
pieces.
took my advice on Verlander. I don't know. We're on a roll. We'll see what happens.
All right.
248-539-9797. This year's winter conditions are deplorable. It's the worst winter of our lives. Snow, ice, whiteouts. Whether you've gotten into an accident or you just slipped and cracked your head open in a parking lot, whatever it is, you call David Femininio. He's been an injury attorney for 30 years, and David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces after an accident. Just call him today, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That was for no particular reason. That drop cracks me up. Text communications. Verlander, a Tiger. We'll get to the idiocy of what went down in Charlotte last night. And then you can call me all kinds of names like a pussycat and a bitch and I'm not built like you and bad boys for life. We can do whatever we want. The facts are the facts. The league is never letting you win playing that way. And Beef Stew's going to hurt you in the playoffs trying to be B.A. Baraka. I'm over it. Suspend him 15 games and move forward.
Can I call you those things even if I agree with you?
Do whatever you want. It's just such a lazy take that if I don't like it, oh, you're not a Detroiter. No, actually I am. I lived here my whole adult life.
No, Mike, these types of things, as you know, always fall. It's politics. It goes down party lines.
Right. By the way, things you'll never hear Beef Stew say, anything Diabate said. That's not a part of the game. You're never going to see it from me again. Essentially, I got to clean it up. Guy's on the bench with ice packs falling off his knee. And then I got to listen to the foof on the games. Oh, he's protecting Duran. Duran's 100 feet away, John.
As he said, why did you draft me for Detroit if you didn't want me to come and do it?
There you go, which is a guy who hasn't learned his lesson. It's so good. Do it in a playoff series. Get suspended for game 6 and 7. Good luck. I don't need that. The team's good. You don't need that crap.
You're right.
But hey, keep living up to stereotypes because they make you comfortable. Oh, we're the bad boys. No, you're not. No, you're not. There are no bad boys in the league. The league is never letting you win doing that crap. All you're going to do is cost yourself in a seminal moment. You're not going to get the big call. You know why? Because the league doesn't like you.
No, you're right. Because all I got to say is when the Warriors on that historical run and Draymond Green.
Tommy, tough guy.
We told you not to do this. Why don't you sit out these final games?
Yeah. Hope the nut shot was worth it.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Kenny. Text communications. We'll get to that crap later.
This one says, yep, truly shows commitment to building a winning team. This is what Detroit has been wanting for. Go Tigers. Guys, I thought Mike would bash the move, so I'm hype hearing he buys the Tigers now.
Can I ask, I can't talk to a texter, but if I could speak to that person. First of all, I pounded the desk for this a week ago before it was ever in the news cycle. Second of all, why would I shred it? The data suggests it has baseball merit. Yeah, I would shred it if you're like, well, this is so exciting. It makes me wispy. I don't care about stuff like that. I do care about a 2.60 ERA last 13 starts. I do care about the experience. I do care about a guy who's wired way different. Then we can get to the fun of, yeah, it's cool he's back in Detroit. Yes, he's quotable. Yes, he's interesting. I'm in the interesting business.
He's a natural leader here.
Do you ever think that maybe I'm negative towards your teams because your teams don't win Bupkis? You ever think about that?
No, really?
There might be a corollary there.
So there's no blind loyalty?
No, because the teams aren't blindly loyal to you.
Right, I can attest to that. I've known you.
Call up one of these teams and be like, listen, my wife has cancer. I can't afford the tickets this year.
Oh, wow. Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, T's and P's. Your seats are already someone else's. Good luck on the cancer thing. The blind loyalty thing is laughable.
Right. Anybody who thinks you're going to be blindly loyal has never listened to you. I've known you for years, and I know the teams that you absolutely adore, you eviscerate them.
That's right. Double birds in the air. Perform. Kenny?
This one I'm interested in your response to. Can't believe Mike is telling Rico he can't be on the bus during Black History Month.
Wait a second. Now, this is not some Claudette Colvin routine here, okay? All I said, he had hesitation about getting on the bus, so I said, fine, I'm leaving your ass here. He's on the park bench.
That's the texter of the day right there.
We made it 10 days into February before you got banned from a bus, Rico. How does it feel?
Not even in the back. Wow.
You didn't want to get on the World Series bus. Why would the front or back of the bus come into question? You don't even have a ticket.
I can't make the bus. Wow.
No.
Wow.
You know what? Fine. I said it. He's not on the bus. Okay? I stand on that.
Strong side.
Right. I don't care. I've had it.
We'll be boycotting the buses.
How can you boycott something that left you there? Kenny?
All these arms just to lose games 3-1. There's a lot of people that want bats in these ticket texts.
Guys, okay, we're going to do this again. I hear you. Let's allow for a couple of things. A, I'll never understand the offseason that didn't feature a bat. However, let's just flip the script and view this from the Tigers' lens. They want to use the first half of this year as an evaluation period. And you can list the names. And it's way more than just a McGonigal. Can Riley Green get better? Can Kerry Carpenter get better? Is there any toothpaste in the tube with Torkelson? What is Baez? What is McKinstry? Can he live up? Is Parker Meadows the guy from 2 years ago who was a spark plug? Or was he the absolute net negative war player he was last year? The reason I say it is I want to do the same things you guys do. They don't. But in that development phase, if half of those things prove to be true, they're fine. And whatever isn't fine, they just spent $38 million a year on Framber. They just did a deferred money deal on JV. They restocked the bullpen. I got to give them benefit of the doubt they'll make that move at the deadline. Because if they don't, I'll raise holy hell.
If they don't,
I'll crash the bus.
Yeah,
I will crash the bus.
None of this makes any sense.
Just give it time. Because, again, I thought it was totally disingenuous if anyone believed, well, they were a top five. That was mysticism. They were not a top five offense. They were also not a bottom five offense like they were down the last, 30 games of the year. The truth lies in the middle. If you're middle of the road offense and you're elite pitching, you can win a World Series. I think they have the ability to have elite pitching. That's all I'm trying to say. And I don't care. I just drove by you again. You can sit on that bench. Wow. Let's go to people. Go to Phil, 97.1. Philly, what's good, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you?
Oh, I'm not too bad. Quite the shocking news to hear just getting out of work and to hear that we did exactly what we were all kind of hoping as a group to, sign and get Verlander back home.
Yeah.
I flashed back a week ago, say Tuesday of last week to current today, and what a 180. I feel like my feelings towards the Tigers, the front office, and our current roster. It's a breath of fresh air on this what feels like May Day.
It is, but does it change how you view the team? Does it allow you to take them serious? Does it allow you to go, you know what? We got a major league operation here.
I definitely, I guess my thought, my views towards this team has definitely been shifted towards, I'm kind of surprised. Like, all right, they seem to be on board. Like you guys were just saying, 4 months, see what you already have. We have all these touted prospects. Let them, drink their cups of coffee, see what they can do, and then adjust accordingly, before the trade deadline. Because I agree, I think our staff in this division, all we need to do is just manufacture some runs. We don't have to go out and score 10 a game. We can go out and put up a few and just let our pitchers do what they do, go to work, and it's go big, go home. And this is the year to do it. This is the best team I feel the last, say, 5 years. This is the best roster we've had on paper going into the season.
Yeah, and look, the good part is you get a ton of money that falls off the books after this year. We see if there's no baseball in 27, that will come with a wildly different economic picture, one that will honestly benefit you because you've shown an ability to get near that $200 million mark, which is all you need. I don't think you need to spend it $3 billion, and you can't. The economics don't support it. Look, Phil, it's everything we wanted. I think now you can kick back. You don't have to have clenched teeth. You don't have to be stressed out or angry. You can just look at it and go, they're trying, I'm in, let's watch. Versus, damn you, this trade deadline. Damn you, Scooble. Damn you.
Like, hello, is anybody there?
So yes,
do something.
And that's all we want. Like that's where I always laugh at it too, because it's like teams just, it's almost like they need a Rosetta Stone to speak to their customers. Your customers want you to try. Mm-hmm. Your customer is not going to show up at your place of business and kiss your ass because you exist. You have to try.
Right. And if you're not, you got to tell them what you're doing so they can at least say, all right, because they want to believe in you. They want to buy into what you're doing. But if you just leave them in silence, it's like, okay, we'll draw our own conclusion.
Let's go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing, buddy? Justin?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
You're loud and clear, buddy. What's good, pal?
All right. Yeah, I want to touch on the Verlander thing, obviously, as well. So So there's twofold to this of why it's a good move. Let's talk about the baseball move first. He can still do it, like you said, down the stretch. He was really good in San Francisco. And let's talk about the teams in the AL they'll match up against. Think about the Yankees. The Yankees, Verlander owns the Yankees historically, both on Detroit and Houston, and he brings an element of just maturity and a winner to a locker room that really needs it. And then second element is the nostalgia part of it. I was at Miguel Cabrera's final game, and there's something about having a guy, finish his career. I know Miggy started in Florida, but finish his career where the best part of his career, it felt like, was here. I know Verlander had a ton of success in Houston, but having Verlander come home, just imagine Comerica Park in the World Series with Justin Verlander on the hill.
That's it. No, and again, I can always leave space for that as long as it clears the bar of actual baseball. And it's not just hey, it's Gordie Howe with the Whalers. I'm not interested. But this clears the bar from a baseball standpoint. I'm fine if you guys want to be in your feelings about it because I respect that. I get it. There has to be a space in sports left for that, Justin. So, yes, there will be several nights. It'll be JV. It'll be a Friday night, sold-out park, fireworks, the whole vibe. That's what you're looking for. And I'm okay with it because it clears the baseball bar. If it didn't, no, then it's just cheap publicity, and it's like Jackie Moon.
Well, the beauty of this is you're not asking him to come in here to be the ace. No. That's why. It's like, okay, he's just added bonus that really it's the postseason. That's when I'm going to need you to kind of step up.
It's for me to never have to look at a Montero game again or a Paddock game again.
Okay.
Or a Charlie Morton game again or an Estelle Getty game again. Well, I don't ever have to have those people.
If you never pitch.
Right. If a tree falls in the forest, my point is I'll always have a starting pitcher.
Oh, God. Okay.
Carry on.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and hit the road with great deals on their massive inventory. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the February Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Trax LT, get this, $239 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I always say, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive. All right, we've been talking about Verlander. He is back, 1-year deal, deferred money, $2 million this year. Look, a week ago, how you felt about the Tigers, you're probably like me. I didn't see this coming. A week ago, we were getting ready to go into arbitration thinking, man, this is all about $13 million, and now you've got over $100 million payroll in your starting rotation. So a lot can happen in 7 days.
Want to knock down the last couple of calls,
Yeah, let's
brother?
do that.
And then we'll turn our attention to the nonsense department, which is the brawl in Charlotte. We'll go to Thomas, 97.1. Tommy, what's the good word, buddy?
I am thrilled with what Scott Harris has done, getting Framber last weekend and bringing Justin home. I remember being probably about 8 to 10 years old when I got my first Tiger jersey, being a Justin Verlander jersey, and now getting ready to turn 30, realizing that there is a damn good chance that if I convince the wife to go out to Arizona for my birthday this year, I may get to see him pitch for honestly the first time in all the years that he's been pitching, because being I live out on the East Coast, I only get when they play the Yankees and then when they would play the Mets every few years. And every time that I see the Tigers out here, I'd miss them by one game or he'd be hurt.
Well, I hope for your sake you get to see it. You're a lifer. There is an emotional pull there. And Thomas, look, it's not Gordie Howe with the Whalers. The guy showed down the stretch he's still got a lot to give. And I think with Fetter, with the way this organization manages pitching, I think he's absolutely going to help you. So, yeah, maybe it'll all come together.
I agree 100%. And that's a big reason why. I remember last year, like I said last week when we talked, everybody that was all upset about Paddock and all the lackadaisical moves that were made, and it was, why didn't you get Verlander? You know that he can pitch. You know he wanted to be a Tiger. And ultimately, like you guys have been saying, he brings that dog mentality in September and October where, God forbid, we have a meltdown like we had last year where
he'll put a stop to it.
Game lead.
Yeah, he'll put a stop to it.
He's not going to stand there and go, "Oh, it's okay," like the dog that's watching the fire all around him.
Yep. No, I agree totally. Now, Tom, look, again, I think any fan, all we've asked, unless you're one of these weird fans that capes up for the organization when they do nothing, we just want our teams to make an effort. And the Tigers have sat there, and I candidly, they got very lucky 2 years ago. That was a Pixar movie. And they got very lucky not to miss last year. Go for it. We may not have baseball in 27. I know I won't have Tarek Skubal. Let's go for it. They have respect. Mm-hmm. Scott Harris, the front office, they deserve respect because and Chris Ilitch, they are actually trying. At that point, I get to kick back and relax and enjoy it.
It's what I asked for at the winter meetings. Just go all in 1 year. Let's see what happens. And you did. Okay, that would have been nice. I would be right there with you on the bus if that had happened.
If I let you on it.
Wow.
That's the NC State football helmet.
I don't think so.
Okay, you know what, Rude? You didn't want to get on the World Series bus. I'm not stopping again. The doors don't open.
What if I bring a kazoo? Will you let me on?
I know you'd curry favor with certain people, not me. Let's go to Ian, 97.1. Hello, Ian.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, sir.
Rico, if you need some Uber money since you got left off the bus, we can work something out.
I appreciate that.
Poor Rico's got his stick with the bandana like the homeless person.
He's got his thumb out in the wind.
It's perfect.
No, I really want to be excited about the Tigers. I just feel like we're looking at the same thing as a baseball team that we're looking at with the Lions, which is they've gone, really all in on one side of the ball or one side of the, franchise, if you will, with the Tigers, and they haven't done enough on the other side. With the Lions, it's the defense, and with the Tigers, I'm just worried they're going to have to win a lot of games 2-1 or 1-0. I think McGonigal can be good for them, but I don't like them putting all their eggs in that basket. Riley Green, while he was good for stretches last year, struck out the second most of anybody in the majors, I believe, with 201 strikeouts. And you rattled off a list of guys who, they're still kind of in the evaluation phase with. And I just worry that this is not the time to be in the evaluation phase, and we need to be getting, like solid pieces, even if they're not like huge name guys. Just solid contributors that what you're getting on a day in, day out basis.
Is it wrong? Is it wrong that I am giving them benefit of the doubt that because of these moves, if this isn't looking the way it should look, they will make a move at the deadline to answer some of those questions?
Yeah, I want to believe that. I've been just beaten into being pessimistic about all these teams by the teams themselves over the last, 5 years or plus.
Yep.
Last season, they were in the driver's seat, exactly where we wanted them to be at the trade deadline. And, their big name signing was Chris Paddock. Now, you'd hope with them going all in this season with the bullpen and the starting rotation that they would make that move. But unfortunately, I can't bank on it. And I'd love to be wrong. I mean, I don't think all of the guys that we're, still in wait and see mode with will be busts. That would just be like really unfortunate for Chris Ilitch and for Scott Harris. But I don't feel as confident as you, Mike. I think the starting rotation is great, and I like what they did to bolster the bullpen. I'm just not ready to say World Series yet because we don't know what we're getting from the offense on a day-in,
there's
day-out
no
basis.
issue. No issue with it. You're taking a way more pragmatic approach than me. I'm not mad at it in the least. It's what I was feeling, so I said it. And I'm okay with it. And look, I may end up looking like a complete horse's ass. I'm okay with that.
So
you get comfortable with that in this business.
Ian,
Ian.
don't worry about it. We'll get a separate bus if they make it.
Yeah, Rico can have he'll have the Sweet Pickles bus. He'll be delivering books to kids.
We'll have a separate
but equal bus.
Okay, that's not Ian, I am sorry you got stuck in this. I apologize. That is
Rico, if you're still waiting for a ride around 5 o'clock, let me know. I'll swing by and I'll pick you up.
There you go.
Thank you.
See, Ian's nicer than me. Okay. Because you didn't. Okay, this is not going to devolve into some form of Donald Sterling sound effect competition.
Hey, Kenny, I think you put it best.
The system is automated. I got nothing to say.
It'll be a separate bus.
But equal.
I can't lie. That's pretty good by you guys. I can't be mad at it. That's pretty funny. 245-539-9797.
Kenny, and you know what? We'll have our own halftime show. How about that?
Yeah. You don't like my show? Go stream the other. Go enjoy some Lee Brice. It's the John Jansen halftime spectacular. How about yesterday? I said I didn't enjoy the halftime, but it was no big deal. I got called everything on the political spectrum yesterday.
Mike.
Right, and I'm like, no, you don't get it. I sat there and watched it. I didn't, go stream something else.
I don't know. Your own bus? Bet you he's on the... Jansen's on the bus.
On the Mike bus.
Not on my bus. No way. He could step in front of the bus. That might be his best move. No shot. I'm letting him on the thing. We'll keep rolling right over him. See ya, Wolverine swine. All right, Winter Games. Yeah, here's where I tell you about gambling on the Olympics. Enjoy. It ain't for me. FanDuel. They give you more ways to stay connected. Hey, honey, let's go bet the luge. Rico's got a hot curling pick. FanDuel has more ways to play. Just please, if you're going to do this, don't be a dingling. Don't be irresponsible. FanDuel Sportsbook, it's the official sportsbook of apparently the Olympics, and 97 won the ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Text communications. We'll get a few more phone calls. We've got a fun blitz to do top of the hour. And then, yes, we will talk about the Pistons a little bit because we have to. And I'll do it against my will. And it just is what it is. I'm never going to see eye to eye with the loud, rather annoying portion of the fan base, but I don't care. We'll just talk about it. I could cop out and lie to you. We could open up with Bad Boys for Life and the whole thing, and everyone would do hearts and likies and kiss our. I'm not doing it because I don't believe it. But we'll get into it. I thought last night was a joke by one person. Dern had a right to be involved, and so did Diabate. And what about Miles Bridges? He don't play for my team. Mm-hmm. As far as Miles Bridges is concerned,
it was a cheap shot.
He shouldn't be in basketball.
Well, and it was a cheap shot. Like your fight's over, Dern's being held, and you want to swing around the guy and hit him.
My point is, we're not on WBUZ The Buzz, and we're not doing Charlotte Hornets radio. What Beef Stew did was nonsense. Full stop.
Because then it died down again.
All right. Kenny, the text communications, please.
Text communications, tell Mike to manifest us a bat. That's from Eve.
I'll work on that next after I delivered you JV.
Everyone else at the Coney Island is sweating right now, unnamed texter.
Oh, boy. But you know what? Maybe they're all about to get up from the booth in unison and go to their little Pope mobiles. Maybe Iserman's going to do a little something. Actually, Trajan will just be sitting there by himself after that deadline.
Yeah, we're waiting for the offseason.
Does Mike make Rico sit in the back of the studio?
Really? He didn't want. Okay, can we just, for the people joining, because you're giving people the wrong idea. He didn't want to get on my World Series bus. I said, fine. I'll circle back in July, and the doors are going to open. You're either going to walk on a bus or not. Mm-hmm. Somehow, we've turned Rico into Claudette Colvin. And it's not right. This is ridiculous.
What a horrible way to start Black History Month, LMAO. That's from Ronnie.
All he had to do was get on the bus.
Scott Harris just said, your move, Brad, exclamation point.
Yeah. Look, it's the whole organization. You can and look, the Verlander thing to a little bit less of an extent because of the deferred money. But the Framber Valdez thing, that's a Chris Ilitch on down decision. You can't just casually sign a $38 million check. So all in, they've made a couple of moves here. After losing Skubal's arbitration and this payroll getting to the highest level that I think it could reasonably get to, it's a tip of the cap because now I can just watch. And whatever happens, I'll live with. Mm-hmm. What I can't live with was that deadline last year while you had that lead in the division. That deadline was a black mark on Scott Harris and this organization. They owed. And they delivered. So now let's go win the damn thing. And if Rico wants to get on the bus at some point, that's fine.
Oh, thank you. I'm allowed on the bus now. Maybe.
Thank you for putting pitching chaos in the ground. RIP. That was such an annoying gimmick. That's from John.
Awful. Small market. Mickey Mouse. Nonsense. You're better than that. And you're acting better than that. And now, doesn't matter. You're going to have a rotation. Even with a couple injuries. You're acting like a big boy. Pitching chaos.
I think we've effectively ruined the ticket text.
Why?
Rico and David have to walk a little extra further to go to the bathroom at the station.
Well,
factually, all races have to walk far to the bathroom here. It's the worst designed building in radio. The bathroom is 7 football fields away.
You literally have to pick your poison. It's either you're going to go as soon as we hit break or you got to wait till the next time.
Right, and that's just a tinkle. Now, what the program Evan and Kenny are running, that whole Stall 3 VIP club, that's why they missed 3 segments.
Yeah.
Just move on to this one. If the Tigers are all in like we're seeing, another bat would be awesome. So glad to see Scott Harris finally making moves. That's from Tyler and Hal.
How about more about the bus?
No.
Okay.
I don't think we can read anything. Should go to
no, come on. They can't be bad.
No, they're now calling us a bunch of names that are, racially insensitive at this point.
Who, me?
All of us.
Why?
Everything that you thought might happen with the Stewart segment that we're about to do.
So I just want to be clear. People think Rico didn't want to get on the World Series bus. That's not racial. He didn't want to get on the bus.
We had fun for one too many segments, and then people start to take it the wrong way.
Here's my response, ticket texters. Wah. Go be triggered. Cry.
Oh, boy.
Cry about it. Ooh, what a collection of losers. We're having a good time. Not my fault you didn't want to get on the damn bus.
Somebody's asking about the availability of water fountains for you guys.
Okay, that's see again. They're taking it to a place it's not, I blame Rico.
Whatever you say.
That's the key.
Whatever you say, boss.
No, don't you dare! Don't you dare! Oh God, what has he done? Okay, you know what? Probably best to go to Matt. 97.1.
Samuel L. Jackson up in here.
Matt, how are you?
Hey, I am good. So I don't want to irritate you guys, but it's nice and sunny down here, 72 degrees. Also, one of your callers triggered me because I was also at Miguel Cabrera's last game. I think it was like 7th inning, and I had placed a bet that he would not hit a home run. And they tossed him a little softball pitch, and he knocked it out of the park. And keyed me off so bad. What Scott Harris did, I'm hoping Yzerman follows suit, gets up from the Coney Island table, and go get someone to help this team. Because 10 years, no playoffs. I know not all 10 years are his fault, but the years that are his fault, it's ridiculous.
Yes.
You need to go do something, man. And then I know you guys haven't got to it yet, but the Beef Stew fight.
Yeah.
I thought it was hilarious. I forgot the name of the white player. He's number 20 or 22. But if you watch the clip and watch him,
Duncan.
his facial
Duncan Robinson.
funny.
He wanted no part of the proceedings. He wanted absolutely no part.
Yeah, he looked like he was done.
This is only going to cost me money or a trip to the hospital. I'm not going to be a part of this.
Yeah. Yep.
I called Gator this morning. It's never going to happen. But hey, they should let him fight in the NBA. Just let him fight.
Yeah, look, the problem I have in all of it too is just nobody actually landed a punch.
It's an NBA fight.
Right, it's stupid.
But yeah, Duncan Robinson was like, nope. You know what? I guess he was the antithesis of Beef Stew. He wasn't down for the cause. He was like, nope. I'm just gonna stand over here. He almost just put up his hands to the commissioner. I did nothing. So don't find me when you do all the fighting for everybody else. So
I was just keeping the peace.
I wonder, does he have to explain that to his teammates? Like, dude, you weren't down. You weren't ready to fight for us.
There's no we're going to get into this in the 4 o'clock, but here's the comment I would make. There's no world that people don't perceive Beef Stew as being tough or a guy you don't F with. You don't need to run with ice packs on your knees 80 feet away. Like, stop. You don't need that. That's not, you've already proven you're tough. You're not a guy people are going to screw with. Duran was fine. You know, who are you defending? You weren't defending an old lady who was getting mugged. Take it easy. But guess what? You left the bench. They got a zero tolerance policy for it. And if I was the league, he'd be gone for 10 games.
That's what I think it is.
Hey, you're number one too, Kenny. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers are bringing back Justin Verlander on a one-year deal worth $13 million. $11 million of that deferred starting in 2030. Tigers announcer Dan Dickerson likes to move. The Tigers also inked outfielder Austin Slater to a minor league contract today. According to John Heyman of the New York Post, he had talks with his last team, the Yankees, but eventually chose Detroit. Slater is a career .248 hitter with minimal power. Today, the team announced they'll celebrate their 125th anniversary in a weekend series against the Royals, July 24th to 26th. The Pistons are out tonight before their matchup with Toronto tomorrow. The question is who will be available after their brawl with the Hornets last night. Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart are expected to face discipline. According to Spot Track, Stewart was fined $4,000 each for the ejection and technical, while Stewart, that was, and Duren was dinged a total of $4,000. Members of the Big Ten Student Athlete Issues Commission wrote to NCAA President Charlie Baker about the growing dangers of prop betting in college athletes. They're asking for stricter limitations or banning them altogether. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, just a quick timeout. It's been a big news day. We got the beef stew and the Verlander. We wanted to just have fun for a second because Kenny has something he's got to take care of tomorrow. But with the Olympics and ice hockey, it has presented a situation that this show is going to lean into. Kenneth, the floor is yours. Okay, come on. Of all the music, that's how we're starting this?
Well, Team Italy is going to kick off the men's hockey version of the Olympics.
Okay. And I got made fun of for not letting Rico on the bus, huh?
And I have a game for the both of you to play.
I'm not doing it.
Yes, you are.
You have to guess. Okay. I have 10 names here. Hopefully we can get through them all.
Okay.
Is this one of your players, Mike, for your Italian hockey team, or is this an Italian diplomat?
Okay, first of all, if you ever say the word Italian again, I'm going to slap you.
All right.
It's Italian, not Italian.
No? Wow, I've been saying it wrong.
It's like when people do the Detroit. It's Detroit. Like, just stop.
On a scale of 1 to 10 O's, how many does that get from you? All right. Name number 1.
So this is Italian national hockey player who will take on Sweden tomorrow at 3. And we're betting Team Italy. Rico's already in, plus 3,000. It's going to be incredible.
Okay.
Or Italian diplomat.
Well, I'm glad that we talked Kenny into changing that. So we went Italian diplomat.
What was it supposed to be?
I don't want to
say it. Say it. Say it.
Mobsters. It was going to be Italian mobsters.
And I would have gotten some of those right, but that's okay. No, it's fine. Listen, it's great. By doing these types of hurtful segments, I don't have to deal with any of the people getting all triggered about other comedic fun. Okay, Kenny, let's play your game.
Name number 1. The first guy on here, his first name is Thomas. I'm going to choose to call him Tommy because that's much more funny to me. Tommy Larkin.
Okay, I loved his time with the Florida Panthers. No, I'm kidding. We have no NHL guys on Team Italy.
I know.
What is his real name? Thomas?
Thomas Larkin.
That can't be a real Italian person. That just can't be.
I'm thinking
diplomat.
Oh, it gets much more Italian throughout this list.
I'm thinking, he works at some council somewhere. He's a diplomat.
Diplomat.
It is a defenseman, team captain, shutdown D-man for your Italian
That's our
squad.
team captain? Okay,
right.
You know what? Tell you what, Kenny, for Black History Month, why don't you bring the same energy to a game for Rico?
I'm all right. I think you did a great job of that by yourself.
Back in the game.
Next
No
one
wonder
on the
we
list.
suck. The guy's got the least Italian name ever.
Oh, it gets substantially more Italian.
All
the
right,
further
let's
we
go.
What about Diego Costner? Diego Costner.
Player. Well, actually, no. Hold on. Theory. If he's doing the diplomat thing, like Diego is like more of a South American name. So would it be this, like, would it be an idea of, like, what if he's like an ambassador to Argentina or something? There's a ton of Italians down there.
I thought the first one was very neutral. You wouldn't have any idea.
Well, that's a white bread Italian. It's different. All right, what do you want to do here?
That's cookies.
Yeah, that was the Jim Costa of Italian people. Tom Larkin. Sounds like a CPA.
That's Tommy Larkin.
Tommy Larkin. What do you want to do with Diego?
Diego.
I say diplomat.
I'm going to say diplomat as well.
Kenny Cott.
He is a left-wing veteran top 6 forward for your Italian squad.
Where are we finding these fakes? These are not real Italian people. These are all Jim Costas. Next.
All right, now we get Italian. How about Marco De Filippo?
Right. And now I'm afraid to guess.
Because at this point, would he go 3 in a row?
That's a problem. What do we do here?
Marco De Filippo?
Marco De Filippo.
Go ahead. Don't look at
me.
You
know what? I'm going to say he's a forward.
What? He's a forward.
Hockey.
That's not the question.
Hockey.
All right, I'll go with Rico.
That'll be 0 out of 5 Mamma Mias to you both. He's a trade and economics relations diplomat for Germany.
Honestly, I kind of dig the sound effects because I don't get offended. They're funny. Like, that's actually not bad. All right, let's try this again. Is this a player who will take the ice against Sweden tomorrow or a policymaker? Here we go.
All right, this one you're not going to like because you call this man fake Italian. We got Francesco Costa. Spelled exactly the same.
Oh, God. Well, I can tell you Jim Costa's the fakest Italian on the planet. Francisco.
You're not into Chef Boyardee?
Please. Yeah, and his fake Aunt Rita's raviolis. We don't even know if the woman exists. That's a policymaker.
Yeah.
Come on, Francisco's a high-level name. Some kind of delegate.
Costa, yep. Policymaker.
That'll be 10 out of 10 AOs for you guys. He's the director of European Affairs, EU negotiations.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Is he related to Jim?
No, he's a real Italian. Jim is adopted. I just don't think his family told him. Costa looks like he was born in the fjords of Finland.
Now, this one you're going to have to help me out with, Mike, because I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce his last name.
Let me hear.
Alex Trevillato?
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, you did a good enough job.
All
right. We just had a delegate or some kind of policymaker.
2 policymakers in a row.
Trevillato sounds like a guy who played at Boston University. Like, that sounds like a hockey player.
It does.
Do you want to ride with me on this?
Yeah.
Plus, it's a super Italian name, and when we're watching the game tomorrow, I just that feels like a hockey name.
Maybe he's a goalie.
Kenny Cott.
You got it. You nailed it. It's a defenseman, mobile blue liner, second line pairing.
Okay, now we're going a little far.
I feel so uncomfortable.
Why? If I'm not uncomfortable, why are you uncomfortable?
Because I don't feel like I should be laughing at this.
No. So you have to understand how the game is played.
I understand.
Oh, Italians are fair game, but buddy, you do it to another ethnicity, and the woke brigade will come and get you.
I'm trying to stick up for you, and
There's no need.
He's going further and further
Rico,
down. Like, wow.
Hold on. You don't have to stick up for comedy.
Okay.
If you're offended by comedy, you're a bleep hole.
I'm not. Sometimes it's just uncomfortable. Like,
and you know what? Chappelle Show rocks. You gotta laugh.
Okay.
Life's too short to spend it being pissed about comedy.
Right.
Be angry your favorite team didn't make a trade. Kenny, Italian player who will take on Sweden at 3 p.m. tomorrow, or politician? Here we go.
Big G Valenti.
This one might.
Remarkable.
This one might rival the most Italian name on this list. It's up there, Giovanni Lombardi.
Now, is he of any relation to former Calgary Flame Matthew Lombardi?
Or Detroit Red Wing prospect Amadeus Lombardi?
Sure. What do you want to do? Now, hold on. Can we really go back?
That sounds very diplomatic. That sounds like somebody who dresses in a suit when they wake up in the morning.
What's his first name again?
Giovanni.
That's old money.
Yeah.
That's double-breasted Neapolitan suit. Let's Giovanni. He's in the tech sector.
Not quite. Security and policy liaison for the United Nations.
Yeah.
That's my Guido.
Next name on the list, Ricardo Bianchi.
Concrete contractor, Sayville, Long Island. I don't know.
I'm going to say he's on the hockey team.
Why, though?
I don't know.
This game is broken, Rico.
Hold on.
I have no point of reference.
I know, but that's the beauty of this. Hold on. What's the name one more time?
Ricardo Bianchi.
No, he's a banker. I feel it in my bones.
Okay.
He's on the committee to somehow keep Italy's economy above water.
Wow, not terribly far off. Commerce and Italian nations.
Wow. You know what? We're on fire. Okay. I mean, really.
And
here we go. All right.
Last one on here.
Tommy DeVito.
Bleep hole.
This one is Nicolo Rossi.
Been on a heater here. Do I go alternating pattern?
We haven't did a hockey player in a while. Nicolo
Rossi. This is tough. What do you want to do? I'll let you call
I'm
your
going to
shot.
go hockey player. Kenny's on the Italian hockey team.
I'm going to say, just to be different.
Okay.
He's some kind of government yutz. Nicolo Rossi?
Taxman.
Oh, it just sounds like an old person name. You got to be young to play hockey. Nicolo. It sounds like a guy born in like 1945.
Unless he's like Nicolo the Third.
Good call. Okay, Kenny Cott.
Arts and public diplomacy in Paris.
You know this cat is like 83 years old. Absolute. You got minus 240 on FanDuel. He wears a monocle.
See, I figured they just called him Nicky.
Okay.
And that is hockey player or diplomat 97-1.
You guys are lucky. Okay, before we get to beef stew and what went down in Charlotte last night, Kenny, text communications after. Look, I enjoyed it. That was funny. You got to be able to laugh.
His name is Tommy Larkin, but he goes by Tommy Cutlets. That's from Scott and Carlton.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
My face literally hurts from laughing so hard. Great job, boys.
It's me, Marty.
There were like 11 Mamma Mias in all caps, by the way.
It's fine. I respect it. And tomorrow, here's how bad Italy is. First of all, like I said, we don't get any of the Italian-American players from the NHL. But we would be stacked if we could have access to that. But here's how bad they are. Sweden, if you bet Italy to beat them tomorrow, plus 3,000. The goal line, you get a goal and a half, plus 1,100. We got to hope the home ice matters tomorrow.
Is that why you built the short rink?
Maybe.
You got the home paisan advantage?
Something, man. They don't throw octopus on the ice. They throw pizza. Is that the joke, too? Go ahead.
Calamari.
Okay. Go ahead.
Please keep all the Italian drops in the system. We need all the non-penis drops we can get.
Okay. Kenny has his own board. They can be there anytime you like. I have no... I like that one. That's
before I leave tonight, I'm going to create a sounder that every time Team Italy scores tomorrow, if they score, it will be something that related.
Honestly,
just break into the show.
You just,
exactly.
you just got to go get Paulie Walnuts from The Sopranos when he'd go, oh, that's the one.
Yeah, there's just a bunch more people saying AO,
Okay.
AO.
All right. So, thank you for your contributions. Let's talk about what happened in Charlotte. So, Duran, Diabate, they go at it. Face to face, nose to nose. Duran palms his face and shoves him. Then Diabate goes psycho mode. Okay, that's fine. Bench is clear. Also fine. The part that you're never going to get me to, and please, I don't care about Miles Bridges. I think Miles Bridges is a trash human. He shouldn't be in the NBA.
But Mike, he went to stay.
I don't care. Notice how that works?
I just want to get that
Unlike
out.
the cultists in Ann Arbor, I just call it straight. This is about Isaiah Stewart. This is about Isaiah Stewart. It's a joke. This whole persona, this whole idea that he is world police and he's the toughest guy in the league and he's going to bring back the bad boy. Stop all of it. You left the bench. The league has a zero tolerance policy. You could be an angel. You leave the bench to go fight, you're suspended. Mm-hmm. Beef Stew has had several multi-game suspensions already. The league is within their rights to hammer him. But that's my biggest problem in this. The Pistons are not fake. They're not bad. They're not lesser than. They don't need a bit. They don't need to be anything other than a really good basketball team because I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Nobody liked the bad boys. Nobody likes this crap. Now, a couple dozen of you are going to be out there twisting your nutsack into a piñata. That's your business. The rest of the league, they mock it. They don't want it. And they're not going to let you win doing it. And my fear, and then I'll land the plane. My fear, Rico brought up that Day stuff. Before him, you can go all the way back to Rashid. Isaiah Stewart, you can almost manifest it. In a big spot in the playoffs is going to do something dumb because someone's going to bait him into this behavior. And instead of doing what Diabate did, going, that's not a part of the game and it's on me and I got to clean it up. What did Beef Stew do?
Why'd you draft me to Detroit?
You knew what was going to happen. It's like, you know what? You haven't learned. And it might have been cute years ago where he got bloodied and wanted to kill LeBron. We're so far gone from that.
He had to show his jersey, show the front of the jersey. Look, I'm with you. When you play the Knicks, you would like to see him in that 7-game series and not sitting out because he had to miss a critical game 6 or 7. You know you're going to get baited from here on out. That
I don't like it
try
because you are proving a cliche right.
A stereotype, absolutely.
I don't like it. The Pistons don't need to be that. The Pistons are a really good team, and they can play tough. They can play physical. They don't have to do that crap. And the problem is, as long as Beef Stew's here, it keeps happening. Stop it.
Coming off the bench, everything had finally started to die down, and then the second it happened, I'm like, you're in a lot of trouble. Why? Because
you left the bench.
That, and you've already been suspended before. They will show you no leniency. And yeah, you're now in Draymond Green category where, okay, you'll still do well in the Eastern Conference leading up to the playoffs, but now you do something in the playoffs or you do something right before the playoffs, you're missing a series. And that's not something that you want to see. Plain and simple.
And the last piece to it, hate to break it to you, you're never going to get a call. That's the dangerous game you're playing here. No, you want to get your rocks off saying bad boys for life in Detroit basketball. You do whatever you like. You're never going to get a call. You're building an image of a team that is unlikable, which is a shame because I think the Pistons' resurgence, their revival, it should be celebrated. It should be studied. And you can play tough. You can be physical. But that stuff, I'm telling you, it's got to stop. Because you're trying to go to the NBA Finals. You're not a collection of rookies that's trying to scrap their way into the playoffs. No. If Charlotte wants to do that crap, that's their business. You're way above it. Right. The problem is, Rico, this town feeds off it. Right. It's like a cheap sugar high for this town.
Because it's Detroit versus everybody. It's the grit. And I just simply tell people, grit doesn't raise your ceiling. It raises the floor. It gets people to say, okay, let's buy in. But the grit teams, yeah, those aren't your championship teams.
Name the tough guy teams that have won championships. Go ahead.
I mean, you got to probably go back to over 20 years ago.
There you go.
With the going to work Piston.
Sure. The whole point I'm making, it doesn't play. It hasn't played for decades. And it won't play now.
And see, they weren't even the tough guy stare. It was like Ben Wallace was just, yeah, I'm going to block every shot that you have and you're not going to score anything. I guess Rasheed would be considered the, quote, dirty player, but they were just a team of scrappy guys. It wasn't like we're going to go out and start some fights and we're going to do out. They didn't do that type of thing. If you want that, man, you're probably going back to the bad boys.
To me, don't need it. They're a good team. They got every right to go on a deep, meaningful run, maybe win the East. I don't need that. It's play acting. That's not a part of the job description. That's not where the league is. This is not John Bad News Barnes in the 70s. This is a different ball game. And yet, he's allowed to do it. And I'm telling you, they got to get a hold of him and go, Isaiah, everybody knows you're tough as nails. Nobody's really going to try to step to you. But if they do now they're going to do it because here's the deal. You're going to be gone for the rest of the playoff series.
The problem I really had with this wasn't even your fight. If you were on the court, maybe I can say somebody said something to you and it ticked you off. You weren't there. You weren't a part of the fight.
He had ice bags on his knees.
You brought yourself in, and it was unnecessary. You didn't need to do this. It was over. You didn't have, and it would have been 2 Hornets suspended versus 1. Technically, you would have won. 2 people gone. You would have had Duren gone. Now, you're gone. You're going to be gone for a while because this ain't your first rodeo. You didn't learn your lesson from the other times. So, as you said, Mike, you're never going to get the benefit of the doubt. You're in the day mode now, where if you sneeze on somebody, don't even bother.
And that's
you're
the
suspended.
problem. Because look, he's a really good rim protector. He's a really good backup center in this league. He can play a valuable role. The problem is physicality is a part of the brand. You're in the active process of souring your image to the officials and to the league. And I don't think the team needs it. They're better than that. And I'm sorry. Again, and any of you guys thinking that somehow that represents the city, you know what? Think better of yourselves. And no, he doesn't represent the town. The guy makes $15 million a year. That ain't got nothing to do with this town. All right? He represents himself and he represents his organization. If you think this town has to somehow be in the mud, somehow has to be lesser than, has to do what? Act a fool? No, I don't think that of this city. I don't think that is us. You want to say you're blue collar and you go to work? Cool. That ain't got nothing to do with slugging your shift manager. You want to say that, hey, we're going to get up and we're going to play harder than our opponent? We're going to be tougher? That's fine too. Mm-hmm. But what Isaiah Stewart does, that doesn't represent this town. So you can miss me with that. And then you can hurl all the obscenities you want, get all, well, you go back to New York. Okay, you guys do whatever you like. We're talking sports. If your identity's wrapped up in a basketball team, seek therapy. Try that. Your identity is not wrapped up in a team, okay? We want to win. That, I don't need that crap. And we've given you some examples. I mean, if you want to go way back, hey, tell you what, leave the bench in a playoff series, you end up undermining the best Phoenix Suns team maybe ever. Amari Stoudemire did it. Look what happened. It ended their playoff. This guy has shown he's got bad impulse control, and people are going to hunt him now.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can go way back to that Knicks Heat when all of a sudden they said, yeah, you can't leave the bench anymore. In that Game 7, it was a lot of people who couldn't play in that game.
Oh, like, if anything, like, hey, we can joke around. Like, I don't like this town's obsession with backups, but if anybody reps the city, it'd be Dennis Jenkins. Guy who nobody thought anything of. Guy who went undrafted and has now worked his way into a multi-year deal. Now, am I going to turn him into a hero like some people here? No, but hard work can pay off. That's what the city is, not this nonsense.
It does make me wonder, like, so did Duncan Robinson have to go in and apologize for not getting into the fracas?
No, that's the whole point. Who was it? Like, even, okay, if I somehow imagine a situation where one of Beef Stew's teammates was getting pummeled.
Right.
Maybe I could work my way into this.
And in front of the bench, right in front of me.
Nobody landed a punch.
NBA fight.
It's not like Miles Bridges had a knife. Like, that's where I go, no, stop. You're not saving anybody. It's silly. All of it. Rico, we'll get to the phone calls next.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, other sportsbook, their rewards are just the same old. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack the Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or whether you lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boost, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. And if you want to value for your bet, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like the Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday to see what the fuss is all about. So switch to a sportsbook that will give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself. Download the Fanatics Sports app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's get straight to the people. Talking a little bit about the Pistons because Verlander has taken most of the day. We kick things off. We got a Lowe. He's in Detroit. He's up next. Lowe, what's good, buddy?
Yes, how you doing? What's going on? I just I've been listening to you guys. Listen every day. I was just wanted to get on the beef stew situation.
Yeah.
You remember the Malice in the Palace, right?
Yep.
When we had the Malice in the Palace, the Pistons won the championship. I believe it was either that year or the following year.
Right, but that's a little different. You were fighting fans, and the Indiana Pacers were the primary reason, and they destroyed their franchise. So it's a little different than last night.
I mean, I didn't see the situation last night, but I'm just telling you as a fan and a Detroiter and knowing how people feel and other fans and seeing it all over the internet, that's what fans actually like to see. I'm not saying I want them to be fighting because they're not out there to box. They're out there to be playing the game, but it was whatever was going on. He was protecting his teammate. It's like the same thing that happened in the Malice in the Palace. All of them was protecting. It was a gang culture because everybody was, you know what I'm saying?
But again, the Malice at the Palace, you had open fights between players and general public. What were you protecting Jalen Duren from? The situation was handled. What were you protecting him from?
He was protecting them because Miles Bridges ran up on him from the clips that I saw. I didn't see the whole thing, so I'm not sure.
Beef,
like I said,
right. And first of all, no punch got landed. Look, Lo, here's the deal. You can feel how you feel. Free country. But if you haven't, you got to watch it to see what the hell you're talking about here. That's all I'm saying. It's nothing like Malice at the Palace.
I'm saying is that we Detroit, we are all built on grit. So what I'm saying is that situation might have fired up the team in a way that we don't know because it fired up the team the last time it happened.
All right, and here's what I'll tell you, Lo. He is now the biggest target of any team you play in the playoffs. They'll put a scrub in there, get under his skin, he'll clothesline somebody, and he'll be suspended the rest of the series. You don't need it. He's got to have better control of his emotion, man.
And for the Malice at the Palace, who was the
antagonist? I agree.
Who was the antagonist on the Pistons team? Low.
We need him on the floor, so I agree. We need him on the floor and not suspended on the bench.
Look, so here's the deal. And by the way, to answer your question, Rico, it was Ron Artest.
No, right. Ron Artest. Like, who was the Pistons antagonist that, like, oh, my God, he actually is doing all of this bad stuff all the time? It wasn't. It was Ben Wallace, and it was just like, Ben Wallace? Really? You're turning him into a bad guy?
No, and last night was just nonsense, and Stu added to it. Stu does not need to leave the bench. You can't lose sight of this. If Stu was on the floor and he wants to, let's say he's standing next to Duren and wants to protect him in the moment, we're not doing this topic. He left the bench. It's the biggest no-no in the sport, and as a guy who's a multiple offender, I believe the only person who's been suspended more in Pistons history is...
You won't even believe this name because when I saw it, I didn't.
It's Rip Hamilton.
Right.
Because he was constantly a chirp.
Yeah.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. The point is, you left the bench. Now, look how long you're gone for. Just stop doing that. Just please. Yeah. Play the damn game. Let's go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, how you doing?
Good, Mike. How are you guys doing?
Good, Aaron. What's up?
So I was just commenting on the Pistons thing like everybody else. I don't know if you tune in to any, like, national broadcast stuff like First Take and anything like that. They actually ran a pretty long segment this morning about how this is what everybody wants to see and how that this is good for the game. And Stephen A. sits there and goes, I am deathly afraid to play the Pistons in the playoffs. And Big Perk sits there and goes, this team is built to win a championship right now. And whether Beef Stew, whether he leaves the bench or not, it's idiocracy. He shouldn't do it. I agree with that. But whether he does it or not, it doesn't make him that team is a unit. They all stick up for each other. They all do it, whether he's the main headliner all the time, and I agree. They'll send people after him. They will do that in the playoffs. But you got B-Ball Paul sitting in the waiting, and that dude is a menace.
Oh, boy.
And he's underrated.
All right. Look, first of all, Stephen A. should be afraid because the Pistons will beat the Knicks regardless. Last night has nothing to do with it. And I've said that now for, a month.
And if we're going to rely on B-Ball Paul to win a title, we may hit the bottom of the chili pot.
I mean, you need Beef Stew.
He's good. You need him, and his availability is important, and I agree with you there. But I just don't see. Everybody's like, oh, he's going to get 20 games, and I'm like,
No,
nobody
he's not
has
gonna
ever gotten 20 games.
It's not going to get
Like,
20. This is about should versus will. No, different. If I'm running the league, no, I drop the hammer on the guy. I'm tired of him. But the league, no, 10 games, I wouldn't blink. How many times do we have to tell you?
Saying too.
You know, how many times I got to tell you, Isaiah? Honestly, here, you didn't learn? Try this. There's nothing else you can do.
Yeah, I think 20 games, if you had to get security to haul him off the court, if it was just like
Sure.
some vicious bat. Like, this is 10, but it's more so you left the bench and you've had prior incidents.
Can I also say that this is the other problem I have? Because and it's like the most predictable topic ever. You know what people are going to say the minute you go. Like, if I wanted to make my life easy, I'd lie to my audience and go, bad boys for life. This is amazing. I'm not. That's not me. Guys, can we stop acting like these are war heroes? Oh, they're protecting each other. From what? The insurgency? No one even lands punches in NBA fights. It is millionaire versus millionaire. What are you protecting your teammate from?
Bro, we are about, 50, 60 years away from Rudy Tomjanovich?
Kermit Washington, right.
That was the last real punch ever landed in an NBA.
I'm not like, give me a break. What are you protecting each other from? NBA fights are laughable. Now, if it's the NHL and your superstar just got his face blown up against the boards like Chris Draper did, now we're going to do something different, where, by the way, fighting is legislated in the sport of hockey. It has no place in basketball.
NBA fights are what Kenny likes to call pillow fights. I always laugh because it's a whole bunch of hold me back. No, you hold me back. Boy, wait till I see you after the game. What are you going to do?
No, and I was watching that game, too. It didn't seem like a single one of the strikes or the punches or the slaps, or none of them landed
The
flush.
only punch that actually landed, I think, it wasn't even a punch. Duran tried to palm Diabate's head like a basketball.
And pushed it back.
And shoved him to Planet Nebular. And you don't hear me freaking out about that. If Diabate doesn't want that, stop trying to get inside Duran's head. He was like headbutting him.
And I think Miles landed a punch around somebody to hit Duran. But like I said, it's an NBA fight.
Well, that's a step up for Miles. At least it was a man. Piece of garbage.
No arguments.
I'm sorry. I just got nothing for him. He shouldn't even be in the league.
The league let him back in.
I know they did. I know. But you, again, go, and if you're wondering, geez, why is Blake so bad about Bridges? Go look. Figure it out. We'll get with more of the people. What? You're giving me a look of disapproval. What's the problem?
No look of disapproval.
Okay.
Go ahead and read your thing.
No, listen, I got to take care of some business. We got a lot of people who want to talk. We're here for it. And again, Verlander's back. We can mix that in again. I'm thrilled with that. That's like the other end of the spectrum with the beef stew. The beef stew thing, there's no yelling. I'm tired of him. Stop it. You've developed into a decent ball player. You can help this team win games. Cut the crap. End.
And it just tells me that the next time you do this, you're going to sit out a series. Good luck with that.
All right. Bottom line, a new ride from Moran Chevrolet might be the only way to improve your mood on some of these cold mornings. #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row because they make car buying easy. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Equinox EV starting at $159 a month. Or, very, very simple, GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Silverado LT crew cab, $259 a month. Both $999 down, no games, no runaround, no BS. Shop online, MoranExpress.com, or stop in on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to be talking about some off-season moves for NFL teams.
No.
But, okay.
Go ahead.
97. All right, but first, let's go with, will New England break the curse of not making the playoffs? Most of your Super Bowl runner-ups don't make the playoffs the next season.
Yeah, no, I think they will. They have a young franchise QB on a rookie scale contract. They were still rebuilding. They'll add more pieces. He will naturally be better. And if we look from a divisional standpoint, Miami's nowhere close. The Jets are nowhere close. So I'll say yes.
Okay. All right.
No, I completely agree. Young quarterback only going to get better. They're going to add. I mean, there's no way that they somehow fall off a cliff after making the Super Bowl.
It's just a weird anomaly. But, yeah, you lose the Super Bowl and you take the year off the next season. All right. What do the Atlanta Falcons do with James Pierce Jr.?
Obviously, the easy answer is you let it play out and let the justice system do what it has to do. The problem is the charges, the account of what went down are so heinous. It's so absurd. It flies in the face of any level-headed adult to say, hey, second chance. I actually think you could release the guy. I mean, it's 5 felonies.
The fact he T-boned his ex-girlfriend's car and chased after her.
And hit a cop, and there's possible domestic violence, and he ran from the police. Dude, all of it. It's all just horrific.
Maybe I'm a dummy for having this opinion. I agree with you in principle, Mike, but this is the NFL, man. We've seen guys get away with terrible, terrible things time and time again. I mean, what will happen and what should happen, I have a feeling are going to be two very different things.
Fair enough, Kenny. All right, guys. Off-season top priority moves. We're going to go down different teams in the NFC. Start off with the Green Bay Packers. What do you think is their top
defensive tackle? Once Wyatt went down, the floodgates opened up. Obviously, Micah Parsons got to get healthy, but they need an interior D-tackle pairing, Wyatt plus. And I think that'll be everything they need defensively up front. Offensively, we know what they are. They have the running back, they have the quarterback, they have a bevy of receivers. Getting Kraft back healthy, which was a huge injury blow, it'd be D-tackle to me.
Yeah, why do I get the feeling that D-line and O-line are going to make frequent appearances in this list? I'll say D-line as well.
I agree with both of you, but according to ESPN, they're saying their top is revamping the cornerback position.
That's fine.
So
I'm not going to ever scream about it,
right.
But that front with one more addition, plus a healthy Parsons at some point, it turns into a lot like what you watched from Seattle.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's go with the Chicago Bears. What is their top offseason priority?
Pass rush, 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 pass rush.
Yeah, it can be from any position, but yeah, pass rush.
They had a lot of injuries in the secondary, and they got healthy. They got better later in the year. Montez Sweat needs help, lots of it. Interior, exterior, pass rush.
Okay.
And then more pass rush.
Yeah.
If I'm the Bears, I'm looking at Trey Hendrickson. I'm calling on Max Crosby. I'm going all in while I have Caleb Williams on a rookie scale deal.
Yeah, this is one where I think that maybe even if a guy like a Clowney, if he gets released on a 1-year deal.
No, sign him too.
Yeah.
Go get Max Crosby and Clowney.
Gotcha.
All of it.
More. Gotcha. The Minnesota Vikings.
Quarterback. No, I know they can't, but it would be a Mac Jones type trade to never be in the position they were in this year. That if JJ falters, I have Pete Brosmer. They have the roster. And I understand people might say offensive line. Well, look, Darisaw got hurt. O'Neal got hurt. The O-line on paper, it's fine. The receiving corps is outstanding. Defensively, all the pieces are there. You kept Flores. They got to have JJ insurance. That would be my number one thing.
JJ insurance or JJ upgrade, because Jefferson wasn't too happy. You saw that plenty of times.
Yeah, if they can make a JJ upgrade, great. But yeah, quarterback for sure.
All right, let's step out of the north. Let's go with the Los Angeles Rams.
Corner. That one I could say corner. They have the pass rush. They have the linebacking unit. Offense is a complete machine. It's corner. Their corners are cheeks. They are absolute ass. Corner.
You said the Rams?
Yes.
I'm worried about Stafford and what's going to happen with him. If he's sticking around one more year, great. I think you need Stafford insurance.
He's back.
Yeah, I know that he's back now, but moving forward, he's not going to be back for long.
They need to just take the kid, the Delane or whatever it is from LSU, the corner, and be done with it. Yeah, no, look, they have 2 first-round picks as well, guys.
Yeah. And
thank you, Atlanta.
It's funny because, Kenny, that's, according to this, Matthew Stafford figuring out, is he coming back? That's your top priority.
He's back.
If you are
He already said it at the Honors Awards. He's back. Damn it.
Okay. San Francisco.
Substation. Knock down the power plant that keeps killing your players.
And don't get your players shot.
Everything
at
else
Super Bowl
is
parties.
just fine. You have the pieces. Now, if I could offer one thing, I think you probably got to get out of the George Kittle business. I love George Kittle, but at this point in his career, that devastating Achilles injury, and he's always hurt. I'd love to see the team make an investment in the tight end position.
I think he's going to be like 32 or 34.
But he's got the body of a 50-year-old. I think tight end would be a great to help Purdy and what Shanahan wants to do. I'd make an investment
the
in the tight end spot.
Oregon tight end may be available around that slot.
What,
that they
Shakir
picked.
or whatever his name is?
Yeah, I'm going to say, I mean, it's hard for any team to not want to add a pass rush, but I mean, there's never too much pass rush option. So if they ended up going down that route, that would be just fine with me for them.
All right, and let's go with the Seattle Seahawks, Super Bowl champions.
I mean, how about this? Skill player. Perimeter skill player. Shaheed's a trinket. We know what JSN is, and Cooper Kupp is that 1-year Band-Aid. Skill player. Love the tight end position with A.J. Barner. Love the 1-2 in the backfield. Go get a wide receiver.
Plus, don't they have a ton of cap space?
Yes.
I mean, go and weaponize that.
Yeah, because he drafted the way that they think Brad Holmes drafts.
$73 million in cap space. Finally, guys, Lions, first pick. Should they take a defensive lineman, linebacker, corner, or offensive lineman?
Who?
The Lions with their first pick number 17.
It's a trick question because look, I got to know if Taylor Decker retires. If Decker retires, the O-line becomes number 1, 2, and 3. If Decker doesn't retire, then I go D-line. It's hard for me to answer that sincerely, but okay.
Your perfect world.
In a perfect world, pass rush.
Okay.
End.
For me, in a perfect world, also pass rush, but your Mike's right. It really does depend on the Decker situation.
Yeah, I don't want to be flippant about it because the answer could be totally different 10 minutes.
Yeah,
from now.
I can't hold you to this. It's just as of
nobody
right
would
now.
nobody would be mad if they added a big person on either side of the line. I don't think anybody would be necessarily up in arms about that.
No, I agree. I think either offensive or defensive lineman, and everybody would be happy. That's your NFL offseason blitz 97-1.
What a comment about HVAC in this break here. Justin Verlander heading back to the Tigers on a 1-year, $13 million deal. I asked his former manager, Jim Leland, if he ever saw this reunion happening. Detroit has also inked outfielder Austin Slater to a minor league contract per Cody Stavenhagen of the Athletics. Slater split time with the White Sox and Mike's Yankees last year. According to Brett McMurphy of On3, Detroit is losing its bowl game after 29 years. It marks the third bowl game to be discontinued this year.
Oh, no.
TJ.
It's the game above.
It's the TJ Bowl.
Grumble, grumble, bowl game.
Pistons are signing Isaac Jones to a two-way contract. This comes after Danis Jenkins had his two-way converted to a standard deal yesterday. The USA women's hockey team blew out Canada today 5-0 in 4 games so far. The Olympics, they've outscored their opponents 20-1. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock.
I'm you.
You're wonderful. Now listen, let's take care of some business here. We're having a little debate about the god-awful HVAC unit in this building.
You looked at the wrong paycheck. I ain't you.
I like to cut out the middleman. All right, let's go. We have 2 major stories. You can do what you want with them. A, we got Verlander back. I love it. I don't like it. I love it. If you want the full, long-form presentation, Odyssey.com rewind. Your headline, I think Tigers are going to World Series. Verlander adds that veteran bulldog. He speaks, people listen. Last 13 games of the year in a stretch drive, 2.6 ERA. And you have a depth of rotation now where you're kind of mimicking what the Dodgers had. You have 8 starting pitchers. And that's modern baseball. And it's the move with Verlander builds upon the move with Framber is that I can view the Tigers differently. I can take them seriously. I can respect them. I can now actually try to get enjoyment out of this instead of just gritting my teeth at, GDU, make a move, try. And then the deadline last year, and you were throwing corpses on the mound. And I'm like, why is it this way? I feel great about it. And I wanted it last week. We talked about it. Rico's saying I somehow am responsible for this. Absolute nonsense.
You're in the room.
But love it, and I want your thoughts on it. And yes, you're not wrong if you like the nostalgia of it. I just, me. It's got to clear the baseball speed bump before I care about feelings. The other story, it's beef stew. And look, it's just very simple to me. He's got to have better impulse control. You can't leave the bench as a multi-time offender, ice packs flying in the wind, to do what? Be world police guy? You're not Bill Lambier. This isn't 1988. Please stop. The league doesn't like it, and they're going to use it against you. So if you want to go down this road, well, if it ain't rough, it ain't right. You do whatever you like. You're not giving yourself best shot to win. And you know what I'm interested in? Winning. This Pistons team has the opportunity to go on a deep, meaningful run in the East. Maybe win the damn thing. But here's the problem, and Rico nailed it. This has got Draymond Green at the peak of his bleepholery, and he cost Golden State a damn championship.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the year they set the record, and they were about to beat the Bulls, and they won the 3 games and didn't count.
No, because he was too busy trying to kick Steven Adams in the balls.
Yeah.
The point is, someone's going to bait Isaiah into something, and then he's going to miss a Game 6 and Game 7, and you're going to get eliminated. Mm-hmm. He's become a nice ball player. How about you stick to that? There's an idea. But what are we getting from the people? They love this stuff. Because basically, all of the cheap stereotypes about the Pistons organization are your version of a nice sugary pop. It's a cheap thrill for you guys. It's up to you. It doesn't do anything for me. Oh, we're the bad boy. No, you're not. Basketball, what are you protecting your guys from? This isn't World War II, okay? You're not protecting him from an oncoming Panzer tank. No one even lands punches in these fights. You're all Beef Stew, he's not a guy trying to hustle for a penny. Guy makes $15 million a year. What are we protecting each other from?
Yeah, I can't remember the last person who had to miss games because they got beat up in a fight.
You want to protect your goalie in hockey? Somebody takes a run at you. Fighting's a part of the game, even though they've tried to get rid of it. I can make sense of it. You want to tell me you got to protect your quarterback in the NFL because the guy just had his spine broken in half? I can work my way there.
Always stupid because you wear a helmet. You get better fights in baseball.
Well, the point is, Beef Stew coming off the bench last night, now it's going to cost him. And it's just silly to me. Stop doing this crap.
And it doesn't even matter the amount of games because the next time it happens, and I do think it'll happen again, and if it happens in the playoffs, you're probably going to have to sit the rest of that series out and hope that your team can make it to the next level. And if you happen to make it to the finals, yeah, you're going to go ahead and miss some games. And the league has shown they don't care. Because once again, when they sat Draymond, that sent the message that, yeah, don't disrupt our game. Don't disrespect this game. The game is bigger than you, son.
Now, what I would have preferred is even after the ridiculousness of what he did, do what Diabate did.
Apologize?
And Diabate acted like a horse's ass. The point is, he goes, this isn't a part of basketball, and I got to clean it up. You're not going to see that from me again. No, instead, you got Isaiah Stewart. Yeah, that's why you drafted me to the D. And it's like, dude, who are you trying to impress, man? You're a good basketball player. You're one of the better backup centers in the league. You're a good rim protector. And clearly, Isaiah, word is out, no one's really going to mess with you. So why don't we just stick to that? Nah, let's keep doing this crap.
Gotta pop the jersey and let them know I'm from Detroit.
Yeah, I don't. Whatever, dude. You haven't won a playoff series in 20 years. All right, pop the jersey when you win one of those, not when you air punch a human being. And as far as Miles Bridges goes, he's a POS. I don't do radio for WBUZ The Buzz. I don't care about the Hornets. They're not a pimple on an elephant's ass. You think I'm going to defend Miles Bridges? Yeah, right. He wouldn't even be in the league if I ran it. So just put that to the side. Don't do whataboutism. I'm not worried about the guys in teal. Did we miss anything or are we good?
That's it.
You want to rock and roll with the people?
Let's go.
Chris, 97.1. Chris, thank you for your patience, man. What's going on?
Hey, no problem, guys. I appreciate you taking the call.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm a huge NBA guy. You guys know I'm a Knicks fan as well as a Pistons fan. So I'm going to come with a different viewpoint of this. The whole league knows how he is. They believe he's got zero control and he's easy to bait.
Correct.
They talk about it on the All the Smoke podcast with Steven Jackson of all people. The 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast, Mellows podcast. He has people on all the time and they talk about it. They know. So when it comes to the playoffs, it's going to happen. And I don't know if he's actually tough or if he's fake tough like KG was. You can look up clips. There's a whole montage of Kevin Garnett when he used to do stuff like that. But the Pistons need him. And here's what I'm going to say. So, I'm not going to come with this New York Knicks fandom type thing, but last year he was injured for a couple games in that series, and he could have been a difference maker. But at the time, the Knicks knew how he was as a hothead. That's the only reason P.J. Tucker was active on the Knicks, to be the guy to get under his skin. Like you said, Mike, that's going to happen.
100%.
They need him. They need him. Maybe not in the first round, which they could actually end up seeing the Hornets again, which is wild. But they need him in the second round because you're probably going to play Boston. And Vucevic, Nikolai, he's a beast. He's going to need a body on him, and it's not just going to be Duren. Cleveland, you're going to need him to rebound all of Harden's chucking. In second chance points are a big thing. And, and against the Knicks, you'll probably need him against Mitch Robinson, because he's an offensive rebounding machine, second points once again. But when you start hearing guys of all people saying they know about this guy and he's easy to target, maybe he needs to change his name like Artest did, be Meta World Stew or something. I don't know. But he needs to get it through his head that it's not helping the team, it's hurting the team.
I agree. Yeah. You'd say for the people in the back, because those are podcasts that are, national or East Coast in scope. It ain't got nothing to do. It's just broad-based commentary. The word's out. And I don't think it helps you. You know what kills me? We've waited how long to have a superstar? We have one. So why the hell are we sitting here and embracing that crap when it's not where the league is?
Because this city is, I mean, it's been void of superstars. So you're just used to doing it with role players. You're used to doing it with these types of players, so you have to embrace the toughness. I'm with you. It's like, guys, like when the Wings were good, they had Hall of Famers. When the Tigers were going to the World Series, they had Hall of Famers. They had really good people.
How about the Tigers? This is some of the best players out there. And then the Lions, it's self-explanatory. I always laugh is every other team in this town, people get bricked up for the superstars. But then it's basketball, they all turn into a Sarah McLachlan commercial. Like Piston fans are living in a tire in the middle of the woods with Arms of the Angels playing in the background. You have a superstar. Embrace that pathway. That's how you win. Not this nonsense. But it's always been this way. Dude, I've been here for 22 years. It's never changed.
This town embraces the role player, man.
Only in that sport.
Nah.
The other three, no. The Lions, Goff, ASB, House of Hutch.
No, because we have them now. But before, it was just like, oh, this is going to be our guy. And it's like, all right.
Look, man, I just, it has always been this very niche thing with the Pistons. I can't figure it out. Hockey? Ain't nobody celebrating a role player. You just said it. The Red Wings, look at the Red Wings. Stars. That's what it's always been about. Go ahead, Kenny. I'm sorry.
No, not since the days of like the grind line. You have to go back like 2 decades, and even that team was stacked with legends.
Yeah, I was going to say, no offense to the grind line. You had about 7 Hall of Famers on the marquee.
Tigers, many a time. Hey, Brandon Inge deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
But it was Miggy and Vmar and JV and Scherzer.
Right. And when you were winning, you had those players.
Only with the Pistons are we putting up statues of Dennis Jenkins. There's just something with this fan base, and I don't get it. Because the NBA, even more than any other sport, is star-driven.
Yeah, I kidding. Even when they won the title, Mike James was a hero.
All right. We'll get more to people. Sorry about that. And look, it's good to be passionate about it. But my sights are set on making a run in the East. And I do. I worry about it because I feel like someone is going to bait this guy into a bad decision. It's going to cost this team. And that's ridiculous. All right. IRS collection audit. Abraham and Rose, they've successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Extensive experience means when you're facing that collection or audit, rely on them. Hey, 30 years of experience, it can't be faked. Maurice and Jerry, they are ready to get to work. Day one, they'll evaluate any and all underlying federal or state income tax problems. AbrahamandRose.com. Or call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again. Text communications briefly, Kenneth, and then we'll get back to the phones. JV is back. You also have the beef stew. I don't want to call it a controversy. He left the bench. He's going to get suspended. It's whether you dig it or not. That's all. Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
I love Stu's aggression. He just needs to learn where to draw the effing line. That's from Bill.
Yes, because people are going to target him.
I agree that Beef Stew is an idiot for coming off the bench, but I also must admit it's refreshing to see some good old-fashioned hate back in basketball.
Okay. Now that I can understand. You're yearning for players that look like they care. Fair. It's just you can't put it into practice. That's not where the league is at, nor where it's been for 20 plus years. That's the problem.
I don't want to hear references to Sheed. Sheed could take over games. Stu simply cannot.
It's more just from a Sheed, please don't do something stupid. Please. Oh, God, he got another technically suspended next game. Like, that's all that is.
Sheed, stop talking. Stop talking.
Sheed is one of the more, from a talent perspective, one of the more talented power forwards you'll ever see. Did he always put it into practice? No. But Sheed was a really good basketball player. And especially if you go back to his Portland days with the Jailblazers, albeit that was a motley crew.
Sign all the Verlander you want, but you continue to not score runs. They won't do anything again.
All right, I'm going to say this again. They were not a top 5 offense like they were the first couple months of the season. They were not a bottom 5 offense like they were the last, say, 6 weeks of the season. The truth is in the middle. If they are a middle-of-the-road offense that has elite pitching in the starting rotation and with bullpen support, you can win a World Series. Let's see what the first couple months of the season look like offensively with some of the, hopefully, McGonigal plus. And then the deadline will be Scott Harris's opus. They will have to make a move to go all in. This is going to be a real chance for them to go to the World Series. And there may not be baseball in 27. If you think I'm a horse's ass for a multitude of reasons, but also because I'm going to give them, because they've spent money, I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt they'll make a move at the deadline if needed. Fair. And maybe I'll look stupid, and I'll be right here to own it.
Man, it's fair. It's what we've been asking for the last few years. Who's going to be that first organization that actually takes that first step forward and just does something? And the thing is, there will be no receipts. You tried.
Correct.
If it failed, nobody's gonna say, "Oh, remember you signed JV and Valdez." Like, you signed all these people.
Only people that are rooted in misery will feel that way. The bottom line is, Scott Harris got up from the Coney, left the money at the table, and left the other 3 guys to sit there, and he walked out the door, and I respect it. So let's go with it.
Worst case is, damn, you tried.
Let's go to Steve on a cell, 97.1. Stevie, what's good, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Just with the beef stew thing, real simple. Keep it real sweet. The opposing team can literally take their least talented. They can get the water boy to get Stu out of the game. Rico, you kind of hit on it a little bit. If Stu didn't come, if he didn't run off the bench, it'd have been 2-1. So the opposing team can get the water boy to get Stu out of the game, and he needs to learn that. And one more thing about the Rasheed Wallace thing, Rasheed got a tech for just looking at a referee. So
facts. But think about it. Why though?
Want to go to that? If you Piston fans want to go to that route,
there you go.
Where you just look at a referee and you get attacked.
There you go.
Come on.
That's
pretty much
that's the and Steve, that's the reputation he's built for himself. And I don't think that's fair to the quality of the team. I want to say it again. The Pistons are above this. You don't get bonus points for this. And there's a weird obsession in this town where they want to be this counterculture team. That's fine. You haven't won a playoff series in 2 decades. I'm not interested. I want to win. And that whole style of ball, that's a bygone era. I don't know what the obsession is with it. But you know what? They'll sell a few T-shirts, and that's fine. Clean it up.
And you have a bunch of people saying, hey, he represents the D, and it's all about the toughness in Detroit. And this, guys, play chess, not checkers. Chess is you start looking not for right now in the regular season. You're looking at the playoffs. You're trying to get the advantage. You don't want to lose some unnecessary games where you got to play Game 7 against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. You want to play it here
It's
at the LCA.
Also, it's like this. It's so misguided. It reps the city. No, it doesn't. Look, toughness. It's not the guy. What's the guy going to do? Like, toughness is what? Throwing a bolo at somebody you don't like? No. Toughness is the dude who gets up, goes to a job he hates, that he's underpaid, and he takes care of his kids and pays the mortgage and suffers silently. That's toughness. Okay? Toughness is not something you watched in a Denzel Washington film. It's not. I always laugh at that crap because Detroit isn't about that other stuff. You can think it is. Detroit's about going to work. This is a blue-collar town. This is a town on pedigree, on work. That's toughness. All this other crap, man, please, in the NBA, none of these guys could last 10 seconds in a boxing ring. So just cut the crap with this. They're all throwing punches into air.
I think the toughness comes from the fact that you're always disrespected if you're from Detroit.
How? The Pistons are being loved on like a teddy bear industry-wide.
The irony, Mike, is most people don't like how if you go anywhere in this United States or nationally, Detroit's looked upon and frowned upon like, oh, Detroit. Why? Because of a reputation. But instead, you want the Pistons to live up to that reputation of being, the league's enforcer. And it's the reason why you don't like, it's why you had Detroit versus everybody. Because when you go places, it's like, wow, how many people have you seen murdered? Like, about none.
It is sad because people, again, it's the Sarah McLachlan commercial. I travel a lot. I'm so sorry. Sorry for what? It's a great place to live. I mean, literally people look at you like you just told them you live in hell.
So do you have seen people being murdered? Like,
no.
That's
actually a really nice place.
What was Alcatraz like, Michael?
Yeah, dude, please. People think you're living on like Mad Max Thunder Road. I don't know what to tell you. Go to Terrence, 97.1. T, how you been, buddy?
How you doing, man? I'm a long-time caller. I've been calling in since, let's just say the early 2011. I called in because I used to work for the Lions.
Okay.
I'm just saying, Mike, you kind of being hypocritical because last year you were saying the NBA wasn't worth watching. There wasn't nothing to really give a chance to you'll be wasting your time. This is bringing the NBA back. Not saying it's a positive what he did. I'm not taking away from that.
Okay.
Because he needs to get his act together. But we have to give credit where credit is due. This brings the team closer. If you ever played basketball before, you know about this. This is something way deeper than just his antics. I think JB has this under control. I mean, I think he just ran out there because he does consider Jalen Duren his brother. But, is it good for us long term? No. But I think it's something that he can fix,
I agree with you.
I think it's more of a notice for the NBA, for them to know that this, we're not going to, and I'm pretty sure Cade is a level-headed player from what I'm hearing. He's able to talk to these guys and get them calmed down because he was one of the few that was able to get them calmed down.
Well, yeah, he is the franchise. I agree with your point is A, it can be fixable. B, it is not a net positive. The one thing, Terrence, understand when I say, look, the NBA largely is not worth your time. 2/3 of the teams aren't trying. The product,
you don't want the eyes on you. You don't want the eyes on you. I get that.
Yeah, no, I just mean from a product standpoint, like load management has killed this league. The lack of rivalries. I just think it's something different. Now, if you want to say, look, for a night, the brawl was headlines and ESPN covered it, I hear you. It'll get eyeballs to the league. But you understand why I said what I said. It's that in most cities on most nights.
I'm 48 years old. Yeah, I've witnessed this for a long time, so I know it. But I've also seen Darrell Walker come off the bench. I've also seen, the balance in the palace. So whether we like it or not, it seems like this is in our DNA to carry this torch on.
Well,
Terrence,
you look at Terrence Holden, you got to remember, Malice at the Palace wasn't the Pistons' fault. That was an Indiana Pacers production.
Right.
Unfortunately, it happened in Detroit, and Detroit took the brunt of everything.
Correct, and it wasn't their fault.
And it lived up to all. Of course, it happened in Detroit.
It all led from a hard foul from other teams.
Yeah, I can live with the hard foul. I just don't need a guy leaving the bench and inserting himself into something he's got no business doing when the league has zero tolerance for it.
Yeah,
Can't do it.
I really would have wished somebody would have grabbed Beef Stew and said, no, don't do this.
Dude, he's built like a bull. Good luck.
Go to the intellect. Hey, you don't want to get suspended. Sit down. They got that.
Hold on. Just so we're clear. Did you just say go to the intellect?
I did.
Okay, in that moment, I'm sorry, but I don't think that was going to work.
Okay, then trip him.
Oh, okay. Call Jeremy Fears. Where's Fears when you need him?
I'm sure it was all his fault anyway. Signed, Jim Costa.
Is that Jim's?
Yeah, pretty much.
So he's all bricked up about
yeah.
Fears?
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, look, Fears, he's a dirty player. That's what it is. You got to just own it.
And once you get the reputation,
it's hard to shake.
It doesn't go anywhere.
Look, that's my whole thing, Rico. Like, that's the if I'm consistent. Fears can be a lot of things, but he's got a rep now of being dirty. Whether it's fair or unfair, the reputation is there, and it's not good. It's not going to help the team. But it's no different than what I say about Isaiah Stewart.
No, but at least like Diabate, he came out and said, "Look, I got to do better." That's not.
But
me.
he's also a nutbag because he's the same guy. Didn't he punch the kid at Rutgers? Wasn't that Diabate when he was with Michigan?
Yeah,
he punched the kid in the handshake line.
But streets of Chicago. Look, when you see your coach doing that,
okay,
you kind of think it's okay.
Where did you learn to do this? I learned it by watching you. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment it happens. It's that spark when a kid starts believing they can be next. Now with Xfinity, they can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid's ordering new gear online, streaming highlight reels, or just video chatting with their coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You're still going to be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi. 5 years guaranteed, $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
All right, listen. If you want to bet on the Olympics, it's FanDuel. I'm not going to be the guy to tell you to do it because I think you got to be out of your mind. But if you want it, FanDuel's got it. You do what you want to do. Winter games are on. I don't know. Right now, there's people skating around with little BB guns in the woods. I don't know what that event is called. And I don't even know if you could possibly bet on it. But if anyone will let you, it'll be FanDuel. Play your game. They are the official sports book of the Olympics. 21 and up, present Michigan. If you have a gambling problem, which kind of goes hand in hand with betting the Olympics, 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, we couldn't just finish the day on a positive. Remember that whole bit about how, hey, I think Reese Olson might be out longer than we expected? According to the Rico Beard social media attention club, I don't know who has the report. You could tell me.
It'd be Evan Woodbury.
Reese Olson's done for the year. Right labrum repair. So I'm still very bullish on the Tigers and very bullish on the signing of Verlander. That does take a little bit of starch out because Olson had an upside that other guys don't. And you don't just – we talked about, hey, they could incur a couple injuries and still be where you want to go. You don't plan on that injury being February 10th and the guy's gone for the year. I'm not going to change my stance. I think it's a great signing, and I think they did a great job the past 7 days of kind of gathering our attention. But, yeah, Reese Olson being out for the year, that's – didn't have that. I thought it was foreshadowing of him being gone longer, but not this. Yeah. But we press on. Kenny, text communications before we talk to Woj.
Will there be enough space on the back of the jerseys from the Italian team names?
Okay. Yes. Yes, especially if Fanatics makes them. All the letters will be crammed in so tightly.
Oh, I remember that.
You could get 2 names back there.
When they form the giant U.
Yeah. Salta La Macchia.
The Mario drop had me dying, almost swerved off the road. That's
perfect.
John.
Well, I'm glad that's the design. You can't be offended at comedy. Exactly.
100% Stewart does not do that in the playoffs. He knows better. And then this one just says hashtag beef stupid.
Right. Yeah. Oh, he knows better. Right. Because impulse control and Isaiah Stewart go hand in hand.
And there's a bunch of people calling you guys, you don't know Detroit, you're not from here.
Right.
You know, this is soft. This is how this team wins games.
Right. Okay. Hey, why don't we check that championship hotline? You don't need to be that way. You're a good basketball team. Just play the damn game. Bob, what's going on, buddy?
Is this the Charmin hour here, huh?
Yep, you know
Softies?
It. That's right. Bob is for the culture with a K.
I guess the Detroit Bowl game wasn't tough either. So.
Exactly. No, that wasn't fun. We all know what Beef Stew was doing, standing up for his guys. I get that. And it was very unseemly when Bridges came around and was going to make it 2-on-1 against Duran. But still, he wasn't going to get killed or anything.
World War II.
I know.
You weren't covering for your squadron.
And Wojo, it was 2. Now 2 of their players are out to your 1. You win.
Yeah, he literally can't help himself, and there's an upside to it. There is, but there's a major downside to it,
including that he'll get baited into something in a playoff series and miss game 6 and 7.
Probably. Just don't turn. He's so much better emotionally, everything I think, than Ron Artest ever was. Well, but don't become that, because that's all they did to Artest.
Yes,
for the end of his career.
It doesn't help when the town and seemingly the team feed into it. It empowers him to keep ratcheting it up.
Because the fans might feed into it.
Daisy dips.
You need somebody to be that rational person to say, no. At least look. Draymond, when all of a sudden Steph Curry said enough, he said, "Okay, Steph, sorry, I'll power this down."
Mm-hmm. Do you want to board the bus with me, or are you going to sit on the park?
Oh no, I'm all aboard. Oh, I am all aboard. You know what?
Well, Wojo's allowed.
Hello,
I'm just not Wojo.
Oh no. Well, you got one seat in the bus.
Well, I have my own butt.
Oh my God,
my own bus. It's separate but equal.
No. This is the rare move in baseball, and it wasn't that expensive that the Tigers made. That is both perfect baseball-wise and business-wise.
Yes.
B&B.
Yeah,
no harm business-wise whatsoever.
And I take full credit for it.
Yeah, you should.
I talked about it all last week.
You know who really should is Birchie has been writing about it nonstop, about Verlander, going back to last year.
And again, it takes a couple East Coasters to smarten you Midwesterners up.
Mike. But you know what's smart about it, and I wonder if other teams... You might as well keep piling money because there's going to be no baseball the following year.
We're saving money.
Seriously, why not just keep piling it up?
Pass on the savings.
That was my thing is, you know what? Skubal, 1 more year, just surround him with a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Let's go for it.
They're going to the World Series. But you caught the Reese Olson news, right?
Oh, no, what's the latest? Out for the year?
Looks that way.
Yeah.
Is it the Tommy John?
Labrum repair.
Oh, yeah, there was way too many
I
red
thought
red
this
flags there.
highlighted, hey, he's going to be out longer, maybe like All-Star break. I didn't expect done for the year.
Okay, this is definitely related then. I think
so.
Yes. It came out of the blue. Well, they were monitoring Reese
Yes,
Olson,
I think so,
obviously.
for sure.
But you know what? You now have a rotation. Well, first of all, you didn't really have a spot for Reese Olson. You don't even have a spot for Troy Melton yet.
No, that's called the second half of the year.
Yeah, well, exactly. And Jackson Jobe, maybe second half of the year.
We'll see you in September.
And I believe Alex Cobb is going to be healthy by then.
Right. Alex Cobb actually has new roommates, B. Arthur and Estelle Getty.
No, wait. He's gone, right?
No.
Oh, shut up.
What about Charlie Morton?
Charlie Morton's gone, I believe.
Yes, he's starring in Cocoon 3.
But you know what? And it's classic. And I give you credit. Absolutely, you guys didn't I don't know about, because I saw so many people saying, because I'm all in on Verlander immediately. Well, what about a bat now? We need bat. That's not nearly enough. It's
See you at the deadline.
Yeah, just.
Well, that's why I'm not allowed on the bus because I said.
Well, you're not allowed. No.
So, I know.
Okay.
I said you have one seat in the bus.
I know where it's at. In the back.
What are you doing next? Please, steer.
Mike has them winning the World Series.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
He said making the World Series
Winning, right?
and losing in 7 games. Is that what you
I
said?
didn't say that either.
Okay, all right.
Winning, eating Daisy Dip.
Daisy Dips at your
Herbs
party.
and spices. I just like the depth of the rotation plus the bullpen. And if the offense isn't the fake top 5 it was, or the fake bottom 5, and it's middle of
Absolutely accurate.
they can do that.
You mentioned something there we're overlooking a little. Their bullpen, they have just as many arms that are possibly usable, very usable, in the bullpen.
And I'm giving them benefit of the doubt because they spent money. If there's a problem, they'll fix it at the deadline.
You would hope so.
Because if they don't, that's where I'm going to crash the bus.
Has a team ever shut out its opponent every single game in a baseball season?
No.
No. With that starting rotation and the really, oh my God.
Don't worry.
Buddy, I have news for you. They had 4 Cy Young winners at the same time and didn't win the World Series, so take it easy.
And don't worry about the bus. To bring this whole thing full circle, I'll just get Beef Stew to help me. We'll crash the bus.
Oh, no. Wait, he can't.
He'll help me because you know what?
What is he going to get? They haven't said yet, I know.
What, if I'm running the league? Or reality?
No, guessing what they're going to give him.
7.
I was going to say 8.
I had him at 10.
I'd see if I'm running the league, I'm different. I give him 15. Do it again, you don't play ball anymore. I've had enough.
I mean,
I can't take it
I think
anymore.
it probably would have been like 5 or 6, but coming off the bench, like, dude, seriously.
Hey, but Paul Reed in
stop.
Reed.
Okay.
No.
I can't
Come on. In a moment of time, that was a great response by Paul Reed.
That's great. Oh, yes. Everyone's got to have a nickname in this
Yeah,
town.
yeah.
All right. We're done. We'll see you tomorrow. Italy, Sweden at 3.
Oh, my.
Let's go.
And
God,
what-
they're going to get pulverized.
What sport?
Hockey.
Oh, geez. I didn't know you had a hockey team.
And our players are going to have the Mario's turtle shells like Mario Kart. Anytime you go near them, you get derailed right into the boards. All right. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow.
Woohoo!